Chapter 1607. We must eliminate this Fang Yuan. He dares to openly attack my righteous path's great formation, truly audacious to the extreme. Luo family's grand elder roared. Our clan's Gu immortals have sacrificed themselves. This demon Fang Yuan has already stained our blood twice. We must make him pay the price. Ho clan's first supreme elder's tone was deep and filled with hatred. Yao clan's first supreme elder sighed. We have to deal with Fang Yuan, but he is not an ordinary demonic path Gu immortal. His identity was very complicated. Not only was he an otherworldly demon, he also had the spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn from the future, destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower. Not only did he possess Giant Sun's true inheritance, he also inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance, becoming the current sect leader of the Shadow Sect, and even received a lot of funding from Langya Blessed Land. Even though the Celestial Court of Zhongzhou State had repeatedly put him on the wanted list and hunted him down, he was still at large and wreaking havoc in the world. Moreover, he had become stronger and stronger after each battle. His strength had progressed rapidly beyond common sense. To be honest, he really has the aura of the Demon Lord when he was young. In the future, there would only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable, there would not be Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao clan, are you afraid? Xia clan's first supreme elder immediately mocked. The Yao family's first supreme elder sneered. I'm just stating the facts. If he wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, he had to face this fact. Just like how your Xia family lost to my Yao family. The Xia clan's first supreme elder was furious. Recently, the earth veins had been moving, causing large amounts of cultivation resources to surface from the depths of the earth. This attracted Southern Border's righteous path, demonic path, and loose cultivators to fight over them. Naturally, there would be many conflicts during the competition. Not long ago, the Xia clan was ambushed by the Yao clan and suffered a great loss. However, the Yao clan also paid a hefty price. Thus, the conversation between the two sides was filled with anger. Alright, the purpose of our discussion this time is not to bicker with one another, but to discuss how to deal with Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan continues to plunder like this, what should we do? At this moment, Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke with a calm tone. There was silence. Shang clan had always maintained a neutral stance and was most skilled at trading. They had connections with Gu immortals of all clans. Thus, when Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke, everyone else had to show some respect. After a long time, the Ba family's first supreme elder broke the silence. The thief Fang Yuan must have grasped a way to explore dreams and obtained great benefits. Otherwise, back then, why would he try so many ways to impersonate Qing Wu Yihai and sneak into our righteous path? This time, when he broke through the great formation of the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and swept away all the dream realms, it proved this point even more clearly. I wonder what Wu clan's Supreme Grand Elder thinks of this matter? Wu clan's first Supreme Elder was none other than Wu Yihai's brother, Wu Yong. Wu clan had been occupying the throne of the righteous path for a long time, and Ba clan had been secretly coveting it. Unfortunately, Wu Yong erupted and revealed the clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba clan's plans and allowing Wu clan to defend their throne. But the Ba clan would not let go of such a small opportunity. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Fang Yuan is a scoundrel, everyone has the right to punish him. Yesterday, he plundered Qi clan's resources, tomorrow he could suddenly appear at any place. Our resources and even our Gu immortals and clansmen might all fall victim to him. Wu Yong spoke plainly, but he also pointed out that dealing with Fang Yuan was the responsibility of everyone in Southern Border's righteous path. It was impossible for Ba clan or anyone else to make our Wu clan take the lead and put in a lot of effort. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Yong and Wu Du Xiu's styles were very different. If it were Wu Du Xiu, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. This was Wu clan's strength of character. But Wu Yong cowered at this moment, as if the humiliation that Fang Yuan gave to Wu clan did not exist. Ba clan's first supreme elder did not want to let Wu Yong off so easily. He said, "The reason why it is so troublesome to deal with this demon Fang Yuan is because he has fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. I wonder if Wu clan's first supreme elder has any good methods to restrain fixed immortal travel? Wu Yong smiled bitterly. I am ashamed, Wu clan does not have any good methods. I, Wu Yong, cannot compare to my mother. I can only defend my gains but not be aggressive enough. In my opinion, the Gu formation that Qi clan's first supreme elder set up earlier was indeed effective. Even though Fang Yuan broke it, he was able to stall for a lot of time. Why don't we ask Qi clan's first supreme elder to set up an immortal formation for our resources? At least when Fang Yuan attacks, we can stall for some time. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chu Yu quickly said, I am ashamed. The immortal formation that I set up was broken by Fang Yuan time and time again. I am afraid I will not live up to your expectations. Wu Yong smiled. Qi clan's first supreme elder, no need to be humble. Fang Yuan did not break through your clan's Wind Flame Mountain. The immortal formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Fang Yuan's attack. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level is not low. Even your clan's formation fanatic was once on good terms with him. Everyone knows this. Wu Yong's words had a deeper meaning. Qi Chu Yu snorted coldly in his heart, but did not reply. He remained silent. Southern Border's super forces had a lot of resource points in their hands. If Qi Chu Yu wanted to set up the immortal formations one by one, how long would that take? And most importantly, this was a sensitive matter. Resource points were the exclusive property of each clan. If the defensive measures of these places were left to outsiders, each clan would feel uncomfortable. Among the clans now, only Qi clan was robbed by Fang Yuan. They did not feel any pain. They also did not have the strong intention to ask Qi Chu Yu for help. Qi Chu Yu understood this, so he did not speak. Wu Yong saw that Qi Chu Yu was silent. He could not speak now. At this time, Tai clan's first supreme elder said excitedly, actually, Wu clan's first supreme elder's method is the correct way to deal with the problem of Fang Yuan, but it is only half correct. Qi clan's first supreme elder's immortal formation can block Fang Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is a beacon tower of our Tai clan, we can move it in time and block Fang Yuan. We can surround and kill him. With the two together, Fang Yuan will not be a problem. At this moment, the Gu immortals became even more silent. Beacon towers were Tai clan's immortal Gu houses. Their strongest aspect was similar to Western Desert's myriadly silk corridor. Every beacon tower could teleport Gu immortals between them. If many beacon towers were placed together, they could even teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. Tai clan's first supreme elder's plan was not wrong. In fact, Tai clan had been trying to set up beacon towers in different areas of Southern Border. However, such an arrangement posed a huge threat to the other superpowers. Thus, all the forces had been resisting Tai clan's plan to set up beacon towers. Right now, Tai clan's first supreme elder used this chance to push for their own beacon towers. The leaders of the clans did not agree. They remained silent, expressing their rejection. I have another idea. After a long while, Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke. After 15 minutes, this discussion between the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path forces came to an end. Under the moonlight, Qi Chu Yu stopped using his killer move. He flew in the sky on a thick cloud with an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was full of factions to begin with. They all had their own conflicts. Recently, the movement of the earth veins brought benefits, but it also stimulated more conflicts. This made the various superpowers even angrier. Ignoring the internal conflicts, just look at Qi clan, which was attacked by Fang Yuan all over the place. From start to finish, no other force helped them. After flying for a while, Qi Chu Yu's vision changed. He landed in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous at all, because this was Yama's battlefield. This meeting with Fang Yuan was something that they had agreed on. These are for you. Fang Yuan tossed out several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and an information path mortal Gu. Where are my things? I brought them. Qi Chu Yu took out a large number of immortal Yuan stones, as well as many immortal materials that were categorized. There was also an information path mortal Gu that recorded the formation path inheritance. Both sides quickly inspected the goods and handed them over before separating. But Qi Chu Yu frowned slightly, while Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. Qi clan's first supreme elder, if there is a chance in the future, I will transact with you again. Before leaving, Fang Yuan transmitted. How will you contact me? You will know when the time comes. The two quickly retreated. They were extremely vigilant. No one knew about this transaction from start to finish. The contents of this goo worm are still lacking. This shows that Fang Yuan has a lot of dream path research results. But after obtaining these in the dream realms, I have already far surpassed the other super forces of Southern Border. Chi Chu Yu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Thinking of Fang Yuan, his gaze turned dark. This scoundrel Fang Yuan clearly wants to cooperate with me. After all, he wants to know about the formation at Yition Mountain. I might as well cooperate with him and try to obtain more dream path research results, then use Southern Border's righteous path to plot against him and eliminate him. Chi Chu Yu and Fang Yuan's transaction was purely for benefits. Right now, he wanted to plot against Fang Yuan. It was also for benefits. After all, if Fang Yuan sold these dream path research results to other super forces, Qi clan's advantage would be gone. It would be a huge loss to their own benefits. Even though I gave Qi clan a few dream realms this time, I already have a lot of time path dream realms. Next, I need to cultivate quietly and increase my time path attainment level. Fang Yuan was also thinking and scheming. Qi clan had dream path methods. They naturally needed some private dream realms for them to explore. Even though there was a huge dream realm at Yition Mountain, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. The risk was too high. On one hand, Fang Yuan needed to facilitate this transaction. On the other hand, he did not want Qi clan to be exposed. I successfully attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench this time. Southern Border's righteous path will definitely plot against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it is countered. Not mentioning the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path, with the close relationship between Wu Yong and Celestial Court might interfere. So I need to lie low for now. Actually, Fang Yuan could use his dream path research results to find any super force and turn them into allies, conducting transactions. But there was a reason why Fang Yuan chose Qi clan. The most important reason was that in the chaotic era 500 years ago, Qi clan was a resolute force that resisted the invasion of Celestial Court. In his previous life, Wu clan was also like this, but in this life, Wu Yong actually obtained many immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from Celestial Court. This was something that Fang Yuan had always kept in mind. He could not forget. Chapter 1608. The moon was bright outside the window, while the candlelight in the study room was slightly cold. Wu Yong was pacing around in the study room. He had many worries in his heart. He could not put them down. Right now, Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation. He held authority in Wu clan. He brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building and helped Wu clan get through this crisis. He also asked for the immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from the Celestial Court. His reputation was unparalleled. During this period of time, he worked hard to nurture goo immortal seeds, making Wu clan prosper day by day. What was there for him to worry about? Fang Yuan. He disguised as Wu Yihai, even deceiving Wu Yong. He cheated Wu clan of many resources and even immortal goo. Not only did he make Wu clan run around in circles, even Wu Yong's pursuit had no results. Fang Yuan was like a thorn in Wu Yong's heart. Every time Wu Yong thought of him, his heart would feel a stab of pain. He would feel humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Fang Yuan was active in Southern Border, destroying Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation and seizing dream realms. Wu Yong looked calm, but his heart was already bleeding profusely from this thorn. Shang clan's first supreme elder's method can indeed deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. Wu Yong frowned. He paced around as he shook his head. He felt it was not reliable. Could this method really get rid of Fang Yuan? He thought of how he had allied with Southern Border's righteous path forces to pursue Fang Yuan, but there was no result. He then thought of how the Celestial Court had tried to capture him, but Fang Yuan was still free. Now that Southern Border's righteous path had joined forces, could they deal with Fang Yuan? Wu Yong shook his head. He had to admit, on one hand, he was somewhat wary of Fang Yuan. This demon Fang Yuan, every time he appeared, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He could not be estimated with common sense. On the other hand, Wu Yong was not confident in the entire Southern Border righteous path. Wu clan was the leader of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong grew up under Wu Du Xiu's nurturing. How could he not see the flaws of Southern Border's righteous path? Everyone had their own thoughts, and there were many different factions and conflicts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there wouldn't be a unified leader. Even if it was the Wu clan, even if Wu Du Xiu was alive and working with Wu Yong, they would not be able to assume the leadership position. Wu Yong could completely imagine that on the day of the operation, Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals would definitely be on guard against each other. They would shirk responsibility, retreat when there was danger, and fight for benefits. How could such a team deal with the cunning Fang Yuan? Especially now, only the Qi family had suffered from Fang Yuan's plunder. The other families didn't feel any pain, and the earth veins were also moving, competing to seize the essence of the earth veins. How could the families truly spend their strength on Fang Yuan? Perhaps Fang Yuan has noticed this as well. So this time, he is only plundering Qi family's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this point, it could be seen that he wanted nothing more than for Fang Yuan to plunder and incur the wrath of everyone. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan was still so cunning. He only offended Qi family. If Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan not only robbed Qi family, but also secretly made a deal with Qi family to set up Southern Border for the future 5 regions chaotic war and target the Celestial Court, who knew what he would think? After pacing around for a while, Wu Yong finally made up his mind. I need to contact the Celestial Court and use the Celestial Court to eliminate Fang Yuan as soon as possible. It was a difficult decision to make. Even though this was a wise decision, after all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. It violated a taboo. The 5 regions other than Eastern Sea were very xenophobic. Southern Border was especially so. If Southern Border's forces and Gu immortals knew that Wu Yong was contacting other regions' forces and using them to interfere in Southern Border's matters, he would definitely be condemned. The surging public opinion would drown Wu Yong, even if he was Wu clan's first supreme elder with rank 8 cultivation level. It could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once it was exposed, Wu clan's current advantageous situation would be greatly ruined. Oh, Wu Yong contacted me? I'm afraid it is because of that demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was recuperating, but seeing that Wu Yong contacted her, she smiled and immediately replied. Wu Yong had a special status. He was Wu clan's first supreme elder. Even if there was no effect, just the cooperation itself was a form of restriction on him. After a few words, Wu Yong went straight to the main topic, talking about Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought, as expected. Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and after I exposed all his trump cards in jewel yellow skies, Wu Yong is even more wary. He is willing to take the risk to eliminate Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's situation was not good recently. Not long ago, they attacked Langya Blessed Land for the second time, but they did not achieve any of their goals. Wisdom Gu was taken away by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan escaped. Langya Blessed Land was protected by Longevity Heaven, but Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle. Chen Yi, Fairy Myrtle, and Feng Jioge were all heavily injured. They were recuperating now. But even so, when Fairy Myrtle learned of Wu Yong's intentions, she agreed without hesitation. Fang Yuan had to be eliminated. Even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to counter this Gu. Even if they could not eliminate Fang Yuan, as long as they kept pressuring him and making him unable to develop himself, it would be a success for Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's growth speed is too terrifying. This is the result of Providence's continuous influence and many setbacks. Every once in a while, when he shows up again, he will have shocking improvements. Even if we cannot kill him, we need to make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he has any new methods, we need to force him to use all of his trump cards. Fairy Myrtle was even more wary of Fang Yuan now. In order to chase after Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle had put in so much effort. Langya Blessed Land was almost taken down by her now. But what about Fang Yuan? He was still at large. Even though Celestial Court still had the absolute advantage. Be it Fate Gu's restoration, Great Dream Immortal Venerable's nurturing, or Spectral Soul's imprisonment, they were all advantages that Feng Yuan could not match. However, deep in Fairy Myrtle's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This fear was almost inexplicable, but it was fear. Fear and unease caused by Feng Yuan. This time, Southern Border's righteous path is working together to deal with Feng Yuan. This is a chance. Even if I disregard my injuries, I will use all my strength to kill Feng Yuan and get rid of this problem. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shone with determination. Southern Border's righteous path was conspiring against Feng Yuan. Because of Wu Yang's initiative, Celestial Court had already interfered before the operation even started, hiding behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Celestial Court made a move, it would be an earth-shattering blow. But it was a pity that Feng Yuan had already expected this. After transacting with Qi Chuyu, he went into hiding, wholeheartedly exploring dream realms. This was a time path dream realm. In this dream realm, Feng Yuan had turned into an old man. He was the dream realm's main character. He had rank 4 cultivation. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with unfriendly expressions. Lord Bai Lian, this is the advance payment for the treatment. Please come with us. The leading Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation. He looked at Feng Yuan and said threateningly. Feng Yuan first inspected the Gu worms in his aperture. They were all time path Gu worms, but they were good at support and had no healing ability. Thinking about it, Feng Yuan tried to refuse. I am only an ordinary time path Gu master. I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me by inviting me like this? The other party replied as expected. Just do as I say. Do you dare to refuse the request of my Central Continent's Meng tribe? We have already investigated your background. Don't worry, since we are inviting you, we are interested in your ability. We know you have methods to cure Lord Meng Bai's illness. Let's go. Do we need to invite you again? Then let's go. Please lead the way. Feng Yuan pretended to smile bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Feng Yuan quickly arrived at Zheng tribe and saw the patient, Meng Bai. This person had a sallow complexion. He was as thin as a match. He was lying on the bed and groaning weakly. How did this happen? How did he get sick? Feng Yuan tried to ask. A servant at the side complained, My lord is usually strong like a tiger and runs like a wolf. To think that he would fall to this state. He was framed by that damned unscrupulous merchant and bought water-word Gu. That unscrupulous merchant said that with this Gu, he would be able to write beautiful essays like Moving Clouds and Flowing Water. Lord is usually brave. The other lords often say that he only has brute strength and no literary talent. Lord had this not in his heart, thus he did not hesitate to pay a high price to buy water-word Gu, wanting to write beautiful essays that night. Is there a problem with this water-word Gu? Feng Yuan asked. The servant shook his head, then nodded. At first, there seemed to be no problem with that water-word Gu. Many articles came out one after another. Old Master was overjoyed and wrote 50 to 60 articles in one night. But in the morning, there was a problem. Lord had not even eaten breakfast when he suddenly had diarrhea. Diarrhea was like having diarrhea, and the scariest thing was, from morning to night, he had it for more than 20 times. Poor Lord, who had a strong physique, actually fell to such a miserable state in just one day. Feng Yuan came to a realization, and at the same time, he had an idea. Water-word Gu was not a problem, but if used too much, there would be problems and no one could bear it. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This was common sense. Using Gu had its risks. Falling to such a state was the result of one's own actions. Chapter 1609. Feng Yuan was no longer a newbie when it came to exploring dream realms. He had accumulated a lot of experience. At this point in Meng Bai's dream realm, Feng Yuan had a rough understanding of it. It wants me to use the time path Gu worms in my aperture to form a time path killer move to resolve Meng Bai's injuries. Meng Bai's injuries were caused by overuse of water path Gu. This time path killer move had to be used in the right way. Even though Feng Yuan had ordinary time path attainment level, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Lang Ya's true inheritance, and He Fan's true inheritance. Especially the latter, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan's current problem. This dream realm tested the explorer's knowledge, as well as the technique of combining killer moves. Of course, it was not so simple. Fang Yuan inspected carefully. He found that many of the time path mortal goo in this aperture were unique to the dream realm. They did not exist in reality, or rather, they were not. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all. It was different from reality. If it were anyone else, even a time path great expert, they would have to try their luck. As for Fang Yuan, his luck had always been good. But now, he had a better choice. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. This move was not effective when Fang Yuan explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. But now, because the dream realm was too small, it had an extraordinary effect. The correct choices in the goo worms floated up slightly in the aperture, directly sending the correct answers to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a plan in mind. He used these goo worms to try it out. After 2 failures, he successfully activated the killer move and saved Meng Bai. This way, this dream realm was broken. His soul returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He was gratified to find that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master. But his joy did not last long. His expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the immortal killer move Yama Emperor that was tightly wrapped around his soul suddenly expanded. Someone is deducing my location. They are quite skilled. Fang Yuan sneered. If this was before the battle at Langia, his current situation would be worrying. But right now, he had Yama Emperor's killer move. His ability to defend against deductions was enough to make the Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle helpless. Sure enough, after the other party deduced for a while, he could not unravel Yama Emperor's killer move. He paid a huge price, but his efforts were futile. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move slowly retracted, eventually turning into a simple layer of clothing that covered his soul. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Yama Emperor's aura was overflowing. In order to be absolutely safe, he decided to leave this place and not stay any longer. Fixed immortal travel was activated once again. Using it to travel was simply too convenient. At this moment, Fang Yuan moved from one end of southern border to the other. The distance between the 2 ends was unknown. Fang Yuan flew for a while before finding a gray valley shrouded in thick fog and concealed himself. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man soul. Fang Yuan calculated as he sighed. Activating Yama Emperor's killer move was a burden to Fang Yuan's soul. It would expend his soul foundation. Earlier, in order to resist the deduction of the mysterious enemy, Yama Emperor had expended over 1 million of Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This showed how powerful the person who made the deduction was. Earlier, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was far higher than 30 million man soul. But in the battle at Langia, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of his soul foundation. Don't forget, exploring dream realms would not expend his soul foundation, it would even cause great damage to the soul. If it were in the past, Fang Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now, Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain was still being repaired urgently. It could not be used yet. Without Dang Hun Mountain's continuous production of guts goo, Fang Yuan's stock of guts goo would not last for long. And to repair Dang Hun Mountain, I have been using landscape as before immortal goo. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killer move Orderly is left on Dang Hun Mountain, landscape as before goo is only rank 6. This work has been expending my immortal essence intensely. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were almost depleted because of this. Most of his abundant reserves had been expended in the intense battle at Langia. Celestial Court's attack on Fang Yuan might not have killed him, but it was not in vain. It expended a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. The lack of immortal essence was also the reason why Fang Yuan was willing to cooperate with Qi Chu Yu and not fight head-on. Actually, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was very rich in time path resources. Time flowed very quickly. The immortal essence that he could condense far surpassed rank 7 goo immortals in the world. But Fang Yuan's expenditure was even faster. He could not replenish it with just himself. What was sustaining him during this period of time was the dragonfish business. The dragonfish business was making huge profits, batches of immortal yuan stones were coming in. Fang Yuan used these immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence, greatly alleviating the problem of his immortal essence running out. Relying on the dragonfish business and guts goo, I can barely maintain it. When Danghun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Fang Yuan was not afraid of others coming to find him. In fact, under the protection of Yama Emperor, it was very unlikely that they could deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan decided to continue exploring Time Path Dream Realms. He had left a lot of Time Path Dream Realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a goo formation for alerting, he immediately entered. On a snowy peak, an old man looked at Fang Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel," the old man said plainly. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed, but soon he did as the old man said. The old man's expression became solemn and solemn. He said in a low voice, "From now on, I will teach you our tribe's strongest killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Once this blade is used, it will never miss, it will hit its target and kill everyone who hits it. Only after you learn this move will you have hope of killing the enemy who exterminated our tribe." Fang Yuan heard this and had a thought. He suddenly had a feeling that he would have great gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the complete killer move Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex. It was even more complex than the myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan created. The steps were even more varied. What was even more ridiculous was that the activation time for this move was very short. It required hundreds of steps to be completed within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would be the one to suffer the killer move's backlash. 3 breaths of time, how can that be possible? Even Fang Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation was not over yet. Fang Yuan listened carefully. It turned out that the solution was to use another time path killer move to reduce Time Cutting Edge's activation time to 3 breaths of time. That way, he would be able to reach the target. If goo immortals of other paths use time path methods to accelerate killer moves, it would be like pouring oil on fire. It would only produce the opposite effect and cause the killer move's activation to fail, causing a backlash. But Time Cutting Edge was a time path killer move to begin with. Using other time path killer moves, there were no conflicting Dao marks within them, they complemented each other. Chapter 1610. Time Path Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had turned into a rank 6 goo immortal with the appearance of a young man. His eyes were shut and his body was shrouded in specks of white light. As the white light around him increased, Fang Yuan's aura also continued to accumulate, becoming deeper and deeper. Suddenly, his body shook lightly, his aura became unstable. It was like a tall building collapsing and a deep pool leaking out. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. He opened his eyes, bright light flickered in them. This was the 3rd time he had failed while practicing Shrink Time. This killer move that was used to assist Time Cutting Edge was also a rank 6 immortal move. After 3 consecutive defeats, each time Fang Yuan was injured, his soul foundation would fall. Originally, he had 30 million man soul, but now, there were only 29,600,000 left. This was not Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm after all. If he was injured in Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, his soul foundation would fall to a terrifying extent. Fang Yuan did not feel dejected. Instead, his gaze was blazing, his fighting spirit surged. Ignoring everything else, just this Shrink Time killer move was very useful. It could not only be used to assist Time Cutting Edge, it could also be used to assist other time path killer moves. After the exploration failed, Fang Yuan's soul left the dream realm and returned to the sovereign body to recuperate. Guts goo. Fang Yuan took out guts goo and used them on himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan was rich and overbearing, but now he was very careful with his guts goo. There were not many guts goo left. Fang Yuan planned to use them to heal his soul injuries. As for his soul path cultivation, he could only stop for now. In fact, not only would Fang Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant, it would even fall a lot in the near future due to exploring dream realms. This was within expectations. There was no other way. Soul path cultivation was no longer the focus now. The most important thing was to go to the River of Time and take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the wisest strategy. Fang Yuan had to explore it as soon as possible. Firstly, the longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. After all, Fang Yuan's opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Who knew when another great expert would awaken? Celestial Court would definitely set up ambushes in the River of Time. As time passed, these ambushes would increase. Secondly, Fang Yuan hoped to use Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Celestial Court and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Immortal Goo. This was his biggest hope now. However, if he were to plan for the worst, and the true teachings of the Red Lotus could not help him, then he would have to make other plans. Thus, if he obtained the true inheritance of Red Lotus's Immortal, of Red Lotus, would be of Lotus of Red Lotus, Red Dragon, of Im, of Imif of the Mountain, of Gu of Saint, of Chin Lotus, of Chin of Gu of Sea. That was, when Dang Hun Mountain was repaired, everything would return to the right track. Other than this method, Fang Yuan did not have any good method to resolve these problems in a short period of time. Currently, Dang Hun Mountain had already been repaired by 30 to 40%, but the Soul Path Dao marks had not reached a qualitative change, thus it could not produce Guts Gu. After recuperating his soul, Fang Yuan entered the Dream Realm again. This time, he finally succeeded, completely activating Shrink Time. The previous 3 failures were not for naught. Each failure pushed Fang Yuan closer to success. Fang Yuan had grasped Time Path Killer move Shrink Time. Of course, it was still a problem whether or not he could use the time shrink technique that he had obtained in the dream in reality. After all, dream realms and reality were different. Fang Yuan was clear that Shrink Time's main content was correct. Even if there was a difference, as long as he used the light of wisdom and spent some time, he could deduce the correct version in reality. After reaching this step, this layer of dream realm was also successfully explored. The entire cultivation scene faded from Fang Yuan's vision. His time path attainment level started to rise rapidly, but soon stopped. I am still a time path master. However, compared to before, it has indeed risen by a large margin. It seems like I'm not too far away from becoming a grandmaster. In the second stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult. It was much more complicated than the killer move Miri itself. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and continued to practice. He soon felt dizzy. The thoughts in his mind were expended greatly. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Fang Yuan was extremely patient. He repeated the boring content over and over again, advancing towards the final victory. During the process, he was injured again. After leaving the dream realm and his soul returned to his body, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that not only did his soul foundation fall, even his lifespan was reduced by a little. Getting injured in this dream realm can actually reduce lifespan. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This was a new discovery. But thankfully, he had a large number of lifespan Gu. Losing some lifespan was not a big deal. Of course, other Gu immortals might not think so. Just like this, Fang Yuan was injured 4 more times. He finally managed to use time cutting edge once in the dream realm. Just 1 time was enough. It was not reality after all. The dream realm dissipated. Fang Yuan successfully entered the 3rd stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years, you finally grasped time cutting edge, not bad. But the true results will need to be tested in battle. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Please explain. The old man laughed heartily. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Li Exen is that person's right-hand man. He is going to suppress the southern ancient desolate beast rampage. You should kill him. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. His identity in the dream realm only had rank 6 cultivation level. His foundation was not outstanding. How could he fight a rank 7? The only advantage he had was the killer move, time cutting edge. Before Fang Yuan could think further, the dream realm changed. Flames started to burn around him. A person stood proudly in the sea of flames, staring at Fang Yuan with his triangular eyes. So you are a survivor of Bo Clan, die. Just as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, dark red flames surged towards Fang Yuan like a huge wave. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. At the crucial moment, he activated the time path Immortal Goo in his Immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Fang Yuan died in battle. The dream realm exploration failed. Fang Yuan dragged his heavily injured soul back to his body. The dream this time was really a bit of a trap. It attacked without warning. Fang Yuan had no chance to react. And other than Time Cutting Edge, I can only use Time Path Immortal Goo. I don't know any other killer moves. Fang Yuan was very vexed. These Time Path Immortal Goo were all rank 6, how could they face the rank 7 Goo Immortal Li Xen alone? And his dark red flames were clearly a rank 7 killer move. It seems that I can only use Time Cutting Edge to fight him. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. If this was a real battle, Fang Yuan would play safe. But this dream realm was different. It was different from reality. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. Dark red flames surged towards him. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He activated the immortal killer move Time Cutting Edge. A thin flying dagger materialized in an instant. The flying dagger shot out with a flash of light. What kind of killer move is this? Li Xian's face was filled with shock before he fell to the ground. The dark red flames swept towards him and burned him to ashes in an instant. Fang Yuan was also shocked. This killer move is amazing. To be able to kill a rank 7 so easily, and this Li Xian's entire body was protected. Even in the dream realm, such a feat. I'm afraid it is not bad in reality. Once Li Xian died, the dream realm dissipated. Chapter 1611. The dream realm finally reached the 4th stage. I have already killed Li Xian, Fang Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Fang Yuan, nodding slightly. It seems you have already trained Time Cutting Edge to a high level. But you have only cultivated the rank 6 Time Cutting Edge. Next, I will teach you the rank 7 killer move Time Cutting Edge. Listen carefully. Fang Yuan immediately calmed down and memorized it. Rank 7 killer moves were several times more complex and varied than the previous rank 6 killer moves. Just listening to these steps, Fang Yuan's head was aching. This was the most complicated killer move he had ever seen. It was second to none. After the old man finished teaching, before leaving, he said to Fang Yuan, "Come and find me after you master this rank 7 killer move." Only Fang Yuan was left in the dream realm. It seems that the 4th stage of the dream realm still requires me to practice a killer move. Fang Yuan understood. Understanding this point, he buried himself in hard work, diligently practicing in the dream world. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult, Fang Yuan was very patient. His personality had already been forged into a piece of black steel by his previous life and this life. He was determined and stubborn. These small setbacks would not make him feel discouraged. He would not give up. Just as Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm and practicing his killer move, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Goo, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a while, he opened his eyes and muttered, "The formation's initial deduction is complete, next is Time Cutting Edge." Speaking of which, it was quite strange. This Time Cutting Edge killer move had extraordinary power, but why was there no record of it in Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this time path dream realm originated from Spectral Soul. Logically speaking, Spectral Soul's true inheritance should contain the killer move Time Cutting Edge. But the truth was, there was no such information in Spectral Soul's true inheritance that Fang Yuan inherited. You still haven't figured out Fang Yuan's location? The Xia clan's first supreme elder's face was gloomy. In front of him, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Their expressions were unsightly. Because Fang Yuan had previously destroyed the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and snatched away all the dream realms, Southern Border's righteous path had joined hands and each of them sent out people to form a team dedicated to hunting down Fang Yuan. The leader of this team was the Xia clan's Grand Supreme Elder, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's hair was white, and her face was covered in layers of wrinkles. Although she was an old woman, her bearing was graceful, and she exuded an imposing aura. Her gaze swept over the crowd, intimidating everyone present. The southern border immortals all lowered their heads. Who among these people did not want to find Fang Yuan's whereabouts? But Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move protecting him. Even the current Celestial Court's Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to him. Not to mention these hastily formed Southern Border Gu immortals. Of course, Southern Border's Righteous Path's foundation was very deep. They could not be underestimated. These people did not have the ability to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. They only needed a bit more clues, like Fang Yuan appearing again and attacking a certain resource point. As long as there were enough clues, with these people's various methods and cooperation, there was a high chance that they could break Yama Emperor's killer move. Yama Emperor's killer move might be strong, but it was always the same. If it was constantly deduced, it would be broken. Xianxia knew this, but that damned scoundrel Fang Yuan, after robbing Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he has not appeared again. Xianxia felt some pressure internally. As long as Fang Yuan was not killed as the leader, her prestige would continue to fall. In serious cases, the entire Xia clan would be affected. This demon Fang Yuan is holed up. He is definitely exploring the dream realms to reap benefits. We need to find him quickly and get rid of him, otherwise, as time passes, his strength will rise rapidly again. Xianxia said gloomily, "Everyone, if you have any trump cards, use them. Xianxia, will personally compensate you." The southern border immortals looked at each other. No one moved. Xianxia became more and more disappointed in her heart. She glanced around and looked at one of them. "I wonder what method fellow immortal Lu Hao has?" Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He was tall and wore a green robe. He had a goatee and yellow skin. He was the representative of Wu clan. Because of the chaos earlier, Wu clan had sacrificed many Gu immortals. Thus they had been recruiting external Gu immortals to become external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But in fact his true identity was a central continent Gu immortal. He was secretly sent by Fairy Myrtle. Under Wu Yong's arrangement, he was placed in Southern Border's Righteous Path as an insider. Xianxia was familiar with the other Gu immortals, but she did not know much about Lu Hao. On the surface, Lu Hao was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He was not famous. Lu Hao reacted and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I am ashamed. I am powerless in this matter. The main thing is that we have too few clues, especially the crucial clues that are closely related to Fang Yuan. In my opinion, it is not that we are lacking in ability, it is just that even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice." That's right. Fellow immortal Lu Hao is right. Lu Hao's words immediately resonated with the people around him. Xianxia was completely disappointed. She did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu clan and Fang Yuan had enmity. What should we do now? Do we just wait like this? If that scoundrel Fang Yuan does not show up, are we going to do nothing and wait for him to show up? Xianxia thought of this and felt a headache. But right at this time, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded in the immortals' ears. "I can help in this matter." "Who is it?" The immortals were shocked. Even Xianxia stood up, her eyes shining with bright light as she stared at the newcomer. An unfamiliar Gu immortal with a stocky build and wearing a conical hat had somehow sneaked into the immortal formation. If not for his voice, the southern border immortals would not have sensed him. "Who are you?" The southern border immortals were on high alert. The atmosphere was extremely tense. "Wait, you are?" Tai clan's representative's expression suddenly changed as he stopped the immortals. "That's right, I am Lu Wei-yin." The newcomer smiled lightly. "Dream Realm." The old man nodded with a gratified expression, but his tone carried a trace of shock. "You actually learned the rank 7 time cutting edge." Fang Yuan's expression was plain as he cupped his fists. "I did not fail you." The old man nodded. "It seems that you are quite talented in this move. Very good. Our clan's revenge plan finally has a trace of hope. However, I still have a few things to warn you. Please advise me." First, the old man raised his right index finger. "Rank 6 time cutting edge can kill rank 7 Gu immortals, but rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 is too huge. So even if you learn time cutting edge, don't go looking for enemies. You are only rank 6 now. If you go looking for them, you will be courting death. Second, the old man raised his right middle finger. Your cultivation level is only rank 6, it is very difficult for you to use rank 7 time cutting edge. Your focus from now on is to raise your cultivation level to rank 7 or even rank 8. When your cultivation level rises, you will be able to cultivate rank 8 time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you will have the ability to take revenge. Before that, you need to endure and endure. Chapter 1612. Southern Border. The sovereign immortal aperture had already landed. Its entrance was wide open, like a whale swallowing water. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi poured in. Swoosh swoosh. Heaven and earth chi surged wildly. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. There had never been such a blessed land that could absorb such a vast amount of heaven and earth chi at once. Fang Yuan's sovereign body floated near the entrance, looking at the vast amount of heaven and earth chi pouring in. Because the heaven and earth chi was too dense, it was like clouds and mist, it was moist. Absorb, absorb, absorb to your heart's content this time. Fang Yuan smiled. He understood the sovereign immortal aperture's hunger. City Well, Reverse Flow River, Luopa Valley, these 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth were unique in the world, but the burden on the blessed land was too great, the heaven and earth chi consumption was too intense. Thus, from time to time, Fang Yuan had to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. This is still before Dang Hun Mountain is repaired. Once it is repaired, the sovereign blessed land's demand for heaven and earth chi would be even higher. From this point of view, Dang Hun Mountain's destruction had some benefits to Fang Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was Fang Yuan's own sovereign blessed land. It was rich in resources, it was like a huge foundation, it could contain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth at the same time. If it were an ordinary blessed land, it would be very difficult to contain 2 secluded domains at the same time. Placing the immortal aperture and opening the immortal aperture's entrance had many drawbacks to Fang Yuan. At this moment, because of the connection between the inside and the outside world and the absorption of heaven and earth chi, Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Providence would discover it immediately. If other Gu immortals tried to deduce him now, Fang Yuan would have a much higher difficulty in defending himself against deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan had been trying to purchase immortal materials and convert them into heaven and earth chi to replenish himself. But recently, because he had been focusing on repairing Dang Hun Mountain, his funds were decreasing, he was running out of money. Thus, he took a risk and placed his aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world. The sovereign immortal aperture was a huge eater. It could absorb tens or even hundreds of times more heaven and earth chi than ordinary blessed lands. The sovereign immortal aperture was full, but heaven and earth chi continued to pour in endlessly. This phenomenon didn't surprise Fang Yuan, because he knew that it was different this time, because it was the day of his tribulation. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fang Yuan faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Ever since Fang Yuan used time path methods to adjust the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to the maximum, the calamities and tribulations he faced were much more frequent than before. This was an earthly calamity. Be it the earthly calamity or the heavenly tribulation, neither posed any challenge to Fang Yuan, especially when he had the immortal killer move exposing heavenly secret. This move used heavenly secret immortal Gu as the core, with other Gu worms as support. It allowed Fang Yuan to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations after a certain period of time. Thus, before this earthly calamity had truly taken shape, Fang Yuan already had a thorough understanding of it. As expected, the following calamities and tribulations progressed according to Fang Yuan's deductions. Earth chi swirled endlessly, forming a yellow-brown vortex below Fang Yuan's feet. Heaven and earth chi continued to rumble and rumble, green lightning continued to flicker. Howl, howl, howl. A series of ear-piercing noises seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums as one enormous, sinister-looking statue after another slowly rose from the center of the yellow-brown earth chi vortex. These statues were all 10 meters tall, their bodies were thick and muscular, their fangs were protruding from their lips. Suddenly, they opened their bloodshot eyes, purple bat wings spread out on their backs, they flew up and attacked Fang Yuan. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statues. Fang Yuan floated in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the incoming statues with an indifferent expression. He was calm, the enemies were fierce, but at this crucial moment he raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, blue lightning abruptly split apart the thick layer of clouds. Giant statues that looked extremely similar to the Yellow Spring's demon martial statues made their appearance. The Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues bared their fangs and claws, but these statues were lined up neatly like an army. All of them had solemn expressions, they also had muscular bodies and a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, recognizing the second type of statue. At this time, the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statue had already reached Fang Yuan. It waved its claws and opened its bloody mouth, trying to bite and strangle Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not move. A faint ripple appeared on the surface of his body. It was the famous Immortal killer move created by Fang Yuan, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Be it the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statue or the Green Lightning Divine martial statue's attacks, they were all reflected and injured. In contrast, Fang Yuan was unharmed, he was undefeatable. Let's disperse. Fang Yuan waved his hand, Immortal killer move Myriad Dragon burst out. Silver scales were like the sea, myriad dragons flew in an endless stream. Even though there were many Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues and Green Lightning Divine martial statues, they were produced along with the heaven and earth chi. How could they compare to Fang Yuan's myriad dragon? At the start, they resisted for a while. But soon, they were engulfed by the myriad dragon army, their numbers were greatly reduced. Until the lump of heaven and earth chi was destroyed by the myriad dragon army. Providence was unwilling, it wanted to reform, but it was destroyed by the ferocious myriad dragon army at the next moment. A moment later, the calamity passed, the Immortal aperture's entrance closed, the sovereign Immortal aperture regained its peace and tranquility. Fang Yuan nodded to himself, summarizing his gains and losses. This earthly calamity was originally just the Yellow Spring Ghost martial statues. But I did not undergo the earthly calamity earlier, I purposely used the Immortal killer move Endless Trouble to delay it. Immortal killer move Endless Trouble was part of He Fan's true inheritance. It could move one calamity to the next, causing two tribulations to erupt at the same time. The disadvantage was that this method was a shortcut. It would incur the wrath of heaven. The calamities and tribulations would be much more powerful than the sum of the two calamities. Providence had ulterior motives. To suppress Fang Yuan's cultivation level, it purposely lowered the power of each calamity and tribulation, causing Fang Yuan to gain very few Dao marks from each tribulation. In this situation, the weakness of the killer move Endless Future Troubles was instead Fang Yuan's advantage. Thus, Fang Yuan used this killer move to stack two calamities and pass them together, increasing his Dao marks. Providence was helpless against it. Yellow Spring Ghost martial statue is an earthly calamity, while Green Lightning Divine martial statue is already at heavenly tribulation level. This time I gained a lot of Dao marks. Fang Yuan inspected, his soul path and transformation path Dao marks had increased. These were useful to Fang Yuan. Of course, what Fang Yuan needed the most now was time path. The sovereign Immortal aperture was huge. Fang Yuan purposely chose an empty area to undergo tribulation. Thus, even if Providence wanted to destroy any resources, it would not have a target. Even though the calamities and tribulations were past, Fang Yuan's body was still here. He activated Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move, only stopping after confirming that the remaining Providence beings here were exterminated. When Fang Yuan's main body underwent tribulation, his time path clone was in front of Wisdom Gu, deducing Immortal killer moves. Earlier, Fang Yuan had successfully explored the dream realm, his time path attainment level rose rapidly, all the way to Grandmaster attainment level. With this attainment level, deducing time path killer moves became even easier. Actually, Fang Yuan himself had countless time path killer moves. Spectral Soul's True Inheritance had the most records, followed by He Fan's True Inheritance. All of Lang Yasek's time path Immortal Gu recipes, in theory, could be deduced by Fang Yuan, who was at quasi-supreme refinement path, into corresponding immortal killer moves. But for Fang Yuan, He Fan's True Inheritance was the most important reference. Because most of the time path Immortal Gu he had were from He Fan's True Inheritance. For example, rank 8 years flow like water Immortal Gu, rank 7 year Gu and after Gu. The remaining time path Immortal Gu were all rank 6. Most of them were left behind after Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was destroyed, as well as Fang Yuan's unexpected harvest of Day Gu. The main task of the time path clone was to use He Fan's True Inheritance as the main reference, using other immortal killer moves and time path Immortal Gu recipes to deduce and modify time path methods that were suitable for Fang Yuan. Even though it had not been long, the time path clone's work was very fruitful. Currently, Fang Yuan already had an entire set of time path methods, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. He only needed to practice them for a while to grasp them all. But this is not enough. The time path clone slowly opened his eyes, sighing. The light of wisdom faded away, wisdom Gu flew away leisurely. The time path clone came to an empty area and started to test the killer move. Immortal killer move, Time Cutting Edge. A flying blade tore through the sky, vanishing in an instant. Its speed was terrifying. The time path clone, however, had blood flowing out of his mouth. He shook his head in disappointment. The time path methods that I deduced are only rank 7, they are normal methods. And to enter the river of time to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance and face the obstruction of the Celestial Court, I need rank 8 time path methods. In He Fan's True Inheritance, there was a rank 8 defensive killer move that used years flow like water Immortal Gu as the core. But there was no corresponding offensive killer move. For He Fan, he had obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water in his later years. In this limited time, it was not easy to create a rank 8 defensive killer move. He had rank 8 Dao marks, rank 7 offensive killer moves were extremely powerful in his hands. Of course, most importantly, there was only 1 year's flow like water, it could only be used for defense, it could not be used for offense. Defense was often more important than offense, especially for Righteous Path Gu Immortals. As for this Time Cutting Edge, it is not ordinary. Even though rank 7 Time Cutting Edge cannot kill rank 8s, it can injure them. Unfortunately, after I modified it, its power is far inferior to the original, there is even a heavy backlash. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Like the myriad self-immortal Gu recipe that he designed earlier, because of his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, there was almost no way to modify it. Any small modification would have more disadvantages than advantages, causing the new version to be far inferior to the original. Fang Yuan's modification of Time Cutting Edge was the same. It seems that this complete Time Cutting Edge is likely a rank 9 killer move. Like the immortal killer move Orderly Well that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created, it was also rank 9 and could not be modified. What Fang Yuan obtained from the Dream Realm was rank 6 or 7 Time Cutting Edge. It was an incomplete version of rank 9, but it could not be modified. After forcefully modifying it, there were many disadvantages that far surpassed the original. Furthermore, according to Fang Yuan's deductions, this Time Cutting Edge's forgetting flaw was not simple. It was not as superficial as the old man in the Dream Realm said. Forgetting was not just the user, but everything related to it would be forgotten. Any records regarding this move, be it a person's memories, information path Gu worms, or carved on stone slabs, as long as this move was used continuously, these records would be gradually erased from the river of time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable should have had Time Cutting Edge back then, but after using it so many times, all the records regarding Time Cutting Edge were erased and gradually forgotten. Thus, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance did not record it. Of course, there is also a possibility that Spectral Soul's true inheritance is not complete. Shadow Sect still kept a portion of it and did not impart it to me. But this possibility is very small. No matter what is said, there is one thing that I can conclude, and that is that the time-piercing edge is truly a marvelous technique. If I can truly grasp it, my chances of entering the river of time will increase by 20%. A day later. This is the place. Lu Wei-yin half knelt on the ground with his palm on the ground, sensing the subtle difference in the earth chi here. Next, several figures descended from the sky, landing behind Lu Wei-yin. The old woman in the lead was a rank 8-time path great expert, Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xiaxia. Fang Yuan is here. He placed his aperture and opened it, absorbing heaven and earth chi. Moreover, he underwent another tribulation. Lu Wei-yin said with certainty. Xiaxia's eyes shined with bright light. Lu Wei-yin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. His earth path methods were so proficient. The Gu immortals behind her started to discuss. With Lord Lu Wei-yin here, we will be able to capture Fang Yuan soon. Fang Yuan has several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The burden on his heaven and earth chi is huge. With such clues, we can definitely find him. But don't you find it strange? He clearly has fixed immortal travel. Why is he staying in our southern border? Why doesn't he go to Eastern Sea or Western Desert? Aren't those places safer? He is already hated by everyone. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate him. No place is safe. This demon has ulterior motives. He is probably staying in southern border to plunder our resources, especially that dream realm of Etian Mountain. We need to guard against him. We need to kill this demon before we can truly be at ease. Chapter 1613. In jewel yellow skies, the higher the value of the goods, the brighter and brighter the treasure light they emitted. In this stall, the treasure light was always in a bright state. Compared to the surrounding stalls, it was like a bonfire beside a large number of torches. Southern border Gu Immortal Tai Chu Zhong's divine sense was circling around this stall. I want to buy 3,000 copper dragonfish. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chu Zhong continued, and 200 silver dragonfish. The transaction was quickly completed. Tai Chu Zhong paid a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. When he retracted his divine sense, his main body was still flying in the sky of southern border. His vision was filled with clouds and mist. Tai Chu Zhong's worries were mostly gone. With these dragonfish, my rank 7 edge Gu's feeding problem is temporarily resolved. But dragonfish can only be a temporary replacement. If I really want to be self-sufficient, I need to create a white steel extract resource point in my immortal aperture. White steel was a rank 6 immortal material. It was one of the essence of the earth vein. White steel extract was a rank 7 immortal material. Only a large number of white steel cores could produce a small bowl of white steel extract. Tai Chu Zhong wanted to create a resource point that could produce white steel extract. It was a huge project with a long way to go. But if he did not solve the problem at its root, buying dragonfish to feed rank 7 edge Gu again and again would cost a lot in the long run. It was not worth it. Gu Immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Logistics were often even more important. Thinking of white steel extract, Tai Chu Zhong looked to his right. A few hundred steps away, there was a Gu Immortal traveling with him. Shang Hu Zhang. Tai Chu Zhong transmitted. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal immediately replied with a nervous expression. Tai Clan friend, have you found traces of that old demon Fang Yuan? It turned out that Tai Chu Zhong and Shang Hu Zhang, these two rank 7 Gu Immortals, were sent by Southern Border's Righteous Path forces to capture Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Wei-yin's participation, the group chasing after Fang Yuan had been following behind Fang Yuan. They would occasionally obtain the latest traces of Fang Yuan. This time, the Immortals rushed to the southeastern part of Southern Border. Under Lu Wei-yin's suggestion, rank 8-time path Gu Immortal Xiaxia ordered the Gu Immortals to work together and search for new clues. Shang Hu Zhang and Tai Chu Zhong were one of them. Tai Chu Zhong smiled. Shang Clan friend, don't be nervous, I just want to ask about the white steel liquid. Shang Hu Zhang got the gist of it and relaxed slightly, smiling. So you wanted to build a white steel liquid resource point to feed Blade Goo. This was not difficult, Shang clan could indeed do it. But the price? The two of them haggled for a while. The merchant's final offer was not low, but Tai Chu Zhong had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and accepted the price. Shang Huzhang's smile widened and he praised, "Fellow immortal of the district, your decision to build a resource point is a wise one. Although the investment is huge in the long run, it is much more practical. Just like this time, I purchased the arowana to replace a portion of the white steel juice. In the long run, the expenditure will be huge." Tai Chu Zhong sighed. Shang Huzhang's gaze suddenly shone. "Arowana? To tell you the truth, my Shang clan also has a stall selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. There are not only ordinary arowana, but also copper arowana. Oh my, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have given you some benefits." Tai Chu Zhong chuckled. "So Shang clan also sells arowana? We, Shang clan, are interested in any business." Friend Tai Chu Zhong should know about this arowana business. The biggest arowana business owner is that Fang Yuan. We cannot let this demon benefit from our arowana business. Come, I will introduce this stall to you. It is definitely one of us. If you trade with others, there is a risk of funding the enemy. Shang Huzhang was very enthusiastic. Tai Chu Zhong could only thank him, trying his best to brush him off, but he did not care. Even if Shang clan offered discounts, the price of the arowana was still on the high side. And on this stall, there was only copper arowana, there was no silver arowana. Fang Yuan killed Qin Bai He and Yu Chan, obtaining the position of the biggest arowana business owner. At this point, Fairy Myrtle knew. Earlier, she had exposed information about Fang Yuan in jewel yellow skies. Other than Great Thief Ghost Hand and others, she also exposed the arowana business. Thus, all the Gu immortals in the world knew that Fang Yuan was selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. It was extremely popular, it was the biggest business in the world. Thus, naturally, Fang Yuan gained the jealousy of a bunch of other Gu immortals. The impact was unavoidable, but the arowana business suffered a pitiful impact. Copper arowana had already been replicated, but the production cost was much higher than Fang Yuan's. This way, other sources of copper arowana had higher prices than Fang Yuan's. They could not compete with Fang Yuan. Other than that, silver arowana was almost unique to Fang Yuan. Currently, Gu immortals interested in the arowana business could not replicate it. This was Fang Yuan's huge advantage. With these two factors, Fang Yuan's position as the number one in the arowana business was unshakable. Of course, Fang Yuan could not use only one identity to sell arowana. He had many stalls and created the illusion that many Gu immortals were replicating silver arowana, selling them wantonly and earning immortal yuan stone after immortal yuan stone. Even so, the immortal yuan stone that I have is decreasing. Fang Yuan sighed. Repairing Dang Hun Mountain expended a lot of Fang Yuan's immortal essence, and immortal essence was mainly absorbed by immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence. His immortal apertures production could not keep up. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that with his full effort, Dang Hun Mountain had already been repaired to 60%. The Soul Path Dao marks went through a qualitative change. They could produce Guts Gu now. But the production of Guts Gu was very low. It was terrible. Fang Yuan needed to continue repairing Dang Hun Mountain. The arowana business has too many benefits. Not to mention the increasing number of forces and Gu immortals interfering, just the Celestial Court alone will definitely attack me. But currently, silver arowana is hard to replicate, and their production methods for ordinary arowana, iron arowana, and copper arowana are not as good as mine. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage would become weaker. Especially when the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul, if they soul-searched him and found the corresponding food path inheritance, Fang Yuan's arowana business would face the greatest challenge. Fang Yuan knew that he needed to find a new source of income. The arowana business could not be looked forward to. Guts Gu had already been exposed, even if it was unique. Because of the Green Ghost Desert project, Fang Yuan lacked a large number of souls. Guts Gu's production would not be high. Even though Fang Yuan had already made preparations, like the snow monsters and the spirit snakes, these projects were not outstanding. Especially when Fang Yuan wanted to refine time path Immortal Goo. The killer move time cutting edge needed a specific time path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, the original time cutting edge had great offensive power, it could be developed further. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on it. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, Southern Border Goo Immortals appeared around him, surrounding him tightly. The old woman at the front was rank 8 time path Goo Immortal Xiaxia. She looked at Fang Yuan and smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you are finally in my hands. Lord Lu Wei Yin's move is truly extraordinary. We managed to find this demon. Shang Huzhang laughed loudly. Kill this demon, we will be rid of all future threats. Tai Chuzhong's voice was filled with killing intent. The Celestial Court spy, Lu Hao, had a grim expression. Fixed space Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture was ready to attack. This goo countered fixed immortal travel. It could not be used within a certain range. Lu Wei Yin was silent. He was wearing a conical hat. Nobody could see his current expression. Fang Yuan, however, laughed. You guys are a bit slow, but you are here in the end. My plan was not in vain. The Southern Border Immortals were originally very aggressive, but after hearing this, the atmosphere changed. Xiaxia squinted as a dark light flickered in her eyes. Scoundrel, you are about to die. You still want to trick me? That's right, he is definitely bluffing. We had Lady Xiaxia personally take action to conceal our tracks, someone shouted. Fang Yuan smiled. Of course I did not sense your traces, but I can sense your deductions. Why do you think I purposely stayed in Southern Border and left behind clues so that you could deduce me? Chapter 16:14. The surrounding space was sealed, heaven and earth merged into one, forming a blue sky. The Southern Border Immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap. Someone shouted. Many people began to panic. Lu Wei Yin was silent. Xiaxia's gaze became colder as she stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's smile vanished. His expression turned indifferent. He was like a high and mighty god looking down at these Southern Border Goo Immortals. Back then, when Huan, one of Eastern Sea's 3 wisdom path geniuses, deduced him, Fang Yuan used the chance to reverse the deductions and found out Huan's identity. And now, when these Southern Border Goo Immortals deduced and chased after him, they exposed themselves to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. How could he be easily schemed against by them? He used himself as bait to lure these Goo Immortals into an ambush. Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers. What can a mere Fang Yuan do? That's right. We have Lady Xiaxia and Lord Lu Wei Yin. We are not afraid of his immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield does not seem to be Yama battlefield. Of course it is. Traitor Fang's Yama battlefield has already been deciphered by Central Continent's Celestial Court. The video is being displayed in jewel yellow skies. How could he use this method? The Southern Border Immortals were elites. They quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Wei Yin spoke. This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super formation. A time path formation. Xiaxia added. You two are very perceptive. Fang Yuan smiled, admitting frankly. Fang Yuan's strongest immortal battlefield killer moves were Purple Dawn Break Life and Yama Battlefield. The former killed Qin Bai He and Yu Chan, while the latter trapped Feng Jioge, forcing him into a desperate situation. But these two were rank 7, they could not restrain rank 8 Goo Immortal Xiaxia, and Lu Wei Yin also had rank 8 cultivation level. Thus, Fang Yuan chose the immortal formation. There was a difference between an immortal formation and an immortal battlefield. The Goo worms used to activate an immortal battlefield were usually on the Goo Immortals. An immortal battlefield was mainly a sealed environment, and the Goo worms of the immortal formation were left outside. Most immortal formations protected the inside and outside, but Fang Yuan's time path formation restricted the inner space of the formation, forming a formation to kill. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions suddenly rang out, and it was continuous. Since it is an immortal formation, let's find the formation cores and destroy them one by one to break this formation. Some Gu immortals were impatient. They started to bombard the surroundings to probe this formation. At the next moment they found something amiss. The dazzling killer moves were extinguished one by one. The effects were not good. Tai Chu Zhong's expression changed, and he loudly warned, "Everyone, be careful, this formation has already been activated." As expected of a time path method, it accelerates our killer moves, causing them to reach their time limit and self-destruct. Lu Hao said eerily. The southern border Gu immortals attacks and attacked, the killer moves. And Gu Chai clan's Gu immortals puffed up their cheeks as they breathed out orange flames. The flames continued to burn, even though there was nothing, they continued to spread. Qiao clan's Gu immortals put their palms together, large amounts of frost quickly condensed and spread in all directions. These methods were continuous attacks, they did not have a time limit. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he watched these southern border Gu immortals attack. He did not move. At the next moment, the time path formation buzzed, be it fire, frost, or other attacks. They all became extremely slow. The southern border Gu immortals' hearts sank. This immortal formation is so flexible, someone must be controlling it. Who else can it be? It must be the remnant forces of Shadow Sect. The immortals conversed. Just like they expected, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and Ying Wu Xie were each in charge of a formation core, controlling this time path formation to attack the southern border immortals. Earlier, during the Battle of Langya, they did not have the qualifications to fight. Fang Yuan hid them away. Now they were using all their strength to deal with these southern border pursuers. The southern border immortals fought with Ying Wu Xie and the rest, while Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and Xia Cha did not move. The surrounding Gu immortals subconsciously made space for the three of them. Fang Yuan's attention was also focused on these two rank 8 Gu immortals. He was very clear that these two were not moving. Once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Even though Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha did not make a move, they had already started to investigate Fang Yuan's immortal formation. Lu Weiyin frowned slightly. He cultivated Earth Path. Even though he could comprehend other things, this time path formation was too profound. It was not something an outsider like him could easily understand. Xia Cha was a time path great grandmaster. She could naturally investigate more than Lu Weiyin. However, Fang Yuan's time path formation did not just contain time path, it also contained formation path. In terms of formation path, Xia Cha's attainment level was extremely ordinary. If Fang Yuan used a time path killer move, Xia Cha might be able to easily detect it, but the time path formation was separated by a layer. Xia Cha still had many obstacles to overcome. Sect leader, it is time. At this time, Ying Wu Xie suddenly transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, replying, "Then let them in." Saying so, his figure gradually faded, forcefully vanishing from Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha's sight. Howl. The moment he vanished, beast roars could be heard. Howl howl. Howl howl. Gua gua. Kakaka. Next, a series of wild beast cries and roars could be heard. A giant whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Bush, bush. Countless year beasts surged in like a raging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers. They were of all shapes and sizes. They were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. In the formation space, other than the year beasts, there were the southern border immortals. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu immortals, baring their fangs as they charged. Kill them. Xia Cha ordered coldly. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals turned around and fought with these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves. Countless flying blades shot out in all directions. Wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. It seems that there is a tributary of the river of time here. Fang Yuan is using the same method. This formation is very similar to the one he used to fight against Feng Jiuge. Lu Hao thought to himself. Fang Yuan had once used the flood discharge formation to send Feng Jiuge into the river of time. But this time, Three formations were combined into one year's flow execution formation. Firstly, Shadow Sect used the dense time path natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation. This formation concealed the existence of the tributary of the River of Time. Because of this formation, the southern border immortals did not notice it. Secondly, the flood discharge formation could connect to the tributary of the River of Time. And finally, the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Fang Yuan used the rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water to set up this formation, attracting a vast number of year beasts from the River of Time into the formation to fight against the southern border immortals. Originally, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do this. But after his time path attainment level reached Grandmaster, he made up for his final shortcoming. Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in both formation path and time path, with Heifan's true inheritance and Spectral Soul's true inheritance as his foundation, and the help of the Light of Wisdom, he deduced this super immortal formation and created such a huge formation naturally. Ba Clan's Gu Immortal roared, his body expanded like a giant. He pulled forcefully, blood splattered as an ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts. Chai Clan's Gu Immortal was bathed in a sea of fire. He was like a divine general. Tai Chu Zhong was silent. His palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts in half easily like cutting tofu. Demon Fang Yuan, we need to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Shang Huzhang laughed loudly, activating his wood path killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. These desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts, even though they had wild mortal goo, they did not have immortal goo. They were at a disadvantage against these southern border goo immortals. They were being slaughtered. And these southern border goo immortals were sent to chase after Fang Yuan. They were naturally outstanding members of their clans. They had rank 7 cultivation level at the very least. They were extraordinary. Thus, it was not surprising that this result occurred. Fang Yuan still had an indifferent expression. He had a faint smile on his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This situation was already within his calculations, and the battle had only just begun. Roar, roar, roar. One after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. The southern border Gu immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. The southern border Gu immortals transmitted. They could see the crux of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Wei-yin and Xiaxia. Cluck, cluck, cluck. At this time, the whirlpool suddenly expanded by several times. A huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. The immemorial year revolution level year beasts were finally attracted over. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. Lu Wei-yin was about to make a move, but Tai Chu Zhong stood up. Let us do it. The two of you should focus on breaking this formation. That is the wisest choice. Tai Chu Zhong and several southern border rank 7 Gu immortals worked together to face the immemorial year chicken. They were indeed top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals. When they worked together, they could actually resist the immemorial year chicken. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, bright light flashed in Xiaqia's eyes. She pointed with her finger and activated a rank 8 killer move. Profound white light burst out. With a loud sound, the formation shook intensely 3 times before stabilizing. The southern border immortals were overjoyed. There was indeed a formation core. Xiaxia destroyed it without letting them down. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, muttering, "Next is the profundity of this formation." At the place where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door formed. Large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The immortals' expressions changed. With a tiger's roar, the wind and clouds changed. The immemorial year tiger jumped in, joining the battle. Chapter 1615. The southern border immortals' morale soared. While Shadow Sect's members' eyelids twitched, their expressions turned grim. Lu Wei-yin was worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He easily captured a ferocious immemorial year tiger with one attack. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. Hiss hiss hiss, an immemorial year snake dragged its long and thick snake body, hissing as it came out of the spiral door, entering the battlefield. A third immemorial year beast. This time, be it Lu Wei-yin or Xianxia, their expressions changed. Because they sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this immemorial year snake. This immemorial year snake was far more dangerous than the other two immemorial year beasts. But most importantly, at this rate, it would not be strange if a fourth or fifth immemorial year beast appeared. What formation is this? Xiao Clan's Goo Immortal shouted, feeling immense pressure. The other rank 7 Goo Immortals had heavy hearts. They were no longer as spirited as before. Let me. At the crucial moment, Lu Wei-yin stepped forward again, facing the immemorial year snake. But this time, he was much more vigilant. Before he found out what immortal goo the immemorial year snake had, he would not take the risk. Kill! The southern border Goo Immortals roared with surging killing intent. The year beasts roared and bared their fangs. The southern border Goo Immortals created a bloodbath. The year beasts suffered heavy casualties, but the spiral door could not be destroyed. It continued to send year beasts in. The year beasts were endless. As the battle continued, the southern border Goo Immortals' conditions fell. Some of them started to get injured. There are too many year beasts. This formation must have been greatly modified. The number of year beasts it attracts far surpasses the scale of Feng Jioge's battle. Lu Hao was internally shocked. He had some deductions that came from Celestial Court, but he did not know how to submit them. After all, he was not a formation path or time path Goo Immortal. This damned formation, we need to destroy it to have a chance of victory. Actually, as long as the destruction reaches a certain level, we'll be able to send out information about this place, and a large number of righteous Dao Immortals will definitely come to reinforce us. The southern border Immortals also knew how to deal with it, but they did not have enough methods. This year's flow execution formation was meticulously deduced by Feng Yuan after his time path attainment level rose. How could it be so easy for the southern border Immortals to succeed? This time path formation is really mysterious. Xianxia frowned tightly. Ever since she broke through the first formation eye, she actually couldn't find a second formation eye in a short period of time. The grand formation is one with no flaws to speak of. My attainments in the array Dao are too little. Perhaps I should attack with my full strength once so that the array can't withstand it and create a flaw. Xiaqia's eyes were filled with killing intent. She was Xia Clan's first supreme elder, a time path great expert. She only had the pride of an expert in her heart. Now that she was schemed against by Feng Yuan and was restrained here, she gradually became impatient. Lu Wei-yin could tell what Xiaxia was thinking and quickly advised, Lady Xiaxia, do not fall for the demon scheme. Feng Yuan is ruthless and crafty, even the Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Shadow Sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage. Even though this immortal goo house was destroyed, many immortal goo were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Feng Yuan's trap and be used by Feng Yuan. Graceful chaotic dual stage's signature method was to seal the opponent's killer move before activating it. Lu Wei-yin's advice was very wise. Even Feng Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Goo Immortal, his deduction was very accurate. This year's flow execution formation used up almost all of Feng Yuan's time path Immortal Goo. The Immortal Goo in Hei Fan's true inheritance acted as the core, and graceful chaotic dual stage's Immortal Goo also assisted it. Xiaxia listened to the advice and breathed in deeply. She snorted coldly and suddenly looked at the first immemorial year chicken that joined the battlefield. The immemorial year chicken was being attacked by a group of southern border Goo Immortals. These Goo Immortals were rank 7 experts. Their killer moves were powerful, but when they hit the immemorial year chicken, they had no effect. It was like scratching an itch. The immemorial year chicken had rank 8 battle strength. It had thick skin and flesh. The southern border Immortals could not do anything to it. But when Xiacha's gaze landed on the immemorial year chicken, this year chicken felt an intense threat. It raised its head and broke through the encirclement of the southern border immortals, directly pouncing at Xiacha. Vile beast! Xiacha laughed from extreme anger. Large numbers of goo worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. A pair of green scissors as large as an elephant flew towards the immemorial year chicken's neck and cut. The immemorial year chicken did not feel any pain. It endured this attack as if it was spring. Warm winds blew, sunlight shone brightly, and the fragrance of flowers and grass wafted into the air. After a moment of confusion, a deep wound appeared on the immemorial year chicken's neck. Large amounts of blood spurted out like a fountain. The immemorial year chicken's body shook. Its ferocious nature was aroused as it clucked. Its speed surged as it pounced towards Xiacha. Xiacha did not dodge. She was hit by the immemorial year chicken, but vanished like a bubble. Next, the green scissors flew towards the immemorial year chicken's head again, aiming at its neck and cutting at any opportunity. Xiacha vanished. The immemorial year chicken's attention was completely attracted by the green scissors. At once, the two fought with no regard for their own safety. This is Xiacha's spring scissors. It is truly powerful and extraordinarily sharp. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes. He had a clear view of the battlefield. Seeing this situation, his heart moved as the relevant information appeared in his mind. Xiacha had a killer move with a total of 4 moves. Spring scissors was only one of them. Undeniably, this was an offensive killer move at rank 8 level. It was extremely sharp. Even the immemorial year chicken, which had thick skin and flesh, could not resist the sharpness of the scissors. Fang Yuan was secretly envious. This was what he lacked the most at the moment. Spectral Soul's true inheritance indeed had a rank 8 time path killer move, but Fang Yuan lacked the corresponding rank 8 immortal goo. Even if he modified it and replaced it with rank 6 or 7 immortal goo, it could not reach rank 8. Fang Yuan had the only rank 8 time path immortal goo. Years flow like water. In Heifan's true inheritance, there were several killer moves that used it as the core. For example, Year Beast Summoning, Unlucky Year, and so on. Rank 8 Year Beast Summoning could summon immemorial year beasts to fight for Fang Yuan. And Unlucky Year used Years Flow like water as the core. It used Time Path to imitate Luck Path's effect. But neither of them was a killing move like Spring Scissors, which could be used directly to attack and produce immediate results. Thus, Fang Yuan could only turn his attention to Time Cutting Edge. Cluck cluck cluck. The immemorial year chicken did not have any wild immortal goo. It could not match Xiacha's spring scissors. It screamed miserably after getting cut all over its body. Xiacha had only used this move to heavily injure an immemorial year beast, displaying her extraordinary battle prowess. As expected of the current leader of Xia clan, the person with the most authority. With this strength, she is probably at the level of a member of the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Seeing that this immemorial year chicken was about to die miserably in Xiacha's hands, the formation suddenly moved. The immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. "Submit to me," Yi Futian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Fang Yuan attacked this extremely weakened immemorial year chicken, using a fierce and domineering enslavement path method. The immemorial year chicken had no choice but to lower its head and submit to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan took back the immemorial year chicken. He used the year beast to ambush the southern border pursuers, while also using the southern border pursuers to weaken the year beast and enslave it. This method had been used against the Celestial Court pursuers in Western Desert. It was an old method. But it did not matter, as long as it was effective. Seeing that he was about to obtain his reward, a dead immemorial year chicken that was filled with invaluable rank 8 immortal materials, to think that it would vanish just like that. Many southern border goo immortals cursed in anger. Xiacha's expression was grim, but she soon smiled. "You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts?" It turned out that Fang Yuan's formation was only transporting year beasts, so be it. Now that the immemorial year chicken was sent away, the formation had to operate differently. This made it convenient for Xiacha and allowed her to notice more subtle changes. Sure enough, not long after, She found the third formation core and destroyed it. But the southern border Immortal's cheers did not last long. This formation core turned into a whirlpool door again, another channel for year beasts to enter. Chapter 1616. More and more year beasts charged into the battlefield, fighting with the southern border Immortals. As time passed, the southern border Immortals' battle condition had unknowingly fallen by a large margin. These year beasts were killing them to the point of vomiting, but they could not kill enough. They continued to fight. The killer moves that they had prepared to deal with Fang Yuan and the cooperation between the Gu Immortals were all used on these foolish year beasts. They felt extremely helpless and tired. Year's flow execution formation was a combination of 3 formations, and the tributary of the river of time here was huge. With Fang Yuan and the rest controlling it, it had immense power. These pursuers suffered greatly. After a while, even Lu Wei-yin started to pant. Not only was he fighting against 2 immemorial year beasts alone, he was also secretly supporting those rank 7 Gu Immortals. After 1 immemorial year beast was defeated, it was taken away by Fang Yuan and enslaved behind the scenes. Soon after, another archaic year beast would be attracted and enter the battlefield. Lu Wei-yin and Xiacha's shoulders were constantly under immense pressure. The battle was very intense. However, the southern border Immortals also made some progress. After that, Xiacha found 2 more formation cores and destroyed them. These 2 formation cores were destroyed, but they did not turn into whirlpool doors again. Right now, Year's flow execution formation could only have 3 whirlpool doors at most. This was its upper limit. This intense battle lasted for an entire day. Fang Yuan gained 7 immemorial year beasts, while 9 of the formation cores were destroyed by Xiacha. The entire Year's flow execution formation was already shaking. It was not as stable as before. It's time. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He finally made a move. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A sinister hand flew out of the mouth of an ancient year beast, stirring up a cold wind. Tai Chu Zhong was caught off guard. He was grabbed by this hand and lost an immortal Gu. My rank 7 edge Gu. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The killer move had a backlash. He was heavily injured. What made his heart bleed even more was that rank 7 edge Gu was taken by Fang Yuan. It was a huge loss. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed edge Gu. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. This edge Gu was what he needed now. It was one of the core immortal Gu of time cutting edge. Tai clan friend, hold on, I will save you. Shang Hu Zhang and the rest saw that Tai Chu Zhong was attacked. They quickly fought their way out and rushed to reinforce him. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes as he snickered coldly. He did not kill Tai Chu Zhong. He was surrounded by reinforcements. Oh no! Oh no, this is an ambush. We were tricked. The southern border Gu Immortals who came to help were attacked. Great Thief Ghost Hand succeeded in stealing several immortal Gu. Everyone be careful. Some of these year beasts are enslaved by Fang Yuan. They are very dangerous. Shang had no time to feel about his immortal Gu, immortal Gu of Immortals. If southern Immortals, his border Immortals, he would Gu of, southern border of Qin, Su, sect, Gu of being. But now, they were so tired that they wanted to die. Their battle strength had declined greatly, and their concentration had also fallen to the bottom. Thus, Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand had a chance to show off. The Great Thief Ghost Hand was very well hidden, and Fang Yuan had used some tricks to hide them in the ancient year beasts' mouths. The southern border Immortals were all shocked by this move. They all increased their attacks and were on full alert. Any year beast that wanted to get close to them would be killed in advance. For a moment, the southern border side once again gained the upper hand. Fang Yuan remained calm and composed, no longer attacking. Soon, the attacks of the southern border Gu Immortals slowed down. They had fought for too long. They could not maintain such fierce attacks for long. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and started to attack again. Southern borders Gu Immortals fell one after another, and soon, several immortal Gu were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could only release one Great Thief Ghost Hand at a time, but in the year's flow execution formation, He could borrow the power of the formation to release 3 at the same time. It was not like an immortal battlefield like Zeech and Broken Life, where Great Thief Ghost Hand would be suppressed by the battlefield environment. This formation space had no other Dao marks. Even though Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be amplified, it could at least display the most basic strength. That killer move, Unlucky Year, had already been activated along with the year's flow execution formation. Under the suppression of Fang Yuan's luck, the immortal Gu stolen by these southern border Gu immortals were either the cores of their killer moves or what Fang Yuan needed. In this round of theft, several southern border Gu immortals suffered heavy injuries from the backlash of failing to activate their killer moves. But what made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that Wang Lin and Xiacha's defenses were still impenetrable. 2 Great Thief Ghost Hands had just appeared when they were suppressed and destroyed by them. Moreover, the 2 still had the strength to save the other rank 7 Gu immortals. Especially Wang Lin, even though he did not have any offensive methods, he protected his rank 7 companions very well. If not for him, some of the Gu immortals would have died already. Fang Yuan did not use Lead Soul into Dream now. Lead Soul into Dream had been exposed for a long time. The 5 regions Gu immortals already had some defensive methods against it. And most importantly, if this move failed, Fang Yuan would be brought into a dream instead. Thus, he had always been very careful when using this move. Unless he learned from Wuxia and used the pure dream reality seeker physique body to use this move. Even if this move had a backlash, the pure dream reality seeker physique body would not be affected. No killer move was invincible, they would gradually be countered. Great Thief Ghost Hand would suffer the same fate in the future. It would be countered specifically, unless Fang Yuan modified it in time. But now, the amount of time and number of times the Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed was far less than Lead Soul into Dreams. And with the help of Unlucky Year, the southern border immortals were in low spirits. Great Thief Ghost Hand displayed its might, causing Fang Yuan to gain an advantage in this situation. But right at this moment, Xiacha suddenly let out a sharp howl. Break! A storm erupted around her, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Xiacha waved the fan in front of her. Fang Yuan grunted as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The formation core that he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had controlled the formation the most. He had used 3 Great Thief Ghost Hands. He had enslaved the immemorial Year Beasts and the Year Beast army. He could not focus on reverse flow protection seal anymore. Xiacha waved the fan to the left. Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching. She quickly activated the killer move by Xiang but was shattered into pieces at the next moment. Xiacha waved the fan to the right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core collapsed as her body exploded into a pile of flesh and bones. She was dead. The battle situation changed drastically. The southern border immortals did not even have time to cheer. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. After 3 waves, the year's flow execution formation was on the verge of collapsing. Fang Yuan and the rest were heavily injured. Xiacha breathed heavily. The dimmed summer fan in her hand became bright again. If she waved the fan a 4th time, Fang Yuan and the rest would lose for sure. To think that Xiacha had such a deep understanding of the year's flow execution formation. She could have unraveled several formation cores in advance, but she did not use them, accumulating them to attack once. If I did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand to turn the situation around, she would not have used such a method. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Xiacha's performance far surpassed what was recorded in Shadow Sex information. Her time path attainment level was probably not a simple Great Grandmaster. It was even possible that she had some understanding of formation path. It was just that outsiders did not know about it. How could the foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal be so easily understood? This year's flow execution formation was a genuine rank 8 Immortal formation. Fang Yuan used this formation to trap the southern border pursuers. Among them were Wang Lin and Xiacha, 2 rank 8s. This was the advantage of formation path. As long as the formation was set up, the Gu Immortal would be able to fight against many enemies, allowing the Gu Immortal to display battle strength far beyond their own level. But the weakness of formation path was that once the profundity of the formation was exposed to the enemy and the formation was destroyed, the Gu Immortal controlling the formation would suffer a severe backlash. Sometimes, they might even die from severe injuries. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing such a dangerous situation. Once the formation broke, his injuries would be unimaginable. Moreover, it was very awkward for him to use reverse flow protection seal now. The backlash would be reflected on the Gu worms that were constructing the formation. Fang Yuan's Gu worms would all be finished. The formation space was already starting to collapse. The southern border immortals could see all sorts of Gu worms surrounding them with their naked eyes. Fang Yuan, you are going to die. Lu Hao shouted in excitement. His true intentions were revealed as he used fixed space immortal Gu. Instantly, Fang Yuan was hit. He could not use fixed immortal travel in this range. Escape, but even if you escape to the river of time, I can still deal with you on the spot. Xiaxia held her summer fan as she smiled arrogantly. Escape? Why would I want to escape? In this desperate situation, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The southern border immortals were stunned. At the next moment, many of the ancient year beasts around them suddenly froze like rocks. Large amounts of dream realms swept out of the ancient year beasts' bodies like strong winds. The southern border immortals were pale with fright. They quickly dodged. Xiaxia's eyelids were twitching from shock. She immediately waved her summer fan. But this powerful immortal killer move was useless against the dream realms. It had no effect at all. Some people tried to escape, but the formation did not truly dissipate. The immortals were still trapped in the formation space. The dream realms quickly closed and enveloped Xiaxia, Lu Weiyin and the rest, before spreading to the surroundings and corroding the year's flow execution formation. Soon, the entire year's flow execution formation was engulfed by the dream realms. It lost its effect. The originally noisy and intense battlefield suddenly quietened down at this moment. Even the year beasts were trapped in the dream realms. They fell asleep. This is the power of Dream Path. Fairy Miao Yin exclaimed in shock. No wonder almost all the super forces are researching dream realms. Bai Ning Bing recovered. Even if only a small fragment of her Bai Xiang was left, it could be reborn. Unfortunately, Lady White Rabbit died in this battle. One move to dominate the world. Chapter 16-17. Countless mountains were covered in lush greenery. The sky was clear and cloudless. Suddenly, light appeared in the sky. A mystical light was emitted before vanishing, turning into a tall and strange person. This person had a pair of snow-white eyebrows. The tip of his eyebrows extended all the way to his forehead. The eyes under the eyebrows were tightly shut. He was dressed in a spotless white robe. His robe, his skin, and his hair were all emitting a faint glow. This light was not dazzling, but it made him look like a deity. This person was called Jun Shenguang. He had rank 8 cultivation level and cultivated light path. He was a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Recently, he had been recruited by Fairy Myrtle and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao's final location was here. Jun Shenguang's eyes were tightly shut, but he could see everything clearly. Shortly after, he found many traces of battle. Not good. It seems that Lu Hao did not survive. An intense battle must have happened here, but Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? Jun Shenguang's expression turned grim. He frowned slightly. Lu Hao was a spy planted in southern border by Celestial Court with the help of Wu clan. He had fixed space immortal Gu that was specially used to deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. As for Jun Shenguang, he was a backup arranged by Fairy Myrtle. If southern border's Gu immortals chased after Fang Yuan, and after the battle, Fang Yuan escaped with heavy injuries, then Jun Shenguang, who specialized in tracking, would be Fang Yuan's fatal killer. This time, the southern border group chasing after Fang Yuan is made up of experts from all clans. They are rank 7 experts. Even if they face an immemorial desolate beast alone, they can usually survive. Tai clan's Tai Chuzhong had great battle achievements in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. He was known as Great Mr. Tai. Since his debut, he had hunted down and killed more than 10 demonic path Gu Immortals. His fame made Southern Border's demonic immortals tremble in fear. Shang clan's Shang Hu Zhang cultivated Transformation Path and Wood Path. He had a method similar to Thunder Ghost True Monarchs, allowing the two Dao marks to not conflict. His methods were comprehensive. He was a peak rank 7 expert of Shang clan. Yang clan's Yang Ku was one of the representatives of Soul Path in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. He had once single-handedly destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts, and successfully escaped from the pursuit of the primordial desolate beasts. It could be said that these rank 7 Gu Immortals were the elites of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Any one of them was the signature expert of their force. Furthermore, this group also has Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei-yin and Xia clan's first supreme elder Xia Cha. There was no need to elaborate on these two, they had rank 8 cultivation level. Jun Shenguang sighed deeply. It was precisely because of such a luxurious lineup that Jun Shenguang was very assured. If they were to encounter Fang Yuan, even if they were to fight, it would give Jun Shenguang enough time to react, allowing him to sneak into the vicinity. Jun Shenguang was wary of Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha's methods, but he was also afraid of being discovered by them and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, along the way, he followed behind them from afar, not daring to get too close. 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts, they had made ample preparations and used all sorts of arrangements and methods to deal with Fang Yuan, but they actually lost. And it was not just a crushing defeat, it was a huge loss, to the point where they even lost their underwear. Jun Shenguang shook his head continuously. Fang Yuan should have used Dream Realms. Shortly after, his gaze landed on a small piece of Dream Realm in the battlefield. He became increasingly certain, other than using Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how powerful they are, cannot create such a result. Just as Jun Shenguang was about to investigate further, he suddenly turned around and looked at the southern sky. The sky was empty, there was nothing else. But in Jun Shenguang's investigative range, an immortal Gu house barged in. Jun Shenguang did not need to discern the aura to immediately determine that this was someone from Southern Border. The immortal Gu house was extremely fast, but it would still take some time to arrive here. However, Jun Shenguang knew he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Because this immortal Gu house was famous, and Southern Border Gu Immortals had many amazing investigative killer moves, if Jun Shenguang was exposed, it would be bad for him to cause a misunderstanding. A moment after Jun Shenguang disappeared, the immortal Gu house driven by the Southern Border Gu Immortals arrived at this location. This immortal Gu house was neither magnificent nor grand. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. The bamboo building had 2 floors and was completely made of bamboo. Green bamboo leaves grew on the bamboo, droplets of dew were attached to the bamboo leaves, it was verdant and glistening. It was the famous rank 8 immortal Gu house. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong had used this building to launch a brazen counterattack, firmly stabilizing Wu clan's #1 position. The door of the bamboo building opened, and a rank 8 Gu immortal flew out of the building. This person was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a strong physique. His slender and slightly raised eyebrows added a sinister aura to his entire person. However, his actions revealed a mighty aura that caused others to be unable to underestimate him. It was Wu Yong, the current first supreme elder of Wu clan. Another person followed behind Wu Yong and flew out of the bamboo building. This person was old, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He had deep black eyes and protruding cheekbones. He also had rank 8 aura. Who else could it be but Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu? With 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals leading the way, several rank 7 Gu Immortals came out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. They came from various clans, and all of them had anxious expressions. They went missing here. Ba clan's Gu Immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. Our clan cannot contact First Supreme Elder. Xia clan's Gu Immortals were extremely anxious. Thus, all kinds of investigative killer moves were used, and after a while, this place was thoroughly searched dozens of times. This time, everyone, including the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals, had grim expressions. There seems to have been a tributary of the River of Time here. There was also a Time Path Immortal battle. Our people barged in here and engaged in an extremely intense battle. What is going on with this dream realm? Someone saw the small dream realm left behind by Fang Yuan. Like Jun Shenguang earlier, the southern border Immortals' gazes were focused on this dream realm. Other than this dream realm, all the other traces had been cleared by Fang Yuan. The rest had no value, so the only clue was this dream realm. Be careful. The southern border Immortals gradually dispersed, surrounding this small dream realm. This dream realm is shrinking, someone suddenly said. Next, the southern border Immortals found that the dream realm was indeed shrinking, and the speed was getting faster. A moment later, several goo worms were leaked out of the shrinking dream realm. The southern border goo Immortals quickly caught them and inspected them. They found that these goo worms were all wild information path mortal goo. Next, they found that there was still information left in these information path mortal goo. The content of the information was simple, but it made the southern border Immortals' expressions change. They were extremely shocked. Dear southern border comrades, all of your clansmen have fallen into the hands of Fang Yuan. If you want to redeem them, please wait for news. This. Someone was tongue-tied, pointing at the information path mortal goo in his hand. His whole body was shaking. He could not even speak properly. Misleading the masses with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? Someone shook his head, denying it. This must be a huge scam. But who among us can contact our clansmen? Someone asked. At once, the southern border goo Immortals were silent. They were fixed in the distance. Each of them looked like statues carved from stone. Wind started blowing. A light breeze blew on the Immortals' clothes. Chi Chu Yu's white beard was slightly trembling in the wind. Wu Yong's expression was ashen. He shut his eyes with a heavy expression. After a while, he opened them again. Even though it was hard to imagine, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to accept this cruel truth. That was, Southern Border's righteous path had mobilized a huge force to form an expert team to pursue Fang Yuan. But not only did they fail to kill Fang Yuan, they were even captured by Fang Yuan. Slap. This was like a huge slap that ruthlessly landed on the faces of these southern border righteous path goo Immortals. They were stunned from the slap, their faces swelled up greatly. When we discovered that we had lost contact with Xianxia and the rest, and when we gathered our team and came to reinforce them, only a few hours had passed. Lord Qi, do you think this is the effect of the time path formation? Wu Yong suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His voice was slightly hoarse. He spoke vaguely, but everyone understood what Wu Yong meant. Chi Chu Yu nodded slowly, saying solemnly, "We have already deduced the strength of Fang Yuan and the remaining members of Shadow Sect. We have also evaluated them in detail. With Xianxia and the rest's battle strength, they could not have been defeated and captured by Fang Yuan in such a short period of time. There was indeed a time path formation set up here. It is of astonishing size. It is at rank 8 level, far surpassing mortals." Chi Chu Yu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use natural Dao marks to set up an immortal formation. Fang Yuan cleaned the battlefield. It was impossible to clean up all the Dao marks in such a short period of time, so a large number of time path Dao marks were left in the battlefield. Based on the size and direction of these time path Dao marks, Chi Chu Yu was certain that a time path formation had been set up here before. Wu Yong nodded slightly. That's right. Lu Wei-yin and Xiacha have rank 8 cultivation level. Unless it was a rank 9 immortal battlefield, it would be hard to restrain them. Only a rank 8 level immortal battle would have such a possibility. We came to reinforce them in a short period of time, but inside this time path formation, a long period of time might have passed. At this time, a Shang clan Gu immortal spoke. I remember now, in Jewel Yellow Skies, the Celestial Court had once revealed that Fang Yuan had a formation that could be set up in a tributary of the River of Time to lure out a large number of year beasts. Chapter 16-18. Earlier, he saw that many people had a question in the book reviews. Why did Feng Yuan not use man as before Immortal Goo to revive Lady White Rabbit? Next, he saw many people's explanations, but most of them did not get to the point. There were many people who were confused, so he explained it here. Person as before. A multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Wherever it went, it sprinkled a multicolored rainbow. Following the butterfly's fluttering path, it formed a curved rainbow phantom. Tai Bai Yunxing had once used the rank 5 man as before Mortal Goo to heal and even revive many Goo masters. Especially in the Imperial Court contest, it displayed incredible abilities. When Tai Bai Yunxing underwent Immortal Ascension, he raised man as before Mortal Goo to rank 6. Mortal Goo man as before could only be used on others. Immortal Goo man as before could be used on oneself, but it expended a lot of immortal essence. Tai Bai Yunxing used this Immortal Goo to save many people. The most classic example was saving the rank 7 Goo Immortal Fairy Li Shan from He Cheng's hands. Original text. It's over. He Cheng stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows merged, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he destroyed Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. Her injuries were all gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Goo man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. Secondly, when exploring Eastern Sea, Tai Bai Yunxing used this goo to make a name for himself. Original text. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression froze, he sighed. So junior brother did not think highly of me, you were right after all. This time, we attacked the blessed land for 7 days and 7 nights, but were defeated by the land spirit, suffering huge losses. A Goo Immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before Immortal Goo. Once Tai Bai Yunxing exposed this goo, his value would definitely rise rapidly in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Bai Yunxing continued. After my man as before Immortal Goo was known, I received many compliments. After that, I received a cordial invitation from Shark Demon, who invited me to the East Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's base alone? He politely declined. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me at Hai Shur Blessed Land. During the feast, I learned of an important piece of news. Next, Feng Yuan used man as before Immortal Goo to revive Gyue Fangjing, deceiving the Crane Gate. Original text. The truth was that after he Feng Yang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was summoned here by Feng Yuan, used man as before Immortal Goo and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. He Feng Yang did not doubt him, but he had his limitations. He did not know that there was an Immortal Goo like man as before in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of him. Fangjing was truly dead. It had to be said that man as before Immortal Goo was powerful, but at the same time, it had many flaws. The original text had already recorded, Immortal Killer Move, Flesh Blood Flame. This flame used flesh and blood as its fuel, burning continuously. As long as the flesh and blood were not extinguished, the flame would not stop. Without a method to counter it, there was no way to extinguish it. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more fiercely the blood flame would burn. When Feng Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he fell into the trap of the flesh-blood flame. However, Feng Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing Immortal Goo. Man as before. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood flame completely vanished, and Feng Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. When I transform into other life forms, I cannot directly use man as before. This is very inconvenient. Moreover, man as before has a huge limitation. Fortunately, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. He Lulan knew that Feng Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Feng Yuan would not be able to escape from it. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his current state, then he had to cancel the transformation. During this period, he might be hesitant, but finally he would activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes and thought, if it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood flame. Feng Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, but He Lulan also did not know that Feng Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Feng Yuan to sense something wrong with his body 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. From these 2 scenarios, we can see, man as before immortal goo was only effective on the human body. Man as before immortal goo could only restore the previous moment. Thus, even if Feng Yuan personally healed himself, he could not grasp the correct timing in an intense battle. Man as before was very difficult to control. Thus, Feng Yuan used 3 breaths future vision to complement man as before immortal goo. Man as before immortal goo's limitation was not just this. Original text. My defense is still too weak. Feng Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal goo, using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, man as before could only restore the previous moment. Feng Yuan was hit by a wind flower petal in the air and was injured. At that time, he could not use man as before immortal goo. Using the immortal goo's aura would expose his identity. From this, it could be seen that using man as before immortal goo alone would expend a lot of immortal essence, and once used, the aura could not be concealed. Let us take a look at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, when Feng Yuan and the rest were trapped, man as before's performance. Original text. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man as before immortal goo. Feng Yuan continuously activated this time path immortal goo to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, He Lulan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before immortal goo was still alive, and she was even on the same side as Feng Yuan again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunxing had already died. He was personally killed by Feng Yuan. The drill stopped. Feng Yuan used man as before on himself. His injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for his failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Feng Yuan's. It could be seen that man as before immortal goo was extremely effective on Feng Yuan, but not on other goo immortals. Why was it like this? The smart ones had already thought of it. Indeed, Dao marks of different paths would restrain each other. But Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks. In fact, every path had their own healing goo worms. For example, Vitality Leaf appeared a long time ago. It was a wood path healing goo worm. 4-star path. There was Savior goo. It was extremely effective in healing star path goo immortals. 4-water path. There was Spring Rain goo. It had once healed Feng Yuan. 4-wind path. There was Clear Wind goo. It could heal and also calm people's hearts. 4-light path. There was Green Shine goo. It was best at healing heat poison. As immortal, these goo worms had outstanding healing effects. But at goo immortal level, because goo immortals had abundant Dao marks, the corresponding healing goo worms of every path had good effects. Thus, rank 6 man as before immortal goo had the best effect in healing time path rank 6 goo immortals. Next were rank 6 goo immortals of other paths. For rank 7 goo immortals, man as before immortal goo's effect was very weak, it might even fail. Then the question was, Why did Tai by Yunxing use rank 6 man as before Immortal Gu to save Fairy Li Shan? Let's look at the original text. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. The moment the 2 arrows fused, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he broke Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. There were no injuries on her body, even her head was intact. Immortal Gu man as before. Far away, Tai by Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost didn't make it in time. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. Even though Fairy Li Shan suffered a fatal blow, her injuries were very small. Dark Arrow Immortal Gu was only rank 6, Fairy Li Shan had used 3 mortal killer moves to block it. He Cheng's 3rd Dark Arrow, with the coordination of He Cheng's mortal killer moves, broke Fairy Li Shan's defense and pierced her head. It could be seen that the power of the Dark Arrow was already at its limit after breaking through her defenses. Even though He Cheng was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, he had been injured long ago, his battle strength had fallen greatly. This wound was on Fairy Li Shan's head, it was the fatal wound. If it had landed on other parts, like shoulders or thighs, a small hole would not be a big deal. But at this time, Tai by Yunxing used man as before and succeeded by a fluke. This showed that man as before Immortal Gu was also effective on rank 7 Gu Immortals, but it depended on the injuries. How many Dao marks of other paths were there in the wound? For example, if Fairy Li Shan's entire upper body was destroyed, or if there were dense dark path Dao marks left in the wound, the result would be uncertain. Looking at another part of the text, Bo Qing lightly waved his hand, sword light flashed, Fairy Li Shan's head flew out, blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai by Yunxing activated man as before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal, touching her neck, her eyes were filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back, smiling arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide. The sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant! He Lulan cried out in pain, her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Bo Qing's sword path Dao marks were too dense, even though he temporarily returned to normal, the remnant sword path Dao marks still erupted and killed Fairy Li Shan. Looking at the most recent text, Xia Cha waved her hand in front of her, Fang Yuan grunted, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, the formation core he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had been controlling the formation the most. He had also used 3 great thief ghost hands, as well as enslaving the immemorial Year Beasts and the Year Beast army. He had no time to maintain reverse flow protection seal. Xia Cha waved her hand to the left. Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching. She quickly activated the killer move by Xiang, but was smashed into pieces at the next moment. Xia Cha waved her hand to the right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core was destroyed. Her body also exploded into a pile of flesh and bones. She was dead. Xia Cha was the first supreme elder of a super force, Xia Clan. Xia Cha was a rank 8 immortal killer move. After turning Lady White Rabbit into pieces, dense time path Dao marks with offensive power were left behind. These Dao marks severely hindered the healing effect of man as before Immortal Gu. There was no way to revive her. Fang Yuan was well aware of this, so he did not use it. Man as before Immortal Gu was not omnipotent, especially at rank 6, it had a huge limitation. It could barely heal a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Against a rank 8 killer move, there was nothing it could do. But there was an exception, that was Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, so it was very convenient to use. Original text, it's over. At this moment, the enemy's expression relaxed a little. Man as before. Fang Yuan burst out, first using man as before Immortal Gu to heal his fatal injuries. Next, he used Dark Assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding man as before all this time because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps could be heard, but the Gu immortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was surprised to see the enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood, it was completely made of gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered and gathered again. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal shook his newly formed head, laughing loudly. Not bad. It can actually explode my head. Human Gu immortals are so crafty. If this was any other time, I would be dead already. Unfortunately, this is the immortal battlefield of the gray cloud battle puppet. Original text, man as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's injuries were completely healed. The green giant seemed to be very confident in this move. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unharmed, it became furious, and even more furious. It chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew away madly. He checked the direction and rushed towards Great Immortal Wang. Great Immortal Wang attracted Fang Yuan and Green City Rampage. It barked in fright. Its 4 legs spun like a windmill as it ran with all its might. Original text, swoosh. This time, a small mound appeared on the river surface near his feet. The mound crumbled, the river water drenched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, his body shook. This time, not only his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan recovered completely. Find the reason for the failure. There seems to be a small problem at the final juncture. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Original text, Gu worms were activated one after another. Fang Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Suddenly, his body shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed, the backlash injured Fang Yuan. A large number of mortal Gu were destroyed, his mental energy was also expended. Man as before. In an instant, Fang Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate the killer move 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th time, Fang Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry, showing an expression of submission. There were many cases that could not be mentioned. When Fang Yuan failed in his test of the killer move, he used man as before. When undergoing tribulation, he used man as before. When fighting against a strong enemy, he used man as before. When refining Gu, he used man as before. For him, man as before was too convenient. But there were exceptions. Original text, oh no. 6th hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring exploded. Boom. With a loud sound, the intense explosion was suppressed by the entire Gu refinement hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Fang Yuan, who was at the center, bore the full might of the explosion. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries. Immortal Gu man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated this immortal Gu. The method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fang Yuan was injured while refining rank 7 heavenly secret. He used rank 6 man as before. Although it showed some effect, man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fang Yuan's injuries could be seen clearly. Heavenly secret immortal Gu's refinement failed. The injuries were too severe, even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, he could not heal completely after using man as before Gu. There were still injuries and Dao marks with killing effects. In summary, man as before immortal Gu was a top-tier immortal Gu for rank 6 time path Gu immortals, but for other paths, it depended on the injuries. It had several limitations. 1. It was only effective on the human body. 2. It was difficult to control in an instant. 3. The expenditure of immortal essence was high, this depended on the injuries. 4. When using it, the aura would leak, exposing the Gu immortal. I thank everyone for their questions, suggestions, criticisms, and corrections. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a message for me. I will work hard to make the Gu Master world reasonable and balanced. For example, I fixed the bug regarding the number of Tribulation Dao marks obtained in the original text. There are several ways to leave a message for me. 1. The most important way, Qidian's book review section. I look at it once every 2 days, the frequency is the highest. 2. Weibo's official accounts comment section, there are editors stationed there, they will report to me in time. 3. Weibo's letter group, Penguin Group. Or add me on WeChat, Guzman 1987. 4. Baidu Tieba, Venerable Gu. I occasionally peek at it. 5. Personal Weibo. Author, Venerable Gu, Sina Weibo, this is the only account. 6. Use Dream Speech Gu to transmit messages to me when I am dreaming. I usually sleep from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Chapter 1619. The general outline of the truth had already appeared in the minds of the southern border immortals. Among these year beasts, there are likely to be immemorial year beasts, and there are many of them. Using these year beasts, Fang Yuan has a high chance of fighting against our pursuers. Moreover, this demon Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect and has countless true inheritances. It is within his ability to create a time path formation to trap our people. Qi Chuyu said this and frowned, but there is one thing I don't understand. It is normal for an immortal aperture to be hidden so well that Gu immortals cannot sense it. But a time path formation can be hidden so well? Be it Xia Cha or Lu Weiyin, they did not sense it? A time path formation was not phantom path, space path, or theft path. It was not proficient in concealment and concealment. Xia Cha and the rest were trapped in the formation and fought against the immemorial year beasts. It was understandable that they were captured because of the dream realm. But the most abnormal thing was at the start. They did not discover it and fell into Fang Yuan's ambush. This made Qi Chuyu, a formation path great grandmaster, feel puzzled. Of course, it was not that a time path formation could not conceal itself, it was just that it was not easy to do so, much more difficult than space path, theft path, phantom path, and others. In Qi Chuyu's knowledge, he had never heard of such a time path immortal formation that could conceal itself from the detection of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. The dream realm has dissipated. Wait, there is a person inside. Someone shouted in shock. Right at this time, a change in the dream realm interrupted the southern border immortals' thoughts. This small dream realm was left in the battlefield. There was a person hiding inside. Soon, this person's appearance was revealed. It was Lu Weiyin. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, his eyes were shut, he was like a stone statue in deep sleep, not moving at all. But after the dream realm dissipated, he quickly opened his eyes and woke up. Lu Weiyin's expression changed when he saw Wu Yong and the rest. He looked around and shouted, "Oh no! Lord Lu Weiyin, please explain in detail what happened to you." That's right. Were our clan's Gu immortals captured by Fang Yuan and captured by this demon? Wait a minute, we still can't confirm his identity. The southern border immortals spoke one after another. The scene became noisy. Let's verify our identities first. Fang Yuan has the killer move familiar face. He also has a method to quickly escape from dreams. Wu Yong said. On the other side, Qi Chuyu remained silent as he moved slowly, sandwiching Lu Weiyin between him and Wu Yong. Lu Weiyin was slightly startled before nodding. Of course. The southern border immortals naturally had their own unique verification methods. Furthermore, in order to ensure safety, there was more than one method. It was very complicated. After a while, the expressions of Wu Yong and the others eased a little. Lu Weiyin proved his identity. It was indeed him. He was not Fang Yuan in disguise. Immediately after, Lu Weiyin informed the southern border immortals of the battle situation he encountered. After the southern border Gu immortals learned of it, their expressions turned ashen as they fell into a deathly silence again. Lu Weiyin shook his head and sighed. I am ashamed. I have no offensive methods. I could only watch as this happened. If not for my unique method to defend myself in dream realms, I might have already fallen into Fang Yuan's hands. Don't say anything, let's go back first. Wu Yong took a deep look at Lu Wei-yin before waving his sleeves and walking into clear jade-dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. A long time after the southern border Gu Immortals left, a mystical light shone down, turning into celestial quartz Gu Immortal Jun Shenguang. Jun Shenguang inspected the battlefield ruins and after a while, he frowned and muttered to himself. This time path formation is extraordinary. Looking at the Dao marks, it should not contain any void path, space path, or theft path. It is not a compound immortal formation but a pure time path immortal formation. It can actually conceal itself from Xiaxia and Lu Wei-yin. The foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal was quite deep. Xiaxia was the first supreme elder of a super force, Xia clan. She had many methods. And Lu Wei-yin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. Paradise Earth was one of the immortal venerables. The two of them actually did not detect this formation and fell into an ambush with a group of southern border Gu Immortals. Jun Shenguang inspected a few more times and after confirming there were no other clues, he turned into a mystical light and disappeared. Sovereign Blessed Land. A large formation emitted a silver-white radiance. It was like a castle that was floating in mini-green heaven. Fang Yuan's time path clone and the Shadow Sect Immortals were surrounding this immortal formation, paying attention to the prisoners inside. Most of these prisoners were the southern border immortals that Fang Yuan had set up this ambush and captured. Shang Hu Zhang, Tai Chu Zhong, Yang Ku, and the others were all experts with strength, rank 7 experts, but they were all locked up with their eyes shut, trapped in dream realms. And the strongest among them, the rank 8 time path Gu Immortal Xiaxia, was heavily taken care of by Fang Yuan. The surrounding dream realms were rumbling and extremely dense. Pure wills would be worn down in dream realms, but once they left, they would recover immediately. But souls were different. Even if they left the dream realm, they would still be trapped in the dream for a certain period of time, unable to get out, as if they were hit by the killer move leads soul into dream. Because of this crucial point, Fang Yuan could teleport these southern border Gu Immortals into his sovereign immortal aperture. Currently, immortal killer moves were ineffective against dream realms. Immortal Gu houses like Bay Pavilion and Heaven Overseeing Tower would automatically disintegrate once they entered dream realms. Dream realms were a desperate situation for Gu Immortals. But Fang Yuan had an extraordinary method that was the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan had the immortal killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, turning the dream realms in the sovereign immortal aperture into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, then using this dream path clone to enter the dream realms and drag the southern border Gu Immortals out, imprisoning them in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he turned all the dream realms in the battlefield into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, successfully retrieving them. In the end, he hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. After making sure that not a single clue was left behind, he immediately retreated. Thus, when Jun Shenguang and the southern border immortals arrived, they saw this scene. The time path clone frowned. Even though I use dream realms to imprison these Gu Immortals, the risk is still huge. If one of them wakes up and wreaks havoc in my sovereign immortal aperture, it would be terrible. The immortal aperture was an important resource ground for Gu Immortals. It was the foundation of their cultivation. Fang Yuan imprisoned these Gu Immortal experts. There was a huge potential danger. One move to dominate the world. Currently, most Gu Immortals have no way to deal with dream realms. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals would suffer a calamity. But just in case, I need to hurry up and steal the Gu worms and resources in these Gu Immortals' immortal apertures. Then I will use soul path methods to separate their souls from their bodies. That would be safe. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan thought of Lu Wei-yin. Even though this person was trapped in a dream realm, when the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies tried to drag him out, they actually lost their way in the dream realm and could not get close. To be able to work in a dream realm, this was clearly a dream path method. Thinking back to the past, Fang Yuan fell for Lu Wei-yin's ambush and experienced 3 lifetimes. That was also a dream path method. Lu Wei-yin was not only Paradise Earth's inheritor, he was also advancing with the times. He had at least 2 dream path methods. He was on par with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only had Unravel Dream, lead soul into dream, and swap soul within dream. Precisely so, Fang Yuan gave up on capturing Lu Weiyin. Even if he could bring him away, Fang Yuan did not dare to take the risk. Who knew if he had other dream path methods? If he woke up in the sovereign immortal aperture, it would be like sending a god away. It would be a huge disaster. To think that there would be a day when these high and mighty Gu immortals would become our prisoners. Fairy Miao Yin sighed. Even though she was one of the famous fairies of Southern Border, she was a lone cultivator. She had suffered a lot from Southern Border's righteous path. Towards these famous experts of Southern Border's righteous path, she had deep resentment towards them. It is a pity that Sister White Rabbit is gone. Fairy Miao Yin had a sorrowful expression. Her true emotions were revealed. After she joined Shadow Sect, she was the closest to Lady White Rabbit, because Fairy Miao Yin liked the latter's innocence. Lady White Rabbit inherited Black Tigress' true inheritance. When her life was in danger, she would turn into Black Tigress. Her cultivation level would rise to rank 7. Unfortunately, she was facing Xiacha's Immortal Killer Move Summer Fan. She could not react in time and was hit by a fatal blow. Fang Yuan was helpless. Man as before was only a rank 6 Immortal Gu. Against such injuries, there was no hope of success. Even Fang Yuan's main body was heavily injured. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, had no injuries. She was safe and sound. At the crucial moment, she turned into Bai Xiang. Even though she was smashed into pieces, she only needed a little bit of Bai Xiang to recover. This move had once been famous in Southern Border. It was known as the White Terror that enveloped the whole Gu immortal world. The mystical part was that it could discard the harmful Dao marks and most of the body, then use a small fragment to recover. But Bai Ningbing's expression was not good. She looked at the deities of Southern Border who were trapped in the dream realm, thinking, even if I use Bai Xiang, if I fall into the dream realm, I will suffer without any resistance. Strange, Fang Yuan did not use such a method against me. He already has a method to get rid of the alliance agreement. If I were him, Bai Ningbing felt great pressure. After all, she was not a member of Shadow Sect. She was inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was like she was in someone else's headquarters. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength and methods were, the greater the pressure Bai Ningbing felt. Alright, Wuxia, stay here. I have lent you all my Gu worms. For the next few days, you will be in charge of guarding this place. If anything happens, use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to use lead soul into dream to make the Southern Border Gu immortals sleep again. Formation Spirit, guard this place well. Once the dream realm moves and endangers the formation, report it immediately. Fang Yuan's time path clone gave 2 orders. Yes, sect leader. Understood, master. Chapter 1620. Several days later in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's time path clone arrived in front of the immortal formation in mini green heaven again. Be careful, I am about to start. The time path clone had a solemn expression. The formation spirit showed itself and nodded. There was a Gu immortal standing beside it. It was Wuxia. He had a nervous expression as well. A pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm. After a while, he grabbed Xiacha's leg and dragged her out. The entire process was done very carefully. Xiacha was still in deep sleep. She did not feel anything or react. Even so, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body clone only dared to drag half of this rank 8 Gu immortal's body out. Xiacha's upper body was still in the dream realm, but her lower body was exposed outside the dream realm. The most crucial immortal aperture was in her abdomen, so this was enough. Next, it was Fang Yuan's turn to make a move. After a while, he activated Immortal Killer Move Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand was eerie and heavy. It flew towards Xiacha's immortal aperture. But before it touched, traces of Dao Mark light appeared on Xiacha's body. This was a passive time path defensive method. Even if Xiacha was in deep sleep, it could still be activated. Normally, this defensive method would not work in the dream realm. But Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand was also useless in the dream realm. Only by dragging it out and using it outside the dream realm could Fang Yuan steal Xiacha's immortal goo. Seeing that great thief ghost hand was blocked, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Over the last few days, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had targeted Xiacha. This time path defensive move was very troublesome, but Fang Yuan had already used his time path attainment level and the light of wisdom to deduce a solution. Thus, another killer move was activated by Fang Yuan. The killer move's effect was very clear. The Dao mark light on Xiacha's body dimmed, great thief ghost hand entered the immortal aperture and vanished. Thankfully, Xiacha's defensive method is not as good as those people from Celestial Court. It was probably set up at the last minute to deal with great thief ghost hand. Therefore, I was able to break this move in such a short period of time. This time path defense was not rank 8, it was only rank 7. Fang Yuan used his time path immortal goo and many mortal goo to form a killer move to resolve it. In setting up the time path formation to ambush the southern border pursuers, although the important time path immortal goo were not destroyed, most of the mortal goo and several rank 6 time path immortal goo were destroyed. This is bad for my plan to head to the River of Time. Next, let's see what we can harvest from Xiacha. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Not long after, his expression suddenly changed, and the great thief ghost hand flew out shakily. Its 5 fingers were originally open, but now it was clenched into a fist. There seemed to be something inside, constantly struggling, wanting to break out. Seeing such a scene, Fang Yuan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. Wuxia, who was at the side, more or less understood the great thief ghost hand. At this moment, he blurted out in joy, "Good fellow!" He stole a rank 8 immortal goo on his first try. At this time, the formation spirit said, "Master, not good." Xiacha's soul seems to be fluctuating. Fang Yuan's time path clone's expression turned solemn. He quickly manipulated the pure dream reality seeker physique body and stuffed Xiacha into the dream realm again. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stayed beside Xiacha and observed her for a while. Seeing that Xiacha had stabilized and fell into deep sleep again, he left. Ordinary goo immortals would also become unstable when half of their body was in the dream realm. They would show signs of leaving the dream realm, but the duration would be much longer. Xiacha seemed to be cultivating time path. Her time was greatly reduced. It was pitifully short. Fang Yuan had sensed this the first time he teleported her into the sovereign immortal aperture. At that time, the Shadow Sect immortals broke out in cold sweat from the fright. After resolving Xiacha's problem, Fang Yuan and the rest had the time to inspect the immortal goo that great thief ghost hand stole, to see what it looked like. This immortal goo struggled intensely, but great thief ghost hand used the power of the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment to steal Soul Beast token, so stealing a rank 8 immortal goo was completely within the scope of its ability. Adding on Fang Yuan's abundant methods, refining it was a sure thing, there would be no accidents. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan successfully refined this goo for his own use. This goo worm was a milky white silkworm. It was the size of an adult's index finger. When held in his hand, it was only the weight of an egg. The silkworm's body was pink and soft. It was like touching a baby's face. On the silkworm's head, there was a small green leaf that looked like mulberry leaves. Interestingly, when the silkworm curled up, the mulberry leaves also wrapped around its body. The goo worm's dense aura showed its extraordinary identity at all times, rank 8 time path immortal goo. But as for what immortal goo it was, Fang Yuan could not be sure. He could only guess. This is likely the rank 8 time path immortal goo, spring. If spring goo was used alone, it would cause an area to enter spring. Ice and snow would melt, warm winds would blow, and new shoots would grow. Goo masters nurtured, used, refined, and used goo. Their knowledge was broad and profound. After obtaining an unfamiliar immortal goo, one needed to probe and deduce its power and effect. There were often unfathomable dangers in this aspect. Even though Fang Yuan refined this immortal goo, he was not in a hurry to verify his guess, because he had a more reliable way to obtain an accurate answer. This answer fell on Xiaxia. As long as he searched her soul, not only would Fang Yuan know this immortal gu's identity and usage, Fang Yuan would even know the spring scissors killer move that Xiaxia had used. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to search her soul. Xiaxia's soul was protected by her body. It was not easy to search her soul with rank 8 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's plan was meticulous. He wanted to extract Xiaxia's soul first and separate her body from her soul before targeting her soul. But it was troublesome to extract Xiaxia's soul. Fang Yuan needed to prepare for some time. And before that, Fang Yuan's first step was to steal as many goo worms as possible from Xiaxia's immortal aperture. According to the previous method, Fang Yuan next targeted Xiaxia. The second time, Great Thief Ghost Hand, he only stole one rank 5 mortal goo. It was a stark contrast to the huge success of the first time. It seems that the effect of the unfavorable year has disappeared. My luck and Xiaxia's luck have shrunk by a lot. Fang Yuan realized. For a rank 8 goo immortal to have such an achievement, it meant that they had good luck, or they had methods to increase their luck. Fang Yuan used the incomplete luck path true inheritance to have luck that surpassed ordinary rank 8s. But for people like Feng Jioge, this level of luck was not much of a threat. As for Feng Kim Hong, it was even less of a threat. After Fang Yuan learned of the reason, he continued to use the killer move Unfavorable Year on Xiaxia, using Great Thief Ghost Hand frequently to steal her immortal goo. More than 10 days passed in the sovereign immortal aperture's time. Fang Yuan obtained a large number of mortal goo, as well as Xiaxia's 4 immortal goo. These 4 immortal goo formed a set. They were Spring Goo, Summer Goo, Autumn Goo, and Winter Goo. Spring Goo was like a white silkworm. It had green mulberry leaves on its head. Summer Goo was like a black mosquito. It was the size of a palm, but it had 3 pairs of thin wings on its back, flickering with colorful lights as it flew. Autumn Goo was like a dark red cricket carved out of precious antique wood. Its chirping was extremely loud. Winter Goo was a gray-white cocoon. It emitted waves of frost energy. Among them, Spring Goo and Summer Goo were rank 8, while Autumn Goo and Winter Goo were slightly weaker. They were only rank 7. After Fang Yuan stole these 4 immortal goo, he used Great Thief Ghost Hand repeatedly, but could only steal mortal goo. Thus, he deduced that Xiaxia only had these 4 immortal goo. This was similar to He Fan's situation. He Fan also had few immortal goo. Back then, Fang Yuan only obtained rank 8 years flow like water, rank 7 year goo and after goo. If the two were to be compared, they should be evenly matched. Even though Xiaxia had 2 rank 8 immortal goo, He Fan's years flow like water brought huge profits. With it, he would be the #1 giant in the world in the year goo business. He obtained 4 more immortal goo at once, and they were all time path, 2 rank 8 and 2 rank 7, they were all very high level. They greatly filled up the huge gap that Fang Yuan needed in this aspect. But as for how to use them, he had to soul search Xiaxia. When Fang Yuan obtained these immortal goo, the pressure in his heart dissipated by a lot. Without the immortal goo, even if Xiaxia woke up unexpectedly, she would be like a tiger without claws. Her strength would fall greatly. Taking out the immortal goo of these goo immortals was the most important task. Next was taking out their souls and separating their souls from their bodies. After all, the control of the body, other than the soul, wills could also be used. By leaving a few wills in the immortal aperture, they could temporarily replace the soul and control the body. Finally, Fang Yuan prepared to attack their immortal apertures. But now, Fang Yuan's task of stealing immortal goo had to be delayed. He did not have enough immortal essence. Earlier, he had already shown signs of exhaustion. Recently, he set up an immortal formation. After an intense battle, he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture and set up an immortal formation again, using killer moves like Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation and Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were already dangerously low. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the Yeargoo business was very poor. Even though Fang Yuan had the dragonfish business, it could not sustain Fang Yuan's huge expenditure. Not to mention, Dang Hun Mountain was still recovering. But all of this was still under Fang Yuan's control. He smiled coldly. Hee hee, It is time to make those southern border forces bleed. The following process was definitely going to be pleasurable. Not just extorting immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan was also going to extort a large amount of resources to feed his newly obtained immortal goo. Without cultivation resources, how could he rise? Rise my ass. Chapter 1621. Southern Border. Yanshou Mountain. Xia clan's headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land. In the Blessed Land, there were countless mortal goo houses, forming a chain of palaces. It was a grand sight. In the central hall of these palaces, Xia Fei Kuai was in a hurry. He was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated Light Path. His battle strength was slightly weaker than Wu clan's Wu Yubo, but he was not ordinary. But because he cultivated a certain immortal killer move, he was irritable. Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and had once fought with him, setting up a 5-year agreement. Now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he had rank 8 battle strength, Xia Fei Kuai naturally threw this 5-year agreement to the back of his mind. Where did this news come from? Xia Fei Kuai asked as he walked. Beside him was a featherman maid. She had rank 5 goo master cultivation level. Xia clan raised large numbers of featherman slaves. In this headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land, feathermen were the most numerous. This featherman maid had an extraordinary status. She was one of the managers of this palace. She knew a lot of information. Even though Xia Fei Kuai knew that he would know everything after entering Central Great Hall, he could not wait any longer. He asked this featherman maid first. The featherman maid quickly answered. It came from Jewel Yellow Skies half a day ago. That demon Fang Yuan came looking for me. He sent an information path goo worm to my purple spirit light stall in Jewel Yellow Skies. The goo worm contained the extortion letter. Purple spirit light was a rank 7 immortal material. It was not plucked from white heaven. It came from ores deep underground. This was Xia clan's main source of income. Xia clan controlled the largest purple spirit stone mine in the 5 regions, thus they were the leader of this business. Even though any goo immortal could change their identity when transacting in Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not afraid of being discovered. But in a situation like Xia clan, they had to maintain their identity and build their reputation. That was the most profitable thing to do. Thus, Xia clan's stall had a clear identity. Fang Yuan was able to find it easily. He is truly daring. He actually dares to extort my great Xia clan. Xia Fei Kuai was furious. The featherman maid did not dare to say anything. She obediently accompanied him to the palace entrance before stopping. She did not have the right to follow them in. The door of the palace had long been opened, and the main seat was empty. Usually it was Xia Cha who sat there, or it was her will. On the first seat on the left was the Xia clan's second supreme elder, Xia Zhao. He had a sturdy figure and a calm temperament. He specialized in Earth Path and was currently the backbone of Xia family. Opposite Xia Zhao, in the first seat on the right, sat the Xia clan's third supreme elder, Xia Qinyuan. He was also an Earth Path goo immortal. Other than them, at the other seats, Xia Lu Pei, Xia Qin Tsang, Xia Zhua Mo, Xia Fan, and other goo immortals had either arrived with their main bodies or substituted wills. Only Xia Fei Kuai himself was missing. There's no need for formalities. Hurry up and sit, Xia Zhao said in a low voice. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his temper, nodded, and silently took his seat. An information path mortal goo came from the left and landed in Xia Fei Kuai's hands. Xia Zhao glanced around and said, "Since everyone is here, let's discuss." Xia Fei Kuai split out a trace of his divine sense and entered the goo worm to inspect it. This information path mortal goo was the extortion letter left behind by Fang Yuan. The content of the extortion letter was only a few sentences. It was concise and comprehensive. But at the back, there was a video recording of the scene of Xia Cha being trapped in the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Fei Kuai looked through it once. His heart was burning with anger. He was so angry that he almost crushed this information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed heinous crimes. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. Xia clan's other Gu immortals did not say anything, their expressions were dark and unsightly, they remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Other than anger, these people were also in a daze of disbelief. The great Xia clan, a superforce, was actually extorted by a demonic path Gu immortal one day. The most shocking thing was Xia Cha, the great first supreme elder, the person in charge of Xia clan, a rank 8 existence. Not only did she fail to capture Fang Yuan, she was even captured alive. Yes, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength, he could match rank 8s. Xia clan's Gu immortals had also seen the video of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But so what? Defeating a rank 8 Gu immortal and capturing a rank 8 were two completely different concepts. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. Xia clan's immortals had never thought that the outcome would be like this. Honestly speaking, even now, most of them were still in a daze, they felt like they were dreaming. This was too unimaginable. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, a rank 7 Gu immortal captured a rank 8 and more than 10 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. These rank 7 Gu immortals were the signature battle strength of their respective clans. Each of them had their own methods. Without rank 8s, they were important factors that could influence the whole of Southern Border, they could dominate a region and suppress the situation. Southern Border's righteous path was very determined to capture Fang Yuan, they created such a powerful group. But now, these people were captured by Fang Yuan. Compared to the other clans, Xia clan's situation was the most difficult. Because they did not lose a rank 7 Gu immortal, they lost the only rank 8 in their clan. This was no longer a matter of losing prestige, it directly shook the entire foundation of Xia clan. In this world where strength ruled, one person's safety was related to the entire situation. Xia Cha had an irreplaceable and important role to the entire Xia clan. I did not gather all of you here to watch helplessly. Our clan is facing a crucial period, our situation is very dangerous. At this moment, we need everyone to work together to overcome this crisis. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Xia Zhao spoke again. When this happened, all of Xia clan's Gu immortals were stunned, Xia Zhao was no exception. To speak the truth, these last days, as the second supreme elder, he was under the greatest pressure, his heart was filled with darkness. However, when the extortion letter arrived, he relaxed a little. You have all seen that mortal Gu, Fang Yuan wants us to take out 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stone. If you have any thoughts, tell us. Xia Zhao said. After a while of silence, Xia clan's third supreme elder purposely coughed. 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stone is not a small number, but it is not a large number, our Xia clan can still afford it. But what I am most concerned about is that this letter only states a request, it does not have any intention of handing over Lady Xia Cha. The immortals nodded slightly at these words. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows in annoyance, asking, should we inform the other clans? We are being extorted, but I'm afraid they are also in the same situation. Xia Lu Pei sneered, glancing at Xia Fei Kuai without saying anything. Xia Fei Kuai glared at him in anger. What do you want to say? Just say it. Xia Lu Pei was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he cultivated wisdom path and his wisdom path attainment was very high, he was one of the top deduction experts in Southern Border. He sneered, how can we rely on those outsiders? Right now, they want us to lose our first supreme elder. Since you know that Demon Fang Yuan is not extorting our clan, have you heard the reactions of the other clans? Have you seen the other clans trying to contact us? Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. Xia clans suddenly lost their rank 8 pillar, the territory and resources they occupied immediately became much larger. This situation was much more dangerous than Wu clan. Thinking about Wu clan, back then, they still had a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu Yong, but because of Shadow Sect's interference, they fell into a predicament and were besieged on all sides, almost unable to turn the situation around. Southern Border was full of sects. The righteous path forces were all scheming and plotting against each other, there were many contradictions. Wu clan had been the #1 force for a long time, but they did not have the ability to lead the overall situation. Thus, To Xia clan, they could not lose Xiacha. When Fang Yuan's will came to the purple spiritual light stall again, he received 1,000,000 immortal yuan stones from Xia clan. We need to have a good talk. Xia Zhao personally received Fang Yuan, his divine sense constantly moving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He did not refuse. We can talk. But I'm very busy now. If you have anything to say, use an information path goo worm to send it to this stall. Please wait, listen to me. Xia Zhao wanted to make Fang Yuan stay, but Fang Yuan's will turned around and left. Xia Zhao was furious but also helpless. Chapter 1622. It was obvious what Fang Yuan was busy with. After capturing the southern border immortals, Fang Yuan had already firmly grasped the initiative. He had a huge advantage. With such a priceless hostage in hand, extortion and blackmail could be said to be unbridled and unscrupulous. But Fang Yuan was vigilant. He did not act wantonly. His first wave of extortion targets were only 3 clans. Xia clan was undoubtedly the first. Firstly, First Supreme Elder Xiacha was Xia clan's only rank 8 Gu immortal. She was the root of Xia clan. She was too important. Xia clan could not afford to lose her. Once they lost her, the entire clan's force would shrink by 70 to 80%. And Yi clan was second. Because the Yi clan Gu immortal Fang Yuan captured this time was Yang. This Gu immortal was the strongest among Yi clan's rank 7 experts. He cultivated space path and was favored by everyone. He had rank 8 aptitude. More importantly, he was the direct descendant of Yi clan's first supreme elder. He was the successor that the first supreme elder had specially nurtured. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, southern border's internal strife was endless. Yi Yang was framed and fell into Shang clan's hands. Yi clan's first supreme elder did not hesitate to pay a huge price to redeem Yi Yang from Shang clan. Thus, Fang Yuan was looking forward to Yi clan's ransom. Finally, the third was Qi clan. The Qi clan Gu immortal in Fang Yuan's hands was the clan's second supreme elder. He had a high status and authority. Moreover, Qi Chuyu had transacted with Fang Yuan before and obtained dream path research results. With such a precedent, it was natural for Qi clan to compromise. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. He first chose to extort from Wu clan, which he hated the most, and also Tai clan, which hated the demonic path the most. As long as these 3 clans gave in, it would be much easier for Fang Yuan to extort other southern border righteous path forces. After all, with such a precedent, the righteous path would not be so ambitious. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini green heaven, immortal formation. Immortal killer move, great thief ghost hand. The ghost hand entered Yi Yang's immortal aperture and returned with a rank 7 immortal Gu in its hand. Ing Wuxia and the array spirit watched quietly from the side, their expressions numb. They were already used to it. Because in this period of time, Fang Yuan had plundered a huge number of immortal Gu. Furthermore, he had stolen Xiacha's 2 rank 8 time path immortal Gu, spring and summer. With such a shock, what happened next seemed lukewarm. To refine these immortal Gu, Fang Yuan specially created another immortal formation. This immortal formation used the Wisdom Refinement Gu formation as the foundation, adding in many Wisdom Path immortal Gu to create a modified version. Wisdom Refinement Gu formation, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to assist woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was someone else's will, the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu he obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Among them was the crucial changed soul immortal Gu from the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Now, Fang Yuan had lost the heart of a woman and was still using the light of wisdom as the core. The brand new Wisdom Refinement Immortal Array was even more powerful. Especially when Wisdom Gu was rank 9, it could easily suppress these rank 7 immortal Gu. Adding on Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level and wisdom path methods, he had made great progress. The Wisdom Refinement Gu formation's effect was outstanding. It had great results. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined the newly stolen immortal Gu. This was a space path immortal goo. It looked like a blue jade ball with a pair of snow-white wings. Fang Yuan recognized this goo. It was called space travel. It had the effect of moving around. Shadow Sect's true inheritance had related information. For example, this goo was first captured from an ancient desolate beast-level Pegasus. Fang Yuan stored this space travel goo. He was not proficient in space path, his attainment level was ordinary, and he did not have many space path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan had too many true inheritances. He had a vast number of immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes. He did not lack methods to use immortal goo. By now, he had already taken out the immortal goo of most of the southern border goo immortals. As for the lack of immortal essence, it had already been resolved. The 1 million immortal yuan stones that Xia clan had sent earlier were like a heavenly river that was pouring into a field that was about to dry up. 1 million immortal yuan stones meant 1 million green grape immortal essence beads. When converted into red date immortal essence, it was 10,000 beads. This amount had already greatly surpassed Fang Yuan's highest red date immortal essence reserve. Fang Yuan continued to use Great Thief Ghost Hand, but he did not take out any more immortal goo from Yi Yang's body. Thus, he placed this person back into the dream realm and pulled out another person. It was Qi Clan's second supreme elder, an Earth Path rank 7 goo immortal. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he attacked again. He wanted to take away all the immortal goo from these southern border goo immortals and put them into his own pocket. As for the people, he had to release some first. Extortion could be seen as a type of transaction, but the seller was very strong, while the buyer was very resentful and helpless. And when doing business, one had to pay attention to credibility. If he did not release some hostages, how could Southern Border's righteous path believe Fang Yuan, and how could they continue to be extorted with hope? Fang Yuan planned to release Qi Clan's second supreme elder first, then Yi Clan's Yang. Qi Clan had a transaction after all, and in the future, Fang Yuan still planned to support Qi Clan to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, these two clans would definitely continue to be extorted until the bottom line. Even though it was not easy to nurture a goo immortal. But the value of a hostage was fixed and had an upper limit. These righteous path forces had been established for so many years, they were not fools. If Fang Yuan's demand was too much and greatly exceeded the value of a goo immortal, or the price that the buyer could bear, they would not make a losing transaction. All in all, extortion required skill. Several days later, another batch of immortal yuan stones was obtained. That was Yi Clan's first ransom, 1,200,000 immortal yuan stones. In terms of value, Yang could not compare to Xia Cha, but Yi Clan itself was very wealthy, at least surpassing Xia Clan, so they had even more immortal yuan stones in their current reserves. A super force's reserves of immortal yuan stones were more or less, but they were mostly around 1 million. Thus, Fang Yuan's first extortion of immortal yuan stones was not only because he himself was lacking them, but also because other forces could easily take them out. Although there was a certain difficulty, it was very small. First, he would make them submit, then he would use increasingly harsh demands to extort them, making them bleed bit by bit. Fang Yuan was well versed in the art of extortion. But this time, even though I captured the southern border immortals, I did not get any response from the Celestial Court. What did the Celestial Court prepare in the River of Time? Fang Yuan pondered in his mind. He constructed the year's flow execution formation this time. The main point was naturally to deal with the southern border immortals, but he also had the intention of luring the Celestial Court to make a move. If the Celestial Court had troops lying in ambush, they would most likely follow the tributary of the River of Time and attack Fang Yuan from both sides. But from start to finish, Fang Yuan did not see the troops of the Celestial Court making a move. Chapter 1623. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Red Heaven. The moment Fang Yuan's time path clone appeared, it attracted the attention of countless year beasts. Cluck cluck cluck. Roar roar. Countless year beasts roared as they pounced at Fang Yuan. A large number of ancient desolate beasts pushed the desolate level year beasts to the side. Their gazes were filled with desire. But soon, an immemorial year chicken flapped its wings valiantly. Desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts avoided it in panic. The scene was chaotic. The immemorial year chicken ran to Fang Yuan's time path clone and lowered its head, showing a docile expression. Fang Yuan smiled as he caressed the immemorial year chicken's head, its exaggerated crimson comb. He waved his sleeves and scattered countless mortal year goo. The immemorial year chicken clucked as it opened its beak, emitting a strong suction force that swallowed most of the year goo. Only a few year goo were scattered around, causing the surrounding ancient year beasts to fight over them. The immemorial year chicken was not satisfied after eating. It stared at Fang Yuan's time path clone, its eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A vast number of year goo flew out like pebbles on a beach, forming a storm. Everyone had a share. The year beasts went into a frenzy. After a long time, including the immemorial year chicken, all the year beasts had eaten their fill. The slight restlessness caused by hunger had disappeared, and they returned to their lazy state. They lay on the white clouds and entered a resting state, no longer moving. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked around and nodded before flying away. In this mini-red heaven, there were a total of 7 year beast groups. This was the third group that Fang Yuan was feeding. There were many year beasts in the sovereign immortal aperture to begin with. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used the year's flow execution formation to scheme against Southern Border's righteous path. Other than capturing the Southern Border immortals, his biggest spoils of war were the year beasts that he subdued in battle. These year beasts were of high quality. They were at least desolate level year beasts, a large number of ancient year beasts, and 7 immemorial year beasts. Originally, with Fang Yuan's soul foundation, he could only enslave 1 or 2 immemorial year beasts. But now, his soul path cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though it had been declining recently, most of his foundation was still intact. Enslaving 7 immemorial year beasts was not a problem. What was worth mentioning was that among these 7 immemorial year beasts, immemorial year chickens had the most numbers, 3 of them. The other 4 were immemorial year tiger, immemorial year dragon, immemorial year rabbit, and immemorial year horse. In the river of time, every once in a while, one of the immemorial year beasts would appear in large numbers. Clearly, this period of time was the most prosperous period for immemorial year chickens. However, even though Fang Yuan controlled 7 immemorial year beasts, each of them could not compare to the immemorial year monkey that Fang Yuan controlled earlier in terms of battle strength. But that immemorial year monkey died in battle. Of course, the battle strength of all 7 immemorial year beasts added together was much stronger than one immemorial year monkey. There was a clear difference in battle strength between immemorial year beasts. It was like the difference between rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan fed these year beasts as he thought. With so many new year beasts, the cost of feeding them has increased by dozens of times. If not for extorting a batch of immortal yuan stones, I might not even be able to feed them. The higher the rank of the year beasts, the greater their appetite. And the food used to feed year beasts was year gu. Fang Yuan used rank 8 immortal gu years flow like water to refine a vast number of mortal year gu, which could barely support these year beast stomachs. And activating years flow like water immortal gu consumed Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence. Previously, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence to feed the year beasts. Now that there were so many year beasts, there were 7 immemorial year beasts. Thus, the feeding of year beasts had become Fang Yuan's biggest expenditure. Currently, Dang Hun Mountain has already been restored to 80%. The guts goose production is no longer terrible, it has become passable, barely acceptable. By the time Dang Hun Mountain is completely repaired, the year beasts will become a burden. Fang Yuan had to feed year beasts once in a while. Refining year gu using years flow like water was the most economical method, but it was still a huge burden. And Fang Yuan needed to raise these year beasts to deal with the battle in the River of Time, so he had to solve the problem of feeding them. Actually, this problem was not just with year beasts, but also with eagle groups. Fang Yuan had once bought large numbers of eagle beasts to enslave the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The feeding of these eagles had always been a burden. To make them self-sufficient and bring them into the world of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would need to spend a lot of energy and funds to create a complete food chain. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Creating a complete food chain was also a Gu immortal's deep research and understanding of the heavenly Tao. But compared to eagle groups, year beasts were much larger in scale. They needed to be fed the most. Due to the uniqueness of Nian beasts, it was much easier for them to build a complete food chain. With Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Langya True Inheritance, and others, Fang Yuan always had a way to solve problems. Now, he had 3 options to choose from. The first option was to build a year essence pool. This was a resource point. It could also be seen as a miniature river of time. Its use was to simulate the environment of the river of time, to allow year beasts to live, and reproduce. The year essence pool had different sizes. It was divided into rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. The advantage of this option was that it saved space, and the year beasts that lived inside would produce a certain amount of year goo. After a long time, it would produce other wild time path goo worms, or even sun beasts, moon beasts, and others, eventually forming a miniature river of time. The disadvantage was that the cost was too high. Just the rank 6 year essence pool alone was a huge sum. If converted into immortal yuan stone, it would not be 1 million or 10 million, but 100 million immortal yuan stone. And the rank 7 year essence pool was even more ridiculous. It involved many rare immortal materials. Most of them were priceless. A rank 6 year essence pool could be built if one was wealthy enough. But rank 7 was not something immortal yuan stone could solve. As for Fang Yuan, he needed a rank 8 year essence pool to contain those 7 immemorial year beasts. The second option was flowing gold time stage. This was a rank 7 time path immortal goo house. It was quite special. Because it needed to be fixed, it could not move freely like most other immortal goo houses. Once it was set up, flowing gold time stage would turn into a bright moon that shrouded the blessed land sky, rising and falling continuously. Flowing gold time stage could contain a large number of year beasts. They could also sleep peacefully. This way, the need to feed them would be greatly reduced. The advantage of this option was that flowing gold time stage could extract the year beast's strength for its own use. It did not require Fang Yuan to expend immortal essence. This would allow Fang Yuan to make full use of the year beasts during peaceful times. He would not feed them for nothing. The disadvantage of this option was also obvious. Firstly, constructing this rank 7 immortal goo house, flowing gold time stage, required a large number of time path immortal goo. But Fang Yuan needed these time path immortal goo to protect himself. Secondly, flowing gold time stage had to be fixed as much as possible. It was attached to the immortal aperture and could operate on its own. Thus, even if it was constructed, it could not help Fang Yuan fight in the river of time. It was not proficient in battle. Thirdly, this immortal goo house expended the year beast's strength. If it was extracted to its limits, the year beasts would die and their time path Tao marks would be destroyed. Their corpses would have no value. Finally, when the year beasts wake up, they would need an enormous amount of food to replenish their expenditure. The third option was the 12 zodiac battle formation. By gathering 12 different species of immemorial year beasts and using them as the cores, the 12 zodiac battle formation could be formed. This formation specialized in offense. It was completely different from flowing gold time stage. Although it was a formation, it could move, because the cores were 12 immemorial year beasts. Normally, these immemorial year beasts would be sealed like statues. They would not move and did not need to be fed. But during battle, they would be unsealed and form the battle formation to kill the enemy. Evidently, this formation with immemorial year beasts as the cores was not a modern Gu formation. It was an ancient battle formation. It was similar to Green City Rampage and Heavenly Giant Solar, but the latter two used Gu Immortals as the cores, while this 12 Zodiac battle formation used immemorial year beasts as the cores. The advantage of this option was that it could save on the cost of feeding the beasts. But the disadvantage was that it only targeted immemorial year beasts. If he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts, Fang Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. But to do this, Fang Yuan would need to find even more immemorial year beasts, and these immemorial year beasts would need to be of different types. This kind of collection work not only depended on strength, it also depended on luck. It was very difficult and would take a long time. After deep consideration, Fang Yuan decided to use the first option. Although the first option required the most investment, if it succeeded, the benefits would also be the greatest. With my own strength, if I want to build a rank 8-year essence pool, I might not even be able to build 30% of it before my finances would collapse and I would fall into a predicament. Fang Yuan's assets were actually very deep, but many of them could not be sold, for example, reverse flow river. Moreover, he had to face external pressure like the celestial court. He had to balance all aspects. He could not risk everything and build a year essence pool without caring about anything else. But now is indeed the best time for me to build a year essence pool. Xia clan, you want to talk to me? Send me 3 portions of Whirlpool Dawn Light first. Fang Yuan sent an information path mortal goo to Xia clan's stall. Soon, Xia clan replied, Fang Yuan is wise. Although my clan got rid of the Whirlpool Dawn Light, the origin is actually inside First Supreme Elder's Immortal Aperture. My clan's treasury does not have any of it. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. This reply was unexpected, but he sneered, how can I not know this? Send me 3 portions, no, 10 portions of Whirlpool Dawn Light, only then will I see your clan's sincerity, we can talk. Otherwise. But this Whirlpool Dawn Light is very rare. Even in jewel yellow skies, it is priceless. 3 portions is fine, but 10 portions, where can my clan find them? I don't care. That's your problem. Fang Yuan coldly replied the last sentence. Chapter 1624. Shang Clan. 3008 parts jade, I won it within 3 days. Fang Yuan's tone was firm. Shang Clan's side was in a difficult position. 8 parts jade is a rank 8 immortal material. Transactions in jewel yellow skies are usually within 100 taels. It is truly difficult for my clan to take out so much at once. Hehehe, I believe in your clan's strength. Shang Clan, who doesn't know that you are the #1 force in southern border? Fang Yuan sneered. No matter how Shang Clan negotiated, their conditions did not change. Ba Clan. Where is my 7 treasures water? Fang Yuan urged. Ba Clan quickly replied. The 7 treasures water has been prepared, we can hand over the goods at the same time. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Very good. To express my sincerity, I will hand over a batch of goods first. What is this? The Ba Clan Gu Immortal was shocked and furious. Can't you tell? This is the arm of your clan's Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Fang Yuan, what is the meaning of this? You want to exchange for your clan's Gu Immortal with just some 7 treasures water? Isn't this too easy? Or do you think I am stupid? If you don't satisfy me, I will just kill him. Oh, of course, I will use a letter Gu to record the process of killing him and hang it in jewel yellow skies. Or maybe, I can sell this person to Wu clan? Hee-ha. Fang Yuan laughed cruelly. The Ba Clan Gu Immortal almost crushed his teeth. After a long while, the Ba Clan Gu Immortal squeezed out a sentence. Fang Yuan, let's talk this out. It is easy for me to talk this out. First, send over the 7 treasures water and show your Ba Clan's sincerity. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, your clan wants to overthrow Wu clan and become the #1 force in southern border. How can you be so petty? Wu clan is willing to pay any price for an external supreme elder. Your Ba clan's Gu Immortal is your blood relative. Can you just watch him die? What is your clan's first supreme elder thinking? Are you really that cold and heartless? Fang Yuan's words were sharp. The Ba Clan Gu Immortals on the other side had pale expressions. They were furious and helpless. Luo family, Ho family, Chai family, these were the targets of Fang Yuan's second wave of extortion. As for the Tai clan and the Wu clan, they did not make a move. Fang Yuan made all sorts of requests to these families. Naturally, he encountered resistance in the process. However, Fang Yuan had hostages in his hands, and his location was extremely secretive. It was impossible to find him, so he firmly held the upper hand. The southern border righteous faction had no choice but to pinch their noses and satisfy Fang Yuan's requests one by one. Among them, the Xia family's sincerity was the greatest. The 10 portions of Maelstrom of Dawn were the first to be delivered to Fang Yuan. Even though Xia clan's Gu immortals shouted about how difficult it was to gather these dawn light spiral vortexes, Fang Yuan knew that these super forces had deep foundations. Satisfying his extortion requests was not beyond their capabilities, it was just a little difficult. Maelstrom of Dawn light, 8 parts jade, 7 treasures water. Some of these immortal materials were rank 8, some were rank 7, but there were many of them. They were all delivered to Fang Yuan one after another. Soon, Fang Yuan had more than half of the immortal materials he needed to construct the year essence pool. This efficiency was shockingly high. If Fang Yuan were to supervise and collect them alone, he would need to spend at least 10 years, and this was under a situation where his luck was good. Fang Yuan had deep foundations, but in terms of immortal materials, he could not compare to these super forces that had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. Of course, the immortal materials that Fang Yuan requested were not just the materials needed to construct the year essence pool. There were also many immortal materials that were prepared for him to refine immortal Gu. At this moment, the Time Path clone arrived outside the immortal formation again. This is the last time of plundering. After this, these southern border Gu immortals will not have any immortal Gu on them. Southern Border's righteous path had a total of 13 super clans. They were Wu clan, Ba clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Ho clan, Luo clan, Qiao clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Yi clan, Qi clan, Yang clan, and Yao clan. Fang Yuan could fight rank 8, chasing after Fang Yuan was something that every clan could benefit from. Thus, every clan sent a Gu immortal expert with at least rank 7 cultivation level. Their battle strength was the trump card of each clan. Even the Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha, personally took action to lead the heroes and unify the leadership to prevent internal friction. Such Gu immortal experts each had at least 2 or 3 immortal Gu. Some had 4 or 5 immortal Gu, like Xia Cha. On average, each of them had 3 immortal Gu. Before Fang Yuan finished plundering, these immortal Gu, together with his previous accumulation, had already surpassed 100. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Seeing the southern border Gu immortal Yang Ku being dragged out of the dream realm by the pure dream reality seeker physique body, Fang Yuan immediately used his signature method. A rank 7 immortal Gu was taken out. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It was Soul Search Immortal Gu. This Soul Search Immortal Gu was rank 7, it was suitable for Fang Yuan to plunder their souls. But this Gu is just icing on the cake. Although I do not have Soul Search Immortal Gu, I can use other Soul Path Immortal Gu to form the Immortal Killer move Soul Search. It is just that it is more convenient with this Immortal Gu. I might as well change this Soul Search Immortal Gu to Absorb Soul Immortal Gu. Shadow Sect once had Absorb Soul Immortal Gu. If Fang Yuan had it now, it would be much easier to take these southern border Gu immortal souls into his body. With his current methods, he would need to go through a lot of trouble. Yang Ku had a total of 3 Soul Path Immortal Gu, but the next 2 did not have Absorb Soul Immortal Gu. The last person was Wu Clan's Lu Hao. This person has a method to counter my fixed immortal travel. I want to take a good look. Fang Yuan activated his killer move again and again. After a while, he finally took out an Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was stunned. This Immortal Gu actually self-destructed once it left the Immortal aperture. What is this situation? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He continued to steal, but he could only steal the remains of Gu worms. Be it Immortal Gu or Mortal Gu, they all self-destructed along with the first Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan carefully examined these Gu worm remains and soon found out that this was a special refinement path method. As long as these Gu worms left the Immortal aperture, they would all self-destruct. There is actually such a method? This refinement path method is extraordinary. It is definitely on the same level as long-hair ancestor. It seems that this Gu Immortal was not simply recruited by Wu clan, he is likely to be someone from the celestial court. Feng Yuan immediately deduced the truth. In the history of Gu Immortals, there were 3 refinement path great experts, they were all supreme grandmasters. Other than long-hair ancestor from the medieval antiquity era, there was also old eccentric Tiannan from the remote antiquity era, and old immortal Kong Ju from the olden antiquity era. These 2 were pure humans. Most of their true inheritances were collected by the celestial court. Feng Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Wu clan. He knew about Wu clan's information clearly. Wu clan did not have such a refinement path method. Feng Yuan's expression was slightly grim. This method was out of his expectations. Feng Yuan was caught off guard and suffered a loss. At the same time, he realized, I had planned to use years flow execution formation to lure out the arrangements of the celestial court in the river of time and expose them to me. To think that the celestial court infiltrated Southern Borders group to hunt me down. So close, with Fairy Myrtle's methods, this person is definitely not the only one, she definitely has other arrangements. Thankfully, I retreated in time and did not get entangled with Lu Wei-yin. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in Southern Border. How could they be so easily infiltrated by the celestial court? This matter is not so simple. It is likely that Wu Yong brought in the strength of the celestial court to deal with me. He is indeed a formidable person. He is not afraid of this matter being exposed and violating the taboo of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's thoughts changed as he looked at the remains of the immortal Gu in his hands again. Gu as before. He muttered softly. Gu as before was an idea he had once had. It was an idea derived from man as before and landscape as before. When Gu worms were injured or destroyed, using Gu as before could restore them to their previous state. But this idea seemed good, but the more one looked into it, the more unrealistic it became. Mortal Gu were Dao marks, immortal Gu were fragments of the great Dao. To restore them, Gu as before's power and rank had to far surpass the target. Just this point meant that Gu as before was not as practical as man as before and landscape as before. Not to mention the difficulty in manipulating it. But now, Feng Yuan seemed to be able to see a trace of Gu as before's embryonic form on these Gu worm remains. These Gu worms are clearly of space path, but refinement path Dao marks can be attached to them. After activating it, I can destroy them. Refinement path was good at refining Gu, but conversely, it was also good at destroying Gu worms. Maybe to me, these Gu worm remains are more valuable than the immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. In the ambush earlier, Lu Hao had used fixed space immortal Gu to deal with Feng Yuan, preventing him from activating fixed immortal travel. The celestial court's design was to prevent fixed space Gu from falling into Feng Yuan's hands. But in fact, there were many ways to counter fixed immortal travel. Fixed space Gu was not the only one. On the contrary, I might be able to find clues from these Gu worm remains and create Gu as before immortal Gu. Feng Yuan carefully stored these Gu worm remains. To him, there was a lot of reference value. Of course, it would be better to directly look at the methods and inheritances of the celestial court. Chapter 1625. Celestial Court. Yu Hall Qianzhong was still as bright and dignified as ever. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. Purple light flashed past her beautiful eyes. Next, she frowned slightly, muttering in an ethereal tone, "Fixed space immortal Gu has self-destructed." After Fairy Myrtle obtained Star Constellation chessboard, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current Gu immortal world. This time, she sent Lu Hao and Jun Shenguang to deal with Feng Yuan. How could she not be on guard against Feng Yuan's great thief Ghost Hand? A lesson learned. Fixed immortal travel immortal Gu was stolen by Feng Yuan from Feng Jioga right under Fairy Myrtle's nose. Fairy Myrtle would not make such a mistake a second time. Yuan Qiong Du, shortly after, Fairy Myrtle contacted this newly promoted rank 8 Gu Immortal of Celestial Court. Lady Ziwei. Yuan Qiongdu immediately replied. Go refine fixed space Gu. Fairy Myrtle instructed plainly. Yuan Qiongdu's expression changed. He was the one who arranged the refinement path Dao marks on fixed space Gu and the others, so he had a rough idea. Fairy Myrtle's words were meaningless. Lu Hao was most likely dead. Lu Hao and Yuan Qiongdu came from the same ancient sect. Yuan Qiongdu hesitated for a moment before asking, Lady Ziwei, Lu Hao, he is likely captured by Fang Yuan, but I would rather he be killed by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle's tone was indifferent. It was shockingly similar to how Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path. Yuan Qiongdu was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fairy Myrtle's words were not because she had a personal grudge with Lu Hao and wanted him to die, but because if Lu Hao was captured, it meant that the other Southern Border Immortals were also captured by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed Lu Hao, the other Southern Border Immortals would be no exception. In this way, there would be a blood feud between Fang Yuan and the Southern Border Righteous faction. There would never be any possibility of compromise or cooperation. Southern Border had previously experienced the Battle of Tian Mountain and the Battle of Dream Realm and suffered heavy losses. This time, if the Southern Border Immortals were killed by Fang Yuan, it would truly be a blow to their vitality. The entire Gu Immortal world's strength and foundation would fall to the bottom of the 5 regions. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, the border wall would disappear, and Central Continent would be the first to attack Southern Border. Once the Southern Border was annexed by the Central Continent, the Central Continent had 2 regions and was already the strongest. It immediately surpassed the remaining 3 regions and had a great advantage. The situation had also changed, and they were no longer in the predicament of being trapped in the 4 battlefields. Compared to the big picture, what was sacrificing a mere rank 7 Gu Immortal Lu Hao? After understanding this, the shock on Yuan Qiongdu's face disappeared as he said, I will go and refine fixed space Gu now. Yuan Qiongdu had already made ample preparations. He was a rank 8 and had the help of the Celestial Court's refinement path formation. Refining fixed space Immortal Gu and other things should be a sure thing. However, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with uneasiness. This uneasiness was an omen for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. The 3 elements of Wisdom Path were thoughts, wills, and emotions. The rise, change, and destruction of emotions, to Gu Immortals of other paths, might only be their own emotions. But to Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, it had a different meaning. Could it be that I missed something? What is it that is making me so uneasy? Fairy Myrtle calmed her mind and held star constellation chessboard as she made deep deductions. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. The result of the deduction was the same as before. Fang Yuan was able to set up this ambush successfully because of the first step. He successfully lured the Southern Border Immortals into the time path formation. This is not his contribution. Shadow Sect set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time long ago by combining natural Dao marks. Fang Yuan had formation path Grandmaster attainment. He could at most set up an immortal formation based on immortal materials. Only after reaching formation path Great Grandmaster level could one set up an immortal formation based on the natural Dao marks of the outside world. Shadow Sect naturally did not lack such people. Thus, they had already set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time, completely concealing this tributary of the River of Time. This immortal formation that was set up based on natural Dao marks might save Immortal Gu, but it had its drawbacks. The main drawback was that according to the distribution and arrangement of the natural Dao marks, the time path formation that was set up would be different. When Gu Immortals set up this immortal formation, not only did they need to have their own ideas, they also had to adapt to the situation. If the time path Dao marks of another location were used, they would not be able to set up such a powerful concealment time path formation. Thus, the terrifying battle result of Fang Yuan successfully ambushing and capturing the Southern Border Immortals could not be replicated a second time. Fairy Ziwei had paid a huge price for this. She had used the crucial clues brought back by Jun Shenguang to deduce this after much difficulty. Without the restriction of the immortal formation, even if Feng Yuan uses the pure dream reality seeker physique body to self-detonate, the dream realm will not expand quickly. Gu immortals can escape easily. If he uses an immortal battlefield, unless it is a dream path battlefield, the battlefield of other paths will be corroded by the dream realm and destroyed. Thus, Feng Yuan's battle tactic using the dream realm does not pose much of a threat. Then why am I feeling uneasy? Is it because of spectral soul? Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle left the hall and went to a certain place in Celestial Court. Spectral soul was here. After Dang Hun Mountain self-detonated, he used this chance to use the soul path Dao marks to protect himself and put up a desperate resistance. But Celestial Court did not lack methods. Now that Fairy Myrtle arrived, a grand immortal formation had already been set up. It was buzzing as it activated. This gigantic immortal formation was like a gigantic grindstone, constantly grinding away the soul path Dao marks inside. Spectral soul, you still want to put up a desperate resistance? It is a pity. In 3 days, the soul path Dao marks around you will be completely ground away by the formation. Your actions earlier are just a show of struggling at death's door. Fairy Myrtle entered the formation and smiled coldly at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was silent as a rock. He did not reply. Purple light burst out in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Chessboard let out dense blue light. She scanned the entire immortal formation and Spectral Soul's body. After a few times, she was sure that there was nothing wrong with Spectral Soul's body. He did not have any hidden methods to resist. There is no problem with Spectral Soul. It seems that my uneasiness is not here. Where is it then? Wait, don't tell me. Fairy Myrtle came out of the immortal formation. Her expression changed as she thought of a person. Thus, she immediately moved without hesitation. She left Celestial Court personally, arriving at a nameless valley in Central Continent. The valley was lush and green. There was a waterfall inside. Duke Long was living under the waterfall, wholeheartedly teaching and protecting Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong. If there was anything that could make Fairy Myrtle feel uneasy, it would be this great dream seed. The waterfall rumbled. It fell down like a waterfall. Water vapor was thick. In a dream realm, the young girl Feng Kim Hong had snow-white skin. She was elegant and beautiful. She sat quietly on a snow-white rock with her eyes closed. A Gu immortal with an extremely concealed aura. He had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He had a strong body. He stood quietly at the side. He was like a giant pillar that supported the sky, looking at Feng Kim Hong. Senior Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle quietly went forward, greeting in a low voice. Duke Long nodded. He raised his hand and gestured for Fairy Myrtle to keep quiet. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes. She let out a soft cry like a young phoenix. Next, she activated her killer move, pointing at the dream realm in front of her with her index finger. Whoosh! With a soft sound, white light shot out, entering the dream realm. The dreamland suddenly froze. Then, with a crash, it shattered like a mirror, scattering in all directions. I succeeded in learning Shatter Dream. Feng Kim Hong raised her arms, cheering. Duke Long nodded. He had a gratified expression on his face. Fairy Myrtle had a look of shock in her eyes. Feng Kim Hong's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Any killer move of the old paths, even if it was rank 9, even if it was a rank 9 immortal Gu house, could not do anything to dream realms. To think that Feng Kim Hwang's mortal killer move, Shatter Dream, was actually effective against dream realms. Huang Heir, you have cultivated for a long time, go and rest. Duke Long sent Feng Kim Hong away. He had an amiable expression. There was no trace of the terrifying divine might that he had when he rampaged through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alive. Yes, Master. Feng Kim Hong knew that Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had important matters to discuss. He left obediently. After Feng Kim Hong left, only Duke Long and Zishan Makoto were left. Duke Long asked, "Why did you come here?" "Nothing much, I just felt uneasy, but I could not find the reason." Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. Duke Long frowned. "With your wisdom path attainment, uneasiness is a huge matter, But you could not find the reason? Fairy Myrtle nodded. I deduced Feng Yuan and checked Spectral Soul's location. I still felt uneasy, so I came here to take a look. Duke Long smiled. Then you saw it, what do you think of this place? Fairy Myrtle also smiled. I was overthinking. With Senior Duke Long's guidance, Feng Kim Huang's progress is far beyond expectations. Duke Long shook his head. I have no attainment in Dream Path. Huang Er was able to achieve this because of her innate talent and independent cultivation. I am only watching over her to prevent any accidents from happening to her. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. She praised sincerely. This child is the hope of our celestial court's resurgence and unify the 5 regions. Duke Long nodded, his gaze flickered. I know where your uneasiness is coming from. Lord Duke Long, please enlighten me. My wisdom path attainment is not even 1/10,000th of yours, but I can only control those people. Since it is not Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, or Feng Kim Hong, then it can only be Red Lotus. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, are you talking about Red Lotus True Inheritance? 3 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable almost destroyed Fate Immortal Gu. Normal people could guess that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance because he was unwilling to give up. He wanted his descendants to continue to destroy Fate Immortal Gu. How is the progress in finding Red Lotus True Inheritance? Duke Long asked. Chapter 1626. A trace of dawn light, bright and fresh, continuously rotating like a dream, hovered at the center of Feng Yuan's time path clone's palm. Around Feng Yuan, Wuxia and the rest were already prepared. Let's begin. Feng Yuan called out. The aura of goo worms on his body surged, his immortal essence was expended intensely, the rank 8 immortal material whirlpool dawn light in his hand exploded, covering the surrounding 100 li. Almost at the same time, Wuxia and the rest stopped this whirlpool dawn light, not allowing it to spread further. Whirlpool dawn light's extensibility was extremely good, it expanded to 100 li, even though it no longer had its luster and was like a transparent water wave. Feng Yuan's time path clone could still feel the whirlpool's wind at the center. Feng Yuan inspected and saw that the Shadow Sect Immortals had already stabilized the situation. He took out the second whirlpool dawn light and did the same thing. Numerous vortexes exploded in the light of dawn, dyeing the surrounding area of 100 miles into a dreamy light, flickering and flickering. At this time, Feng Yuan took out the 7 treasures water. This water was grayish-white in color. It was not eye-catching. There were all kinds of lumps in the water. They were like gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and agate. But if these lumps were fished out, once they left the surface of the 7 treasures water, they would turn into 7 treasures water and sprinkle down. The time path clone raised his hands, raising a lump of 7 treasures water above his head. For the next step, the clone could only assist. Feng Yuan's main body had to take action. Because Feng Yuan's time path clone's cultivation was only rank 6, it was not enough to take on this responsibility. Feng Yuan's main body's divine sense had already enveloped this place. Any trace of abnormality could be seen by him instantly. At this moment, Feng Yuan activated his method. His immortal essence was rapidly expended. A white light landed on the 7 treasures water, gurgling. The 7 treasures water started to boil. Countless bubbles appeared on the surface. The lumps in the 7 treasures water were like snow encountering the sun. They dissolved at a visible speed. The 7 treasures water's volume continued to expand. Soon, all the lumps in the water were eliminated. After it purified the 7 treasures water, another strange light shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water immediately turned into a lump of ice, emitting cold air that spread out and engulfed Feng Yuan's time path clone. Then, it spread out in all directions, accurately covering the surrounding 50 li. When Wuxia and the others saw this, they hurriedly threw the 8 division jade in their hands into the dense cold mist. Everything went on smoothly, inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Several days later, with a loud rumble, a huge pool of 100 li was formed. This is rank 8 Year Essence Pool. Because of the ample preparation and luck, Fang Yuan's first attempt at setting up the Year Essence Pool was a success. Fang Yuan inspected it 3 times. After making sure there were no mistakes, he started to use time path methods to draw in the tributary of the River of Time. In every Immortal Aperture world, as long as time was still flowing, there would be a tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time was usually hidden. Only special time path methods could be used to target and guide it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the tributary of the River of Time in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was much wider and faster than ordinary Immortal Apertures. The tributary of the River of Time smoothly poured into the Year Essence Pool and flowed out from the other end of the pool. However, the tributary of the River of Time that flowed out was weak like a stream. It flowed slowly, no longer surging like before. In the Year Essence Pool, the water level was rising slowly. In the following period of time, the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow would slow down. When the Year Essence Pool was full, the tributary of the River of Time that flowed out would return to its original state, and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow would also return to normal. The Year Essence Pool's construction was successful. Fang Yuan's time path clone and the Shadow Sect Immortals were extremely tired. They did not sleep or rest for several days. They had to concentrate and expend a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan's main body's divine sense was still paying attention. The others left to rest. Fang Yuan's time path methods gradually lost effectiveness. The Year Essence Pool and the tributary of the River of Time became fainter. After a while, they completely disappeared, hidden deep inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Year Essence Pool was rather special. It was connected to the tributary of the River of Time. It did not show itself. Its effect was not just a resource point, it also had the effect of a dam. For example, if the Year Essence Pool leaked or accumulated water, it could cause the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow to change. Even though Fang Yuan had immortal killer moves like days pass like years, these moves expended immortal essence, and after each use, there would be a time interval. It could not affect the tributary of the River of Time a second time. But with the Year Essence Pool, this was much easier. Thus, many Gu Immortals, even if they did not cultivate time path, would construct such a pool in their immortal aperture to change their immortal aperture's time. Of course, most of them constructed rank 6 or 7 Year Essence Pools. They were not like Fang Yuan who constructed a rank 8 Year Essence Pool. A rank 8 Year Essence Pool was too expensive to construct, the investment was too huge, and formation path methods were needed. In essence, it was an immortal Gu formation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. He could use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to set up a Gu immortal formation. The Year Beasts started to cheer. The water level of the Year Essence Pool was still very low, but a small number of desolate level Year Beasts sensed it and went in. They were born in the River of Time, grew up in the river, and died in the river. The environment they were most suited to was the River of Time. And the Year Essence Pool simulated the environment of the River of Time. It was no wonder these Year Beasts welcomed it so warmly. As the tributary of the River of Time continued to pour in, the Year Essence Pool continued to expand. Be it the Whirlpool Dawn Light, 7 treasures water, or 8 parts jade, they all had good ductility. They were condensed into one and did not have the characteristic of collapsing on their own. When the Year Essence Pool was filled with water, this rank 8 Year Essence Pool would reach a terrifying size of 10,000 li. Even more amazing was that it was hidden deep inside. Like an illusion, it did not occupy any space in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Year Essence Pool was like an independent small world. Fang Yuan could set up his own food chain. It had nothing to do with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. What made Fang Yuan most satisfied was that the Year Essence Pool itself could restrain Year Beasts. They could only move around in the pool and could not run outside. With this, Fang Yuan could take in even more Year Beasts, and these Year Beasts could be completely wild. For example, wild immemorial Year Beasts. Fang Yuan could only control 7 immemorial Year Beasts now. If these immemorial year beasts died in battle, Fang Yuan would not have any reinforcements. But if there were other wild immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool, Fang Yuan could sacrifice 1 or 2 immemorial year monkeys to temporarily enslave them and replenish his forces in time. This was extremely beneficial to his plan to go to the River of Time. After this period of recuperation, Fang Yuan's main body's injuries had already healed. Next, I need to separate these Gu Immortals' bodies and souls, then extract their souls and soul-search them one by one. At the same time, Fang Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path did not stop. But this time, there was a strong resistance. Southern Border's righteous path forces started to unite to resist Fang Yuan. The year essence pool was expensive. Fang Yuan's extortion had already made all the forces feel pain. Fang Yuan kept asking Southern Border's righteous path to show their sincerity, but he himself did not show any sincerity. This made Southern Border's righteous path secretly think about it and decided to unite to pressure Fang Yuan, to force him to submit. Several days later, Fang Yuan, if you do not show your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path will not let you get any more resources. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal was chosen to represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He negotiated with Fang Yuan with a firm tone. But he quickly changed the topic. Earlier, our Southern Border's tribes have already shown our sincerity. Now, Fang Yuan, only if you show your sincerity can we continue to negotiate. Otherwise, even if you kill these Gu Immortals, we will not compromise. Fang Yuan sneered, what kind of sincerity do you want from me? Do you want me to release a portion of the captives first? Shang Clan's Gu Immortal quickly replied, we are not asking for you to release the hostages, we can do it step by step. For example, Immortal Gu. You do not need many Immortal Gu, you can return them to us first, and as the price, we will give you the cultivation resources you need. Southern Border's righteous path was not stupid. If they let Fang Yuan release a portion of the hostages first, then the righteous path clans that obtained benefits might not put in any effort in the following negotiations. Thus, they would rather Fang Yuan release the Immortal Gu, Immortal Aperture resources, Gu Immortal Bodies, and Gu Immortal Souls in batches first. It was just that this was not the complete Yang, it was only his body. Yang's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan's sincerity made the Southern Border Gu Immortals see hope in saving the captives. In the following conversation, Fang Yuan said frankly, the reason why I released Yang's body is naturally to gain more benefits. I might even capture you in the future, so I won't ruin my reputation in this aspect. You can rest assured, as long as you can pay the price, I will return all the captives to you. Fang Yuan, this scoundrel? At once, Southern Border's righteous path did not know how to respond. The Immortals had mixed feelings. There was joy from seeing the hope of saving the hostages, but also disgust, anger, hatred, helplessness towards Fang Yuan, as well as a trace of uneasiness and fear. Fang Yuan appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his strength, he had the ability to capture lone righteous path Gu Immortals. As long as he succeeded and escaped far away, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his location. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path was threatened by Fang Yuan. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals became vigilant. Facing the demon Fang Yuan, they were not safe. After all, Xiaxia was the best example. Chapter 1628. Although Fang Yuan's words made Southern Border's righteous path furious and fearful, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved. He had successfully convinced Southern Border's righteous path. Although this sincerity made Southern Border's righteous path hate Fang Yuan even more, they chose to believe in Fang Yuan's sincerity in this aspect. In fact, they were willing to believe in this sincerity. Because, to them, losing a Gu Immortal was a greater loss. If it was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, then so be it. Most importantly, these Gu immortals who were captured were all rank 7 experts. They were their trump cards. Xia clan's Xiaxia was even their first supreme elder. Such a person, if they lost her, it would have a huge impact on the entire clan. Spirit Affinity House had once lost Feng Jioge. Their resource points were immediately coveted by the surrounding 10 great ancient sects. They were under great pressure. The 10 great ancient sects had the same source, Celestial Court. Their relationship was much closer than Southern Border's righteous path. But even so, if Southern Border's righteous path fell into such a situation, their situation would no doubt become even more disadvantageous. If all the Southern Border righteous path clans lost these Gu immortals, it would be fine. But what they were worried about was, what if Feng Yuan killed one group and released another? Earth veins were moving at this time. All kinds of immortal materials and wild immortal Gu had appeared in this period of time. Southern Border's forces were already fighting fiercely with each other. Southern Border's righteous path already had many factions and conflicts. The earth veins moving even more intensified these internal conflicts. If Feng Yuan killed one group and released another, the balance between the righteous path forces would be broken. The whole of Southern Border would be in turmoil again. Southern Border's righteous path accepted Feng Yuan's extortion because they were afraid of Feng Yuan or worried about the captured people. It was not purely like that. They were still worried about themselves. Whoever Feng Yuan released and killed could already change the whole situation of Southern Border. They were indeed afraid of Feng Yuan, even if they did not admit it. But they were even more afraid of each other. Precisely because of this situation, Feng Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path without any restraints. The righteous path may sound dignified, but when it comes to fighting, they will not be careless. Northern Plains He tribe is the best example. He tribe is weak, but with the excuse of being the culprit of 88-point Shenyang Tower, all the Huangjin tribes immediately attacked them. Compared to a lone wolf like me, no matter how much extortion you extort, you won't be able to snatch away my territory. It's also impossible for me to establish a super faction and occupy these territories in a hurry. On the other hand, the other righteous sects have many people and have the instinct to expand, so the threat is greater. Speaking of which, this is still because the Southern Territory's powers are numerous and lack a strong leader. If I did this in Zhongzhou State, the 10 ancient sects wouldn't even give a damn about me. The Southern Border, the Western Desert, and the Eastern Sea are all filled with mountains and forests. However, the Southern Border's internal conflicts are the most intense because of the earth veins moving. As for Northern Plains, thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Compared to his previous life, Northern Plains' longevity heaven had already appeared in the world earlier and was currently actively unifying the whole of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Previously, this plan was secretly obstructed by the Celestial Court. In Kokitahara, there was a heaven pillar wind. This wind was shaped like a giant pillar. It was extremely tall and long. When heaven pillar wind blew, it did not move, it blew on the same spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that was supporting the sky. In Mini Eastern Sea, there was a brand new sea area. It was called Wave Flower Sea Area. The sea area had surging waves. Countless mystical flowers were born and extinguished in the waves. They were called wave break flowers. Because the time it took for them to grow and wither was very short, they were hard to pick. When Feng Yuan obtained the method to nurture this resource from Yang, he was quite surprised. In Mini Western Desert, there were more than 10 fusang trees. Each branch of this tree was an immortal material. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big. If we convert it to a specific value, the sovereign immortal aperture's development rate was only 3 to 4%. Now, because of this annexation, it has reached 8 to 9%. Don't forget that these immortal apertures of southern borders Gu Immortals still have a lot of resources left, including the largest one, Xia Cha Grotto Heaven. This way, it can definitely reach 10%. Fang Yuan sighed. These resources varied in size. Many large resource points were the economic pillars of southern borders Gu Immortals. In jewel yellow skies, Celestial Court had already started selling copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and silver dragonfish at low prices. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge setback. But so what? Chapter 1630. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. The ground shook fiercely. Next, the dense light of the Earth Path Killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving soft soil, the surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. In this concave area, there was no vegetation, there was little soil, large amounts of steel were exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This was the White Steel Bowl Valley. After extorting Shang clan, Fang Yuan obtained the method to construct the White Steel Juice resource point, as well as the corresponding construction materials. The White Steel Bowl Valley was a mid-sized resource point. After construction, it would be able to condense the rank 7 immortal material White Steel Juice at the center of the concave area. With this immortal material, Fang Yuan could feed rank 7 Edge Gu by himself. Earlier, when he searched Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture, he did not find any resources to feed Edge Gu. After soul-searching Tai Chu Zhong, Fang Yuan realized that he was planning to construct such a resource point. He had already negotiated the price with Shang Hu Zhang. Fang Yuan extorted Shang clan again. He did not pay any price and constructed the White Steel Bowl Valley. After completing this task, Fang Yuan's time path clone went to Dang Hun Mountain without stopping. A crystal mountain towered majestically. It was pink in color and emitted a dreamy luster. Fang Yuan tossed soul cores to Dang Hun Mountain. After a while, a large number of guts Gu were produced on the surface of the mountain. Dang Hun Mountain was finally repaired. It was close to its complete state. At 99%, that was enough. Fang Yuan would not be able to reach the complete state. Celestial Court was already familiar with Dang Hun Mountain's complete state. Even though fixed immortal travel was in Fang Yuan's hands, Celestial Court might have some immortal killer moves that could have similar effects to fixed immortal travel. From now on, I can produce a large number of Guts Gu. The Guts Gu trade has resumed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, sighing internally. It was not easy to achieve this step, and it consumed a huge amount of Fang Yuan's celestial core power. Dang Hun Mountain had been destroyed before, but it was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, turning into a pile of mud, but it still had soul path Dao marks. But this time, Fang Yuan only had a small piece of Dang Hun Mountain rock. Most of the soul path Dao marks were destroyed along with Dang Hun Mountain. From this restoration of Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan deeply experienced the profundity of Orderly Well Killer move. This rank 9 immortal killer move was used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. It was extremely powerful. Without its help, Fang Yuan would never be able to repair Dang Hun Mountain. With the Guts Gu trade, the Celestial Court will not be able to restrict my income. However, because I moved so many resource points from southern borders immortal apertures, I can cultivate without relying on the Guts Gu trade and maintain a virtuous cycle. I should use these Guts Gu for my soul path cultivation. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had once surpassed 100 million man soul, but it had fallen greatly now. If he cultivated his soul again and raised his soul foundation, Fang Yuan would be able to enslave even more immemorial year beasts. It is a pity that the development of Green Ghost Desert did not succeed. Qing Chou escaped, Xuanbu Jin's identity was exposed, hunting soul beasts has become an empty dream. However, maybe I can borrow Fang Clan's help. Fang Yuan had a thought. He wanted to cultivate his soul. He naturally needed more Guts Gu, which meant he had to expend even more souls. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. If such a demon overlord takes revenge, any superforce will have a huge headache. And if we satisfy Fang Yuan's request in his letter, not only will our alliance with him be broken, we will also be able to pull our relationship closer. We might even be able to borrow Fang Yuan's strength to deal with other superforces. Of course, we will only secretly hand over the soul cores to Fang Yuan. We will also discuss with him and break off relations with him on the surface. So what if we lose these rank 6 and 7 soul cores? They are just some immortal materials. As long as our Fang clan survives this crisis, what immortal materials will we lack in the future? The immortals were silent. Fang Dichang stroked his beard and smiled. Fang Shi laughed heartily. All right, let's do it this way. Fang Yun will communicate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yun was dazed. Fang Lung was the one who made the analysis and suggestion. Why was he the one to carry it out? But First Supreme Elder's orders could not be ignored. Fang Yun could only accept it. This Fang Lung can distinguish right from wrong. He has a clear view of the overall situation. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder are deliberately nurturing him, wanting to nurture him into the future successor of Fang clan. How can such a person have the stain of colluding with a demon? Thus, we can only let Fang Yun take over. Fang Chen looked at the ignorant Fang Yun, his eyes flashing with pity and sympathy. This kind of pity and sympathy also had the feeling of being in the same boat. Why did Fang Yun have to do this? Because Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son. Fang clan's two biggest factions were First Supreme Elder Fang Shi and Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang. After completing the killer move, they would have to continuously modify it in the following years. That was even more difficult. Of course, 5 to 6 years did not mean the Gu Immortal could do nothing but deduce the killer move wholeheartedly. If the Gu Immortal had something to refer to, like immortal Gu recipes or the inheritances of predecessors, they could shorten this time. However, this time was calculated in units of years. Fang Yuan could deduce and modify killer moves easily every time. The main reason was the light of wisdom. The rank 9 wisdom Gu was not just for show. Of course, there was another important factor, that was his deep attainment level foundation in all sorts of paths. The immortal Gu and immortal killer moves obtained from Xia Cha greatly replenished Fang Yuan's time path strength. He could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, like a volcano eruption. But Fang Yuan still faced an awkward problem. Spring and summer are both rank 8 immortal Gu. They can only be activated with rank 8 immortal essence. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Without using other methods, I don't even have the qualifications to refine them. So I still need to raise my cultivation level to rank 8. This way, not only will I be able to use spring and summer, I will also be able to use Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan made a deduction for the advancement to rank 8. Several days later, he completed the deduction. Not counting the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations, rank 7 had to go through 3 grand tribulations to advance to rank 8, and these 3 grand tribulations would get stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan's own progress was already very close to the final 3rd grand tribulation. The threat of the grand tribulation itself was not high. Even if Providence adjusted it to its limit, Fang Yuan had exposed Heavenly's secret killer move and had the initiative. Fang Yuan was not worried about the Grand Tribulation, but the human tribulation. To undergo the Grand Tribulation, one had to place their immortal aperture and connect with the outside world, absorbing heaven and earth chi. At this time, Fang Yuan's location would be directly exposed to Providence. At the same time, it would be much more difficult to guard against others' deductions. Celestial Court would not let go of this chance. They would definitely have an estimate of Fang Yuan's cultivation level. If Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in Southern Border, after Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of it, even if they were captives in Fang Yuan's hands, they would definitely find trouble with Fang Yuan and get rid of Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Because if they got rid of Fang Yuan, there would be no future trouble. In the long run, Southern Border's righteous path would gain even more benefits. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business had already been obstructed by Celestial Court, his income had fallen sharply. From this, it could be seen that Spectral Soul could no longer hold on. Celestial Court's soul-searching had made a lot of progress. As time passed, Celestial Court would obtain more information, Fang Yuan would be in a more passive position, the methods in Spectral Soul's true inheritance would continue to fall in value. Right now, Celestial Court is my main enemy. The key to fighting against Celestial Court is Fate Goo. If Celestial Court completely repairs Fate Goo, I will have no chance of winning. If it is destroyed, I can continue to struggle. And the key to destroying Fate Goo is Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had already deduced that there was a high possibility that Red Lotus True Inheritance contained a method to destroy Fate Goo. And inheriting Red Lotus True Inheritance depends on whether I can break through Celestial Court's defensive line in the River of Time. The key to this is the Third Grand Tribulation. If I pass it and become rank 8, I will be able to use Spring, Summer, and Wisdom Sword, these 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo. My battle strength will rise sharply and I will have hope in the battle in the River of Time. If I cannot pass it, I will die. Even if I survive, I will have lost the opportunity. Once I fall behind, I will always fall behind. Unless Celestial Court makes a serious mistake, they will not give me any chance to turn the situation around. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as ice. He could see the current situation clearly. The most important thing now was how to pass the Third Grand Tribulation and become rank 8. In the following days, other than cultivating his own soul-searching Xiaxia, and managing his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan focused on exploring dream realms, practicing new immortal killer moves, and modifying old killer moves. Modifying old killer moves was necessary, especially soul path killer moves. They needed to be greatly modified. Otherwise, when fighting against Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, Fang Yuan would be in a passive position if they countered him. Practicing new killer moves, Fang Yuan mainly practiced Xiaxia's methods. He only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but Autumn Goo and Winter Goo were also rank 7, he could practice their corresponding immortal killer moves. There were 2 difficulties in practicing killer moves. One was that they could easily get injured, but Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he did not have conflicting Dao marks, and he also had man as before. This was not hard to overcome. The second was that it consumed a lot of immortal essence. If immortal essence was expended quickly, he could use Immortal Yuan Stone to convert it. Fang Yuan was originally short on funds, but now that he had a lot of business, he did not lack money. Chapter 1632. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Blurred Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had already entered the dream realm. Under the setting sun. Do you believe in fate? A human female immortal with skin as white as snow, wearing a yellow robe, under her curved eyebrows, a pair of misty eyes looked at the beautiful sunset with worry. Fang Yuan was acting as a Rockman Goo immortal, but he could not control him. The dream realm was deducing on its own, the Rockman Goo immortal said in a muffled voice. I, 2G, cultivate rule path, I naturally believe in fate. Ever since I saw you, Fairy Raleigh, I knew that you were my destined partner, the person I would spend my entire life pursuing and loving. Fairy Raleigh smiled, but her brows were slightly furrowed as she turned to look at the Rockman Goo immortal 2G. That is indeed the case, we are fated to be an immortal couple. What? The Rockman Goo immortal was stunned before becoming overjoyed, shouting in disbelief. Fairy Raleigh, you have agreed to it. Fairy Raleigh nodded her head lightly. Oh heavens, oh heavens. Ha! I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh heavens. 2G waved his hands and legs, shouting towards the sky. After failing over 3,000 times, I finally succeeded. Ha! Ruah Fairy Raleigh, from today onwards, you are my wife. You are my husband. 2G's body trembled in excitement. The trembling was so intense that small rock fragments started to fall from his body. The second scene. Ruali was lying on 2G's arm, She was as light as a white feather. She looked at the sky, the clouds were moving and her eyes were clear as water. 2G's eyes were in a daze, his gaze did not shift, it was focused on Ruo Li's face. He muttered, "Although more than 10 years have passed, I feel like this is all a dream. Really, oh really my wife, I swear I will love you and protect you. If you have any wish, I will do everything I can to satisfy it." "Really?" Ruo Li asked softly. "Of course." 2G answered without any hesitation. A rare look of hesitation appeared on Ruo Li's face. After a long while, she said with difficulty, "Then kill someone for me." "Kill? Even if it is a rank 8 existence, believe me, I will risk my life to kill him." 2G agreed with a solemn expression. "It's just a newborn baby," Ruo Li said with a smile that was filled with bitterness. 2G was stunned. "Baby?" Ruo Li took a deep breath. "Do you believe in fate?" "I cultivate rule path, so of course I believe in the rules of this world. Everything has its own specific path, which is fate," 2G replied. Ruo Li continued, "Then let me tell you, this baby is very likely to be the future Gu Venerable, known as Reckless Savage. In the future, I will definitely die in his hands." "What?" 2G was shocked. "Ruo Li, how many times have you predicted this prophecy?" Ruo Li smiled bitterly. "Actually, just once is enough. But I have indeed calculated many times, and every time the result is the same. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying in Reckless Savage's hands is my fate." 2G's mouth was dry, his calm heart was in turmoil, he could not calm down. But right after that, surging killing intent suddenly gushed out from his body, and he slowly stood up. "Then I'll go kill him. Although this is fate. I don't believe that I, a Grand 2G, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, cannot kill a baby." Fang Yuan's soul foundation continued to be expended. Third scene. 2G was heavily injured. He returned to Fairy Ruo Li. His lips were trembling, he had guilt on his face, along with some shock. Fairy Ruo Li smiled faintly. "I know, on your way there, you met your old enemy, and coincidentally, he just had a breakthrough." 2G was overjoyed. "You deduced it?" Fairy Ruo Li nodded. "From the moment you were attacked, I deduced it." 2G was stunned, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Then Ruo Li, since you deduced it, why didn't you come to help me? If we husband and wife work together, we could definitely kill that guy." Ruo Li shook her head and smiled bitterly. "You still don't understand? This is fate's arrangement. If I did not tell you the result of my deduction, you would not have killed that baby. If you did not kill that baby, you would not have met your old enemy. Any attempt to change fate will be met with fate's punishment. The injuries all over your body right now are your punishment. And if I had gone to help you, there would have been other obstructions." 2G blinked a few times before reacting, he said in joy, "So it was like this. That's great, Ruo Li, your decision was correct. You can't get hurt. I'd rather be torn into pieces than have a single strand of your hair broken." Ruo Li smiled bitterly at 2G. "Now you know how powerful I am? No need to try anymore, stay by my side, quietly accompany me for the last period of my life. I believe with you by my side, I will be very happy." 2G's body shook, he said fiercely, "Absolutely not. I won't sit by and watch this happen, I won't let you die. I promised you, I swore that I would love and protect you forever. But my death is fate's arrangement. 2G, my husband, you also said that you believe in fate." Ruo Li said with deep meaning. "I don't believe it." At first, 2G struggled and hesitated, but towards the end he could not help but roar. He clenched his fists and his anger soared to the sky. The fourth scene. 2G went to search for that crucial baby again, but an earthly calamity suddenly appeared, that city collapsed, the refugees scattered and the baby was nowhere to be seen. 2G killed any mortals he caught, but he ran into several righteous path human immortals. After a huge battle, although 2G killed a few, he became a wanted criminal of the human Gu immortals. The fifth scene. Several years later, the calamity and tribulation were extremely strange. 2G barely survived the tribulation and almost died. When he was lying on the bed, unable to move, he heard that Ruali had finally deduced the exact location of that baby. "I am going to kill him." 2G struggled to get up, but after a few steps, he fainted. After waking up, he looked at the white-haired fairy Ruali and sobbed, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault, Ruali. You managed to deduce it after so many years of closed cultivation. If not for my incompetence." Fairy Ruali smiled warmly and consoled, "It's all right, I can deduce it again." The sixth scene. They encountered a beast tide. The seventh scene. Fairy Ruali's deduction failed and she suffered a backlash. Her youth was exhausted and she became an old woman. She lay in 2G's embrace and smiled bitterly, "I must be in a terrible state right now, isn't that right?" "2G gently stroked her hair, his gaze was still affectionate. No matter what you become, you are still the fairy Ruali that I love." This unique dream realm continued. Fang Yuan was just a spectator. No matter how 2G and Ruali chased, all their attempts failed. Once, he caught up to the baby, but because of an accident, the baby escaped. 3 times, he caught up to the baby, but because of a freak combination of factors, the baby escaped. And that baby gradually grew up and became a goo immortal. The situation continued to develop along the path of fate. Fairy Ruali's death was approaching. 2G became more and more nervous. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. He schemed all day and cultivated bitterly. He would try any method to improve himself, no matter how risky it was. In contrast, Fairy Ruali relaxed. She was no longer keen on deducing. She persuaded 2G not to risk his life. 2G did not listen. He became even more anxious. Whenever 2G had time, she would accompany him, lying in his arms and looking at her husband gently, not shifting her gaze for a long time, as if she could not get enough of him. Finally, the 8th scene. The most fatal attack was blocked by 2G's body, and he fought back with all his might, forcing the enemy back. 2G was about to die. He was lying in Fairy Ruali's arms for the first time, but he was very happy. We finally won against fate. My wife. I did it, I really did it, cough cough cough. He was so happy that he wanted to shout and shout, but he was too weak, he could only cough continuously. He knew that he was going to die for sure, he did not have long to live. Using the last bit of time, he held Fairy Ruali's hand with difficulty, looking at her with incomparable deep emotions. He instructed in an extremely solemn manner, I am going to die, please live on, live on. Sparkling tears flowed down from Fairy Ruali's eyes, sliding down her face and dripping down. She tightly hugged the Rockman Goo Immortal 2G, whispering softly in his ears, Do you know? Although I cultivate wisdom path, I do not believe in fate. When I deduced the arrangements of fate for me, who would want to die? That's why I found you. Actually, our union wasn't part of fate at all. I do not love you, I only want to use you. 2G smiled, replying in an extremely weak voice, I know, but so what? I love you, being used by you, I am very happy, I am willing to do so. Thank you, for giving me such a chance, allowing me to be used by you. I used to believe in fate, but I do not anymore. Look, you are still alive. Fate has already changed, how good is that? Saying this, 2G no longer had the strength to support his heavy eyelids, he slowly closed and no longer reacted. Fairy Ruali cried loudly, she had never lost her composure like this in her life. She shook her head as she cried, I used to not believe in fate, but I do now. Saying so, her body burst out with pure white light, the light flowed like water, slowly entering the Rockman Goo Immortal 2G's body. The Rockman Goo Immortal's aura gradually grew stronger from its weakest state, while Fairy Ruali became weaker and weaker, her figure becoming fainter and fainter. The Rockman Goo Immortal opened his eyes again. When he saw the situation, his face was filled with shock and panic. He shouted, No, stop, I don't want to be healed. You will die, you will die. Unfortunately, he had no strength left, he could not stop it. Fairy Ruali's figure was already very faint, she revealed a final smile, It was incomparably gentle and had a trace of craftiness. You know, once this killer move is activated, it cannot be stopped. I want to say one last sentence to you, the words you want to hear the most in your heart. You stupid rock. I love you. Saying so, Fairy Ruali turned into bubbles of light, vanishing from the world. Duke Long did not give her any cultivation pointers, but instead taught her about the current situation of the world, giving pointers to the world and raising Feng Kim Huang's insight and knowledge. Feng Kim Huang had received Duke Long's careful guidance. She was no longer the same as before. She had a strategic vision and could consider problems from the big picture. This dream pillow goo that Feng Jioga refined seemed ordinary, but because it was a mortal goo, it could be used by many goo masters. As long as we can mass-produce this goo, our central continent goo masters can easily enter their own dream realms and excavate dream path goo materials, gaining an advantage in the Great Era. It could be said that this was a goo that could raise a region's strategic advantage. It had great significance. Duke Long was not surprised at all. You have accomplished this. It is only natural for you to have such achievements. Huang Heir, you are the future great dream immortal venerable. Before Duke Long finished, he was interrupted by Feng Kim Huang, who showed a trace of unwillingness. All right, you are talking about this again. Don't tell me that I obtained all these accomplishments because I am the future great dream immortal venerable? Duke Long smiled lightly. He fixed his gaze on Feng Kim Huang and suddenly changed the topic. Huang Heir, do you believe in fate? Feng Kim Huang frowned. Master, are you talking about fate goo? Duke Long nodded. That's right, it is the fate goo recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu. It is also the fate goo that my celestial court is going to restore. The Legends of Rinzhu recorded that Rinzhu spent a huge amount of effort to gather goo materials. He even sacrificed his own hands to refine wealth goo. He brought his son, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and daughter, myriad gold wondrous essence, to the place where the feathermen lived. But strangely, so many feathermen had vanished without a trace. What is going on? Rinzhu was puzzled. That is because I came here. Those feathermen are afraid of me. They all ran away. A black and white spider strolled leisurely, appearing in front of Rinzhu. Who are you? Rinzhu asked. The spider laughed. Oh human, you have walked on the path that I opened in the door of life and death. Do you still not know who I am? I am Fate Goo. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence continued to ask, Oh Fate Goo, you are not even as big as my palm. Why are those feathermen afraid of you? Fate Goo laughed. Because they want to pursue freedom, but I, Fate, want to restrain and restrict them. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance grumbled. So your intentions are the same as ours. You are truly a failure. You did not even capture a single featherman. You even implicated us. Fate Goo laughed loudly. Who said I failed? These feathermen are pursuing freedom, but what do they know? Their successful escape is just a superficial act. I had already restrained them long ago. Their path to freedom was arranged by me, but they think they have succeeded. They do not know anything. You guys are the same, look at yourselves. Rinzhu, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence looked at their own bodies. They found that their limbs and bodies were covered in pale white spider silk at some point in time. They also found that not only the three of them, even the surrounding flowers, trees, rocks, and water were covered in spider silk. These spider silk gathered together and formed a spider web that spread out from Rinzhu's group's vision. This is the silk web that I weaved. It is called Myriad Web. Everything in the world is in this web. They are manipulated by fate. The people that you meet, the things that happen, they are all under my control. Fate Goo said. Rinzhu's group felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly struggled. Fate Goo laughed. It's useless, you can't break free. Fate cannot be changed. Rinzhu stared at Fate Goo furiously. Fate, oh Fate, why are you manipulating us? Why are you making fun of us? According to what you said, All the hardships and misfortunes that I have encountered are all because of you. The reason why I lost my children is also because of you. Fate Gu said leisurely, "O human, I know you want to save your eldest son, verdant great son, but he is already dead. Death is a human's fate, you cannot save him. Also, you want to rely on wealth Gu to save your daughter, boundless forest samsara, that is also impossible." Saying so, a spider silk grabbed onto Renzu's wealth Gu, pulling it out and dragging it towards Fate Gu. "Quickly put it down, that is our Gu worm." Blazing glory lightning brilliance shouted in anger. Myriad gold wondrous essence's eyes turned red as she sobbed, "This is wealth Gu that my father sacrificed his own hands and painstakingly refined. What right do you have to take it away?" Renzu struggled with all his might, but the spider silk was getting tighter and tighter, firmly binding the three of them on the spot, unable to move. Fate Gu laughed loudly, "Life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor are determined by heaven. O human, according to your fate, you are destined to be poor and lowly, to be tortured and humiliated, you will go crazy and eventually die. Even though you refined wealth Gu, you do not have the life to enjoy it. If you are fated to be poor, dig for gold and turn it into copper. If you are fated to be rich, pick up white paper and turn it into cloth. All these are within my control." Renzu, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were very angry. They scolded Fate Gu. Fate Gu was not angry at all, it was leisurely and contented. "Many people have scolded me, but so what? O human, no matter how much you scold fate, it will not change anything." Saying so, Fate Gu suddenly exerted strength and pulled the spider silk, throwing blazing glory lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence far away, disappearing from Renzu's vision. "Oh my children!" Renzu cried out in grief. Fate Gu said faintly, "O human, don't blame me, this is all your fate. Actually, not just you, loneliness is everyone's fate. Even your children will not accompany you for life, they will eventually leave you. All encounters are temporary. Parting is normal." Renzu struggled with all his might, but the more he struggled, the more spider silk coiled around his body, wrapping him tightly. Renzu felt an enormous pressure. This pressure was getting stronger and stronger, squeezing him from all directions. He was almost suffocated. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. He gradually stopped struggling because he was powerless. Then, Renzu started to sob, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Why is my life so bitter?" Fate Gu was silent. But at this time, a voice came from the depths of Renzu's heart. Even though their clans still had Gu immortals as hostages in Fang Yuan's hands. But if they could really use this chance to get rid of the calamity that was Fang Yuan, Southern Border's righteous path forces would be very enthusiastic about it. The reason was simple, it was benefits. If they ignored Fang Yuan, he would become stronger in the future, his threat would become greater, he would always be a dark cloud that shrouded the hearts of Southern Border's righteous path forces. One day, one of their forces might suffer a calamity. More importantly, Fang Yuan had an abundance of Immortal Gu recipes, inheritances, and all kinds of cultivation resources. He was a moving human-shaped treasure mountain. If they got rid of him, they might be able to make huge gains. Even if his immortal aperture was destroyed, as long as a portion of Fang Yuan's soul remained, these righteous path forces would be able to soul search and obtain the incomplete inheritance of a certain venerable. Just this point was enough for these righteous path forces to flock to him like a flock of ducks. Wu Yong pondered, "Our southern border is the headquarters of the Shadow Sect, there must be a lot of arrangements here." Earlier, Fang Yuan was able to capture many fellow immortals because he used one of these arrangements. Fang Yuan is very likely to undergo tribulation in southern border. Before Wu Yong said this, he had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's guidance. He knew about the remaining arrangements of the shadow sect in various parts of southern border. Even though Wu Yong knew clearly that Fairy Myrtle wanted to kill him through others. But Wu Yong was willing to be used like this. Because Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai and played around with him. If Fang Yuan was alive, it would be the greatest humiliation to the whole of Wu clan and to him, Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong's analysis is very reasonable. Xiao clan's Gu Immortal immediately added, Fang Yuan captured our Gu Immortals. He is also the inheritor of the Shadow Sect, the current sect leader. He definitely has incredible soul path methods. After soul searching him, he will definitely know our southern border righteous path like the back of his hand. Secondly, our southern border has experienced many changes in recent years, be it lone immortals or demonic path. Especially our righteous path, we have suffered huge losses. If Demon Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation here, he will face the least resistance. Even if Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation in southern border, how can we guard against him? Southern border is so huge, how can we know where he is undergoing tribulation? A Gu Immortal asked. We can find out about this. Xia clan's Gu Immortal immediately replied. Once he places his immortal aperture, he can communicate with heaven and earth. This state will start from the start of the tribulation, until he succeeds and keeps his immortal aperture. At this time, he will no longer be hiding in the shadows, he will have traces to follow. We don't need anyone's help, just the wisdom path Gu Immortals of our Xia clan can deduce his exact location with the help of the formation. Of course, if more wisdom path friends help us, we will have a higher chance of deducing Fang Yuan's location, and it will also be faster. Another Xia clan Gu Immortal continued. Actually, the true difficulty is not in the deduction, but when we know the location of Fang Yuan's tribulation, how do we get there in time? There is also a prerequisite. We need to gather a large number of Gu Immortals to deal with Fang Yuan. Facing this problem, the southern border Gu Immortals fell into silence. Since ancient times, southern border's righteous path forces had always been independent. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. And now, to get rid of Fang Yuan, these righteous path forces needed to work together and act together. This could almost be considered as an unprecedented thing. Actually, Fang Yuan's current battle strength could rival rank 8, but he was alone. Most of the righteous path forces, just one of them could make Fang Yuan suffer greatly during the tribulation, fail the tribulation, or even die. Because these righteous path clans either had rank 8 Gu Immortals or immortal Gu houses that could resist rank 8s. They had operated for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and had deep foundations. In comparison, Fang Yuan's rise was still too short. But was it possible for just one super clan to deal with Fang Yuan with all their strength? Impossible. This was a forest. Every righteous path clan was a fierce beast that ruled over an area. Making this fierce beast leave its territory to deal with another fierce beast, even if this fierce beast had not matured yet, it still had claws and teeth. The risk was too high. Even if they got rid of the other party, the fierce beast that left its territory was likely to be injured, and if the injuries were too severe, it would attract the invasion of other fierce beasts. Of course, invasion was the essence. But on the surface, they would still put on a righteous front. There would always be all sorts of excuses. Southern border's righteous path had many layers of conflicts. After so many years, would they need to worry about finding an excuse? Even if they could not find one, they could help, for example, establish the southern border shared prosperity sphere. Look, I am so enthusiastic in helping others. Do you have the face to refuse? Even if you want to refuse, do you have the strength to do so? Thus, the true difficulty in dealing with Fang Yuan did not lie in Fang Yuan himself. Was Fang Yuan very strong? Indeed, it was very rare to see a rank 7 battle a rank 8 in history. But compared to a super force? Fang Yuan was not strong, his overall strength could not compare. If they fought head-on, Fang Yuan would be badly injured. Some southern border Gu Immortals could not help but smile bitterly, because they realized the current situation was somewhat ironic. The ones truly restricting them were each other. They were wary of each other, they restrained each other, they had huge territories, They were on guard against each other, so they needed to split up their forces. After a long silence, a Tai clan Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Actually, there is a way to resolve this problem. As everyone knows, my Tai clan has an immortal Gu house, Beacon Tower. The southern border Gu immortals continued to be silent, but not long after, a voice suddenly resounded. I agree to Tai clan building Beacon Tower. The immortals were shocked, because this person was none other than Wu clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong. Even the Tai clan rank 6 Gu immortal who spoke earlier was surprised. Wu Yong actually supported Tai clan's construction of Beacon Tower. While the immortals were still in shock, Wu Yong spoke again. His voice was low and powerful. Every word was like a boulder that fell on the immortals' hearts. He said, "It is time to make a change. Haven't you noticed it? The waves of the Great Era have arrived. The regional walls of the 5 regions are starting to dissipate. If we do not make a change, we will drown in the waves of the new era." The immortals were silent. The second person stood up. He was Ba clan's first supreme elder. He had always wanted to seize Wu clan's position as the #1 force. My Ba family supports Wu Yong, he said, which was rare for him to open his mouth. We need to look forward. Everyone, Central Continent has the Celestial Court, Northern Plains has the Longevity Heaven. What does my southern border have? He paused for a moment, and then said some philosophical words. Although there are many mountains, each of them will be conquered by others one by one. Thus, I support Wu Yong, and also support Tai clan in building beacon towers. Not long after he said that, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, also expressed his support. Next, Luo clan, Ho clan, Chai clan, and other Gu immortals with high authority spoke one after another, expressing their strong desire to work together. The southern border immortals suddenly realized in their shock that this discussion had a huge significance. It would definitely be recorded in southern border's history. An unprecedented situation had occurred. Southern border's righteous path forces were going to work together. This was not the grand propaganda of the past. This was true cooperation. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly lively. Southern border's Gu immortals felt a surge of emotions. They had the excitement of participating in a historical moment. He naturally had anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan, but he had to admit, if not for Fang Yuan capturing so many southern border Gu immortals and giving southern border's righteous path a painful beating, how could southern border's righteous path unite so quickly? Between comfort and pain, the latter naturally moved people's hearts more. Thinking about it, Tai Yi secretly felt that it was a little ironic. The Beacon Tower plan was the dream of Tai clan for many years, but it was realized because of a demonic path overlord. Of course, there was another crucial factor, the arrival of the Great Era. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's role was extremely important. Sizzle. The beacon tower suddenly made a strange sound and even trembled slightly. What's going on? This scene immediately attracted the attention of the elderly Gu immortal. He frowned and looked at Tai. Ba Tao also looked at Tai Yi with her beautiful eyes. She had participated in the construction of many beacon towers, but had never seen such a situation before. Could it be that some flaws were left behind during the construction of this beacon tower? Tai Yi's frown deepened. Don't worry, this situation does not mean that there is a problem with this beacon tower, but that one of the beacon towers scattered all over southern border has been completely destroyed. Is that so? The elderly Gu immortal's frown slightly eased. Ba Tao snorted coldly. This situation was also within southern border's righteous path's expectations. Because although the construction of the beacon tower was approved by southern border's righteous path, there were still demonic path and lone cultivator forces in southern border's Gu immortal world. The beacon tower was in Tai clan's hands. It represented the benefits of Tai clan and other southern border superforces. It had nothing to do with these demonic path and lone immortals. It was very likely that the beacon tower that was constructed would be discovered and then destroyed by these Gu immortals. Find out who did it. We need to kill one to warn the others. The elderly Gu Immortal's killing intent sword. This was also one of the methods that Southern Border's righteous path had come up with to deal with this matter. However, at the next moment, the abnormality of the beacon tower made the three immortals stunned. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of strange noises resounded. The newly constructed beacon tower shook continuously like a patient suffering from epilepsy. What's going on? Does this mean that a large number of beacon towers have been destroyed? Ba Tao and the elderly Gu Immortal looked at Tai Yi again. This time, even Tai Yi was hesitant, muttering to himself, "Strange, is there really a problem with this beacon tower?" But at the next moment, his suspicions were shattered. The three immortals' expressions changed, because they received a shocking piece of news almost at the same time. There was only one person crazily destroying the beacon towers. It was none other than that unforgivable and heinous demonic path overlord, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has outstanding wisdom path methods. It is not difficult for him to deduce the locations of these beacon towers. He also has fixed immortal travel. He can come and go freely. It is not strange for him to do this. Tai Yi's expression was grim. Damn it. The Celestial Court is useless. They actually allowed Fang Yuan to steal fixed immortal travel. Ba Tao clenched her fists, feeling extreme hatred. The elderly Gu Immortal was experienced after all. Let's go back to the clan. Since Fang Yuan is making a move, it is no longer safe outside. Tai Yi and Ba Tao's hearts tightened, thinking of Fang Yuan's methods. They no longer had any thoughts of staying here. At the same time, Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the other clan leaders were also having an urgent meeting. Fang Yuan must have seen the threat of the beacon towers. He attacked in advance and is destroying them crazily. This shows that our clan's beacon towers are a huge threat to Fang Yuan. He is already feeling uneasy and fearful. Tai clan's first supreme elder said, "Just let him destroy them. The difficulty of building beacon towers is high. They need Gu Immortals to do it personally. But they are only made of mortal Gu. The cost is low. Just let him destroy them." Shang clan's first supreme elder sneered, showing a heroic air. Wu Yong, however, frowned. He had a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is crafty and crafty. He cannot be underestimated. I feel that there is a deeper meaning behind his actions. It is not as simple as it seems. Wu Yong's words immediately attracted the attention of the other Gu Immortals. One of them said, "Is there such a possibility? Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation in Southern Border, and one of these beacon towers is very close to his tribulation location, thus he attacked and destroyed a large number of them." That makes sense. Quick, gather wisdom path Gu Immortals to make deductions. As long as Fang Yuan makes a move, he will leave behind all sorts of clues. Now that he is making such a big move, the deductions will definitely be more fruitful than before. After a round of deductions, the results were indeed brilliant. Southern Border's righteous path obtained 3 locations. If Fang Yuan wanted to undergo tribulation, these were the most likely locations. Quickly investigate. Pay close attention to these 3 locations. We must defend them to the death. Similar orders were passed down. Southern Border's Gu Immortal world moved in unison for the first time in history, all to exterminate their common enemy. Chapter 1636. 5 Regional Mountain Range? Jun Shenguang's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's destruction of the beacon towers had caused a huge commotion. Even though the Celestial Court's influence in Southern Border was weak, they could still find out. Southern Border had gathered many wisdom path Gu Immortals and deduced 3 locations, one of which was the 5 Regional Mountain Range. The Celestial Court, however, had Fairy Myrtle deduced the 5 Regional Mountain Range alone. Jun Shenguang immediately moved towards the 5 Regional Mountain Range. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding the 5 Regional Mountain Range appeared in his mind. This 5 Regional Mountain Range was not a naturally formed mountain range, it was man-made. The person who created this mountain range was not simple, it was the rank 8 restriction path Gu Immortal Taozhu. This person was known as the Restriction Master and had extraordinary attainment level in his path. He had deeply researched the 5 regional walls and tried to find a method to allow Gu immortals to easily cross the regional walls, thus creating the 5 regional mountain range. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not obtain any useful results. But this 5 regional mountain range was left behind and became a special place in southern border. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch chased after Fang Yuan and was once defeated by Fang Yuan in the regional wall. This battle exposed the secret that Fang Yuan's battle strength is almost unaffected in the regional wall. It can be said that the 5 regional walls are his natural home ground. Regrettably, the heaven and earth chi in the 5 regional walls are extremely difficult to extract. He cannot undergo tribulation in the regional walls. But the 5 regional mountain range is different. It is man-made and located in southern border. It has abundant earth chi and good weather. At the same time, it can give Fang Yuan some home ground advantage. Jun Xinguang's speed was extremely fast. While he was thinking, he had already crossed tens of thousands of li. On the horizon, the 5 regional mountain range was already in sight. The reason why he could arrive at the scene so quickly was because Jun Xinguang had been patrolling the area. The 5 regional mountain range was a special place that was long known. It was not a secret. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle had been scheming against Fang Yuan, deducing some suitable locations for him to undergo tribulation. The 5 regional mountain range was naturally at the top of the list. Therefore, the 5 regional mountain range itself was one of the key surveillance areas of the Celestial Court. This time, in order for the Celestial Court to deal with Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate to mobilize many rank 8 Gu immortals to the other 4 regions. There were 2 in southern border. Jun Xinguang was one of them. There was also a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wei Feng, who was quite far away but was also rapidly approaching. When Jun Xinguang got close to the 5 regional mountain range, he immediately used his killer move to conceal himself as he carefully approached. Voila! A huge amount of heaven and earth chi was like a tidal wave, continuously being drawn out and gathered at the center of the 5 regional mountain range. That place was obscured by the light and shadow, and it was impossible to see clearly. It was like a bottomless hole, continuously sucking in the massive amount of chi of heaven and earth. Such a scale is truly terrifying. Jun Xinguang's heart trembled as he watched. He immediately used his unique investigative method. After Fang Yuan set up an ambush and successfully captured a group of southern border Gu immortals, Jun Xinguang had also personally arrived at the scene. At this time, Jun Xinguang was filled with vigilance. Fang Yuan had already started his tribulation at this time. He could not move at will. He had already become a live target. Even if he had fixed immortal travel, what could he do? It could be said that this was Fang Yuan's weakest moment. Jun Xinguang's expression gradually calmed down, becoming solemn as a murderous aura shrouded his whole body. If I can kill Fang Yuan in this trip, it will be a huge merit. Jun Xinguang's heart was burning. He was truly lucky to have encountered such a good opportunity. No wonder Lady Ziwei once told me that my luck is very dense. Although it is inferior to Fang Yuan's, as long as I don't make the first move, I will not be suppressed by Fang Yuan's luck. If I wait for Fang Yuan's luck to weaken, I will have a chance to gain victory. Thinking of this, Jun Xinguang's eyes were already surging with killing intent. So what if it is the 5 regional mountain range? It is only a replica of the 5 regional walls. Even if Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional walls, I, Jun Xinguang, will still force my way in and kill you at any cost. Rumble. A sonic boom resounded as an immortal Gu house flew towards the 5 regional mountain range at lightning speed. Jun Xinguang immediately felt a chill in his heart. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building? These southern border immortals came so quickly. As expected, the beacon towers are of great help to them. They gathered so quickly, even my celestial court does not have such methods. If we attack southern border in the future, we will need to get rid of these beacon towers first. Jun Shenguang saw these southern border righteous path immortals and felt some joy in his heart. He needed these people to take the lead and wear down Fang Yuan's battle strength and luck. Clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building directly rose into the sky. Wu Yong led the southern border righteous path immortals and stood in the bamboo building, overlooking the entire 5 regional mountain range. Seeing such a scale of heaven and earth chi, many Gu immortals showed shock and bewilderment. Some wisdom path Gu immortals worked together to deduce, and soon, one of them said excitedly, "There is a high chance that Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation here." Great. Wonderful, wonderful. This demon Fang Yuan has committed a heinous crime. He is extremely vicious and evil. Today we must behead him to avenge our southern border's righteous path. Killing this demon will cleanse heaven and earth. It will bring blessings to all living beings. Does this Fang Yuan really think our southern border righteous path is a pushover? He is actually undergoing tribulation in southern border. Haha, I'm afraid he thinks that if he captures our clansmen, we will hesitate to attack him. You don't know how firm the righteous path of the southern border is. The southern border immortals discussed with surging battle intent. Xia clan's second supreme elder Xia Zhao and third supreme elder Xia Chen Yuan looked at each other helplessly. Although they wanted to save their clan's first supreme elder Xia Cha, they had no choice but to follow the crowd in this situation. Southern border's righteous path had been extorted by Fang Yuan earlier. They were already filled with anger. But because they could not find Fang Yuan earlier, under the consideration of benefits, they accepted the extortion to protect the hostages. Now that Fang Yuan was in front of them, as long as they killed him, they might be able to obtain many venerable inheritances, as well as countless cultivation resources, and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The overwhelming hatred and the huge benefits made these southern border Gu immortals' eyes turn red with greed. Our southern border righteous path alliance has just been established. We need a powerful demon to serve as our flag. Fang Yuan is the perfect candidate. Chapter 1638. The immortal aperture's entrance was open, but the amount of heaven and earth chi absorbed had already decreased by a lot. The enemy is right in front of us. Why are you hesitating? Tai clan's Gu immortals raised their eyebrows and shouted at the southern border immortals. Many people's faces turned slightly red as they came to their senses. Someone shouted, "Let's charge in together." This demon Fang Yuan is still undergoing tribulation. We will definitely win this battle. Whoever flees will be the greatest disgrace of southern border's righteous path. That's right, charge into the enemy's immortal aperture. Even if we die, we will make this demon Fang Yuan suffer heavy losses. Why are you so pessimistic? This demon extorted so many things. There are definitely peerless treasures in his immortal aperture. Not to mention others. There are several secluded domains of heaven and earth. My clan's Gu immortals are still being held captive by him, but we do not know where he is being held. I have already checked, there are no immortal formations around. Ho Zihua rubbed the 8 ears monkey's head and said with certainty. The southern border immortals immediately relaxed. Fang Yuan's formation had made southern border's righteous path suffer greatly. Once this worry was gone, the southern border immortals' morale soared. They immediately used their abilities and charged into the immortal aperture. Howl, howl, howl. But at the next moment, there was a sudden change. A series of ear-piercing buzzing sounds resounded in the battlefield, almost piercing the immortals' eardrums. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light burst out. Many southern border Gu immortals were caught off guard. Their vision was filled with white, they were temporarily blinded. The southern border immortals were pale with fright, they quickly went on guard. Countless killer moves struck the center of the light. The person at the center of the light was not Fang Yuan, but Jun Xinguang. He was filled with anger and shock. This killer move of mine is the light of alarm. It will only be used when I face fatal danger. It is not controlled by me. I was about to sneak into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture earlier, but I activated the light of shock. What is going on? Don't tell me this is a huge trap set by Fang Yuan? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He blocked the attacks of the southern border immortals while retreating rapidly. You have great skills, but since you're here, why are you leaving so quickly? Fang Yuan's laughter drifted into Jun Xinguang's ears. Jun Xinguang's heart trembled as he cried out involuntarily, "Not good." He felt a formless suction force pulling at him, trying to drag him into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. In an instant, the doubts in Jun Xinguang's heart completely disappeared without a trace. He was absolutely sure that this was a trap set up by Fang Yuan. Jun Xinguang roared, disregarding the backlash of the 5 regional mountain range. He activated his immortal killer move to resist the formless suction force that Fang Yuan was exerting on him. Immediately after, Jun Xinguang displayed the technique he was most proud of. His figure turned into a strange light and was about to shoot out of the battlefield. But even though the killer move succeeded, the strange light shot out at an extremely slow speed, comparable to a snail or a tortoise. Damn it, this is a time path method. Jun Xinguang immediately recognized it. Because of this time path method, his time was slowed down by nearly 100 times. Jun Xinguang was inwardly shocked. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with rank 8 Dao marks. How can my time be slowed down by so much? Fang Yuan's time path method is actually at rank 8 level. It completely surpasses the information we had. How did he do it? What's going on? I was hit. Time is incomparably slow. It is like I have fallen into a swamp. Quickly think of a way. Similar to Jun Xinguang, the nearby southern border immortals were also in the same situation. You all came uninvited. I will return such hospitality 100-fold. Fang Yuan said as he descended onto the battlefield. Only to see a Gu immortal with fluttering white clothes and green hair. He had an extremely handsome face and a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss and as cold as ice, filled with terrifying killing intent. The Gu immortals present were all too familiar with such an appearance. Their bodies shook intensely as they turned pale with fright. Among the southern border immortals, someone even cried out in shock, "It's Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan ignored these southern border rank 7 Gu immortals. His gaze was eerie as he looked at Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang's face was flushed red. He was using all his strength to get rid of the time path restriction on his body. He had many methods and his efforts were fruitful. The time path restriction that Fang Yuan placed on him was getting lesser and lesser, and Jun Xinguang's speed was also getting faster. Fang Yuan smiled as he slowly stretched out his left hand from his sleeve. His left hand was white as jade, his 5 fingers spread out in a graceful manner, like a white lotus blooming. Surging soul path aura suddenly erupted and contracted in an instant, condensing into a phantom image in the center of Fang Yuan's left palm. This phantom image was vivid and lifelike. It was Luopa Valley that had shrunk by 1,000,000 times. The phantom image of Luopa Valley slowly rotated on its own. Fang Yuan's left hand's 5 fingers began to slowly close. Alarm bells rang in Jun Xinguang's mind. An incomparable sense of danger enveloped his entire body and mind. His eyes were wide open. He was so nervous that his pupils were about to split apart. What killer move is this? Terrifying, too terrifying. My senses are definitely not wrong. If I get hit by this move, I will definitely die. Escape, I must escape, quickly escape. Jun Xinguang's face was blood red. His thin and long white eyebrows were trembling crazily. He no longer had his previous breathtaking demeanor. Immortal killer move, Sunshine God. He gave a loud roar, brazenly using his strongest method. His whole body turned into a lump of light. Endless light burst out. It was as if a small sun had appeared in the whole battlefield. The burning white light had boundless might that could illuminate heaven and earth. Wherever it went, Fang Yuan's time path hand disintegrated. The southern border immortals had just escaped, but they were engulfed by the extremely dazzling white light. The fake regional walls that filled every part of the mountain range dissipated under the intense assault of the white light. The whole 5 regional mountain range started to shake, especially at the center of the battlefield. A large number of mountain rocks shattered and collapsed. It was a scene of chaos. The aftermath of Sunshine God even impacted the other battlefields. Southern Border's Rank 8 team was fighting with the immemorial year Immortal. They were severely disrupted. This is a Central Continent Rank 8 Gu Immortal? He is probably a member of the Celestial Court. As the light dissipated, the central battlefield became extremely clear. Suddenly, a Southern Border Gu Immortal cried out in shock. "Wait, that immortal aperture. It is my clan's Gu Immortal's immortal aperture." "What? It is not Fang Yuan's immortal aperture?" Everyone was shocked. "This is a trap." Jun Xinguang screamed. He gathered his spirit and frantically retreated. Trying to escape? Fang Yuan suddenly appeared not far from Jun Xinguang. His heart shook fiercely. Jun Xinguang's pupils shrunk to pin size as he stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. At that moment, he suddenly realized, rather than saying that Fang Yuan was ambushing Southern Border's Gu Immortals, it would be more accurate to say that he was specifically targeting members of the Celestial Court like him. "So your true target is me. That move of yours has already been exposed. I am already on guard. Your trap has also collapsed. Can you still restrain me?" "Merely Rank 7 Cultivation. I am a Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, there is even reinforcements, Wei Feng, who is rushing over. Unless these Southern Border Gu Immortals are with you, do you think you can kill me?" Jun Xinguang breathed in deeply. Countless lights flowed around his body like water, forming an impregnable defense. Sure enough, at the next moment, the Southern Border Immortals attacked one after another. Their target was the same, Fang Yuan. Wu Yong took the lead, while Qi Chuyu and Shang Wujie followed closely behind. Allowing the immemorial year beasts to attack themselves, they also wanted to deal with Fang Yuan. Next, a large number of Southern Border Gu Immortal experts used their own methods. Jun Xinguang laughed heartily. "Fang Yuan, you demon, your evil deeds will only bring about your own destruction. You still want to kill me? Today you will die for sure." "Is that so?" At the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. Even the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Boom. At the next moment his Rank 7 aura suddenly changed. An incomparable aura soared into the sky and radiated in all directions. The group of people were all shocked. "What? Rank 8 aura? This is impossible." Fang Yuan's body slightly paused. He stretched out his finger and lightly pointed. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Next, he folded his arms, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, forming a fan. Immortal killer move, summer fan. This is... Qi Chuyu and Shang Wujie were dumbstruck at this scene. "This is Lady Xia Cha's." Xia Clan's Rank 7 Gu Immortals cried out in pain, an extremely bad feeling shrouding their hearts. Rumble. Spring scissors fiercely suppressed Jun Xinguang. Summer fan was rapidly waved in Fang Yuan's hands, brazenly defeating all kinds of killer moves of the Southern Border Immortals. Chapter 1639. Witnessing Fang Yuan's Rank 8 might, all the Gu Immortals present felt a sense of shock. The Immortals had come to obstruct Fang Yuan, to disrupt his tribulation and prevent him from becoming Rank 8. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would already have Rank 8 cultivation level when they met again? This change caught everyone off guard. When did he become Rank 8? Qi Chuyu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. It is not strange to be able to use Spring Scissors and Summer Fan, but these two killer moves are amplified by Time Path Dao marks and can block all attacks. Even if Fang Yuan becomes Rank 8, How can he have so many time path Dao marks in such a short period of time? I think it is more likely that he is using Xiacha's body and using familiar face to deceive us and make us think that he has already undergone tribulation. Shang Wujie forced himself to remain calm as he analyzed. No. My clan's first Supreme Elders Spring and Summer Immortal Gu are both rank 8, only rank 8 Immortal Essence can be used. Xia clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Zhao shouted. This. Shang Wujie immediately hesitated. Immortal Essence contain the user's will, only the user, or the heavenly spirit or land spirit formed after death could use their own Immortal Essence. The only exception was Immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses could use Immortal Essence from any source. But Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves were clearly not Immortal Gu houses. If Fang Yuan was only rank 7 and only had Red Date Immortal Essence, he would not be able to activate Spring and Summer Immortal Gu. Even if he replaced Xiacha's body and obtained her Immortal Essence, he would not be able to use it. There is no point in thinking too much. Kill Fang Yuan and we might find out. Wu Yong shouted. He shot out like lightning. The immemorial year beast behind him fell to the ground, unable to get up again. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong displayed great battle strength. He killed the immemorial year beast that Fang Yuan deployed first and fought Fang Yuan with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's gaze was cold. His battle intent surged as he shouted loudly, even if you advance to rank 8, you will not be able to escape this calamity. The 5-boundary mountain range that you have carefully chosen will be your burial ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire mountain range began to shake violently. For a moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Body parts flew everywhere. What's going on? The immortals were bewildered. Wu Yong's voice immediately reached the immortals' ears. Don't worry, everyone. This is a contingency plan that I've specially arranged. It can change the direction of the earth veins under the 5-realm mountain range and cause the entire mountain range to collapse. The immortals were even more puzzled. So what if he changed the direction of the earth veins? But soon, they were pleasantly surprised to see that as the mountains gradually collapsed, the unique colorful light of the 5 boundaries mountain range also rapidly disintegrated and vanished. This. For a moment, even Jun Xinguang revealed a shocked expression. Without these restraints, our battle strength will recover to its original state. We will no longer be restricted. The southern border Gu immortals were overjoyed. This Wu Yong is indeed different from Wu Du Xiu. He actually had such a contingency plan. Shang Wujie's eyes flickered with bright light. Why is Wu clan so familiar with the 5 boundaries mountain range? Simply changing the direction of the earth veins cannot achieve such an effect. They must also know the details of Tao Zhu's arrangement of this mountain range. Qi Chu Yu's thoughts moved rapidly. At the periphery of the 5 boundaries mountain range, the formation formed by Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals was constantly rumbling. It was the source of the change in the entire 5 boundaries mountain range. Xiao Si Lu, Wu Yubo, and the others were guarding this place. Wu Yubo looked at the battlefield and chuckled coldly. This demon Fang Yuan wants to rely on the 5 boundaries mountain range. Now that he has lost his terrain advantage, how can he deal with the encirclement of our southern border righteous path? Xiao Si Lu was silent. Her expression was somewhat complex. She had once been very close to Wu Yihai. She had once thought that they would become husband and wife. But in the end, the shocking change far surpassed her imagination. Wu Yihai was actually Fang Yuan in disguise. Every time she thought about how she had once been so close to this demon, Fang Yuan, she shuddered. There was no lingering affection between her and Fang Yuan. Her complex emotions were because of the 5 boundaries mountain range itself. Everyone thought that Tao Zhu's research on the 5 regional walls did not have any results. But the truth was not so. Xiao clan unexpectedly obtained a clue to Tao Zhu's inheritance. They had been secretly searching for it, trying to uncover it. Who could have thought that this information would be known by Wu Yong? Under his pressure, Xiao clan had no choice but to contribute it, and it was used here. Precisely because of this clue, Wu Yong had a deep understanding of the 5 boundaries mountain range. He was able to change the earth veins and make the light qi of the 5 boundaries dissipate. If it were anyone else doing this and randomly changing the earth veins, unless they were extremely lucky, under normal circumstances, the light chi of the 5 boundaries would still exist. Sigh. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal's inheritance, but it was used here. Now that the 5 boundaries mountain range is destroyed, all hope is gone. Xiao Si Lu sighed. Even though she said so much, not much time had actually passed. First, the killer move Light of Surprise burst out from Jun Xinguang's body, then Fang Yuan appeared and chased after Jun Xinguang, then the southern border Immortals attacked, but Fang Yuan blocked them, exposing his rank 8 cultivation level. Then, the southern border Immortals conversed, Wu Yong charged forward, the 5 boundaries mountain range collapsed, and Fang Yuan's terrain advantage disappeared. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan's original intention of blocking the attacks of the southern border Immortals did not change. Even when Wu Yong approached, he still chased after Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang used his trump card killer move. His aura fell to an extremely low level. His Sunshine Sun God had terrifying power. Not only did it expend a large amount of white lychee immortal essence, it also permanently expended his own light path Dao marks. It was a move that dealt great damage to the enemy and himself. Moreover, he had used it in the 5 boundaries mountain range and suffered an intense backlash. Although he managed to escape temporarily, he suffered heavy injuries as a result. But now, the light energy of the 5 boundaries was rapidly declining. Jun Xinguang felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt increasingly relaxed. His greatest worry was immediately resolved. Seeing Wu Yong charging towards Fang Yuan, a thought appeared in Jun Xinguang's mind. Should I cooperate with the southern border Gu Immortals and encircle Fang Yuan? Jun Xinguang quickly rejected this thought the moment it appeared. Continue escaping. The current situation was very complex. He was not a southern border Gu Immortal after all. More importantly, Fang Yuan was chasing after him. If he escaped, it would mean Fang Yuan's failure. Jun Xinguang's decision to retreat was very wise. Fang Yuan was still chasing after him. He did not care about Wu Yong. But right at this time, a change occurred. A powerful aura surged as a huge 5-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. At the same time, a grand voice resounded in the whole of the 5 boundaries mountain range. Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire 5 boundaries mountain range. Now, the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future. Don't disgrace my name. In the 5-colored pillar of light, a will gathered like smoke, forming into the appearance of a Gu Immortal that looked like it was alive. Countless gazes landed on it. Someone immediately recognized it. That's right, this is old man Tao Zhu's appearance when he was alive. No way? At the edge of the mountain range, Xiao Si Lu could see the pillar of light and hear the voice. She had a strange expression. Tao Zhu's final test was to destroy the 5 boundaries mountain range? I actually managed to activate Tao Zhu's inheritance by accident. Tao Zhu's will heard someone calling him old man and felt displeased. He said arrogantly, "What old man? This junior has inherited my inheritance? How can he be so rude?" Rumble. Intense winds blew, heaven and earth roared. What answered him was Wu Yong's rank 8 killer move, but it was not aimed at him, it was aimed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit by this killer move. His immortal robe fluttered and rippled like water. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move reflected power, but Wu Yong forcefully endured it and continued to get closer. Fang Yuan's speed was immediately suppressed. It turned out that Wu Yong's move had a huge range. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only reflect the portion that Fang Yuan had to endure. Fang Yuan flew and reflected it all the way. Even though he was safe, his speed was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan had been relying on Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time. How could Wu Yong not have methods to counter it? Tao Zhu's will was shocked. He quickly looked around and saw several rank 8 Gu Immortals fighting, with so many rank 7 experts present. He was so shocked that his body almost collapsed. What's going on? This was completely different from his expectations. There were no respectful juniors, only ferocious and ferocious Gu Immortals. Ignore him, he is just a dead man. The inheritance is here, we will take it after the battle. The urgent matter now is to kill this demon, Fang Yuan. Not just Tao Zhu's inheritance, even if it is a Gu Venerable's true inheritance, I will give it up to kill Fang Yuan. The immortals shouted, their attention was once again focused on Fang Yuan. Tao Zhu's will. He was completely dumbfounded, this was not in line with his script. Next he shuddered, reacting, who is it? So many Gu immortals are trying to kill him. To kill him, they are even willing to give up a Gu Venerable's true inheritance? Tao Zhu's will also looked at Fang Yuan, but soon found that he did not know this person. Chapter 1640. Fang Yuan's performance shocked Tao Zhu's will to no end. Where did this soul path Gu Immortal come from? Just one attack was enough to heavily injure a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Such awe-inspiring demonic might, even Spectral Soul was no match for it when he was young. This young man looks weak and delicate, to think that he is so vicious and ruthless, his methods are superb. He must have killed many people, otherwise, why would Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals encircle him on such a large scale? Realizing this, Tao Zhu's will immediately cowered. For the first time, he felt that the pillar of light around him was so dazzling. My main body set this up to facilitate the inheritance. So, to think that the true opening of the inheritance would be like this. Who did I offend? Is it easy to set up an inheritance after so much effort? Tao Zhu's will felt helpless. Not to mention a mere will like him, even if his main body was still alive, he would have to retreat. This situation was too deep, the waves were too fierce, he could not get involved. Tao Zhu's will cowered, he shrunk back into the pillar of light while thinking, don't look at me, don't look at me, how could the Gu Immortals have the energy or mood to look at him? Fang Yuan had captured the rank 8 Gu Immortal Jun Shenguang in front of everyone, his battle strength was shocking. Almost all the rank 7 Gu Immortals were speechless, even the rank 8s were dazed. How should I fight such a strong enemy? If I fight and die, what will happen to my clan? If the other rank 8s die, wouldn't I be helping others? If Fang Yuan was rank 7 with reverse flow protection seal, he could fight rank 8s, Southern Border's rank 8 Gu Immortals could endure this level of battle strength. But now, it was completely different. Not only was Fang Yuan a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he also had a mysterious and powerful method. It seemed to be a soul path method that complemented Lead's soul into dream. Jun Shenguang's example was right in front of them. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu Immortals were also likely to be killed by Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, Southern Border's righteous path's old habits resurfaced. After all, there were many factions, they had been in charge for too long. Their wariness towards each other was deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if they realized the need to work together, at the crucial moment, hesitation was a knot in the hearts of all rank 8 Gu Immortals. These Southern Border rank 8 Gu Immortals hesitated, but Fang Yuan did not. He laughed loudly and turned around to attack Wu Yong. Yong, what did you just say? This is my burial ground? Ha! I think, on the contrary, this is your grave. Come, let's settle old and new grudges together. Fang Yuan roared. His voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the 5-boundary mountain range. He was dressed in white, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His demonic might overflowed the sky, his killing intent surging to the heavens intimidated the group of immortals. Qi Chu Yu Shang Wu Jie and the other rank 8 Gu Immortals saw that Fang Yuan was targeting Wu Yong. They felt complex emotions, they were nervous, but also slightly relieved. Next, all sorts of dark thoughts appeared in their minds. Although Fang Yuan was ferocious, he was a lone wolf after all. Not to mention, Qi Chu Yu had made a deal with Fang Yuan. Now that the Southern Alliance was newly established, the alliance leader position had always been empty. Wu Yong was the undisputed #1 candidate. If he became the alliance leader, it would be hard to say how he would treat the other clans in the future. Southern Border's clans had existed for too long. To truly unite, The difficult thing was the countless obstacles in the hearts of the Gu Immortals. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. His great-grandmaster attainment level must have been obtained from the dream realms. Gasp! Thinking of this, even the powerful and knowledgeable fairy Myrtle could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. He could annex it at any time to pass calamities and tribulations. And the biggest obstacle in annexing an aperture was the attainment level of the path. Raising attainment level was very difficult. It often took hundreds of years. But Feng Yuan could use dream realms to rapidly raise his attainment level. This way, he would enter a virtuous cycle. The explosive cultivation speed was enough to create huge waves in the history of human cultivation. No, more accurately speaking, the scary one is spectral soul. Feng Yuan was merely controlled by providence. He was reborn as a pawn to destroy spectral soul's heaven-defying plan, but he escaped from control in the end. Fairy Myrtle's body turned cold. Even though Heavenly Court had already imprisoned Spectral Soul, even Fairy Ziwei would interrogate Spectral Soul once in a while and search his soul to obtain crucial information. Spectral Soul was not as powerful as Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle felt a wave of lingering fear. If Spectral Soul really succeeded, he would have great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. He would be filled with killing intent. He could annex apertures and cooperate with Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. His cultivation level would rise all the way to rank 8. At that level, Spectral Soul's main body would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. And most importantly, during the 5 regions chaotic war, when dream realms appear, Spectral Soul would have a chance to advance even further. From this move, it could be seen just how great his ambition was. He had already made countless preparations in this aspect. If he could really do that, he would have a huge advantage over the others. Even a great dream seed like Feng Kim Hong would not have the chance to grow. Fortunately, he did not succeed at the most important stage. Now, it is Feng Yuan who replaced his original plan. From this, he did not succeed, but he did not fail completely either. Thinking of Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Feng Yuan gave up on so many southern border Gu Immortals to capture Jun Shenguang alive. His action is the same as when I soul searched Spectral Soul. He wants to search Jun Shenguang's soul for the arrangements of the Celestial Court. Oh no, the river of time. The river surged, coming from where it came and going to where it went. It was grand and majestic, reaching all the way to the limits of one's vision. Inside the immortal Gu house, Feng Yuan quietly looked at the surging river water. It undulated and created countless dazzling waves. The river of time. Indeed, after entering the immortal aperture and gaining some time, Feng Yuan used fixed Immortal Travel's Immortal Killer move to escape. Not long after, he entered the river of time. Chapter 1643. According to Jun Shenguang's information, the 4 Xuanzi had the same cultivation level. They were all rank 7 and had learned a combination attack technique with extraordinary power. They could even fight against a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Of course, they could only fight once. After a few rounds, they would definitely be defeated by the rank 8 Gu Immortal. They were not like Feng Yuan or Feng Zhouge, who had battle strength that could fight rank 8s. Even so, this was already quite impressive. After the 4 Xuanzi were nurtured, They were treated as trump cards by Spirit Butterfly Valley. They could not be mobilized easily. Celestial Court wants to make arrangements in the River of Time. Spirit Butterfly Valley has no choice but to obey. For Xianxia, these four are all time path and have great teamwork. They are the best candidates to control present and past pavilion. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. For Xianxia and present and past pavilion were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Rank 8 Gu immortals who happened to be time path were rare indeed. Celestial Court originally had Lord Huangshi. Unfortunately, he had been killed by Fang Yuan using Red Lotus Island in the River of Time. Celestial Court had to deal with Fang Yuan and set up defenses in the River of Time. They could only choose rank 7 Gu immortals for their time path manpower. Unless some old monsters from Celestial Court's Immortal Graveyard came out of their own accord. What Fang Yuan was concerned about was that other than present and past pavilion, Celestial Court also had a time path Immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht. Present and past pavilion is very proficient in investigation. It happened to be nearby, so it was the first to stop me. I cannot stay here. If the four Xianxia succeed in delaying me, Eternal Yacht will come and reinforce me. It will be 2 against 1. It will be very disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court had a huge advantage. Even though they could not bring out a time path rank 8, they definitely had rank 8s of other paths. They also had 2 Immortal Gu houses, present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had an incomplete Immortal Gu house. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing and the rest had weak cultivation levels. Fang Yuan immediately opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out the second batch of Immemorial Year Beasts. The first batch of Immemorial Year Beasts he set up in the 5 Boundary Mountain range were either injured or killed by the southern border Righteous Path. Fang Yuan did not have time to recall them. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan still had a second batch. After annexing Xiacha's Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had a second year essence pool, which contains Xiacha's 2 Immemorial Year Beasts. In addition, for the past few months, Fang Yuan had been using the Immemorial Year Beast fishing array to lure many Immemorial Year Beasts into the Year Essence Pool. As such, Fang Yuan had gathered 2 batches of Immemorial Year Beasts, and the second batch had 9 of them. The only flaw was that Fang Yuan did not gather 12 different Immemorial Year Beasts to form an ancient battle formation. During the entire process, he also tried to collect them. However, when he really tried to implement it, he realized that this kind of collection was really difficult to achieve. Most of them were Immemorial Year chickens. During this period of time, the River of Time had been producing these year beasts. In Fang Yuan's second batch of Immemorial Year Beasts, there were 5 Immemorial Year chickens, more than half of the total. The 9 Immemorial Year Beasts roared as they charged towards present and past pavilion. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xianxia had solemn expressions as they worked together to unleash the power of present and past pavilion. Chapter 1644. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia was sprawled on the deck of Eternal Yacht, coughing continuously. He was soaked in water. Beside him, Xianxia had already fainted. His injuries were severe and his condition was not good. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi walked over, looking at Xianxia calmly. The other 2 were swept away by the River of Time. We cannot find them. Xianxia breathed heavily. Standing up with difficulty, he looked at Xianxia with a pale expression. The 2 of them died in battle. This demon Fang Yuan is truly amazing. How is the search for the remaining survivors of present and past pavilion? The 4 Xianxia were siblings. They were very close. But right now, Xianxia was more concerned about present and past pavilion. He did not care about the dying Xianxia. He did not feel any sadness or anger. Qingyi smiled lightly. The core Immortal Gu are not damaged. They have all been retrieved. That's good. Xianxia let out a breath of air, his expression eased up. Qingyi nodded. I have already prepared a quiet room for you. Xianxia, thank you, I will go down and revive my siblings. It turned out that the 4 Xuanzi were siblings, they were the closest, they cultivated an incredible killer move. Even if the 3 died, as long as one of them survived, they could use the killer move to revive the other 3. Precisely so, Shang Xuanzi did not feel any sadness. A moment later, the 4 Xuanzi were healed, they returned to the deck and joined the battle. The second batch of immemorial year beasts that Fang Yuan left behind were surrounding Eternal Yacht, attacking from all directions. The river water surged, the sound of waves filled Fang Yuan's ears. Right now, he had returned to his original appearance, he had entered the incomplete Immortal Goo House to rest. With this incomplete Immortal Goo House, Fang Yuan had a base of operations, it was very convenient. That Eternal Yacht did not chase after us. They had already left the battlefield for some time. Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. The incomplete Immortal Goo House's speed could not compare to Eternal Yacht, it specialized in concealment. With present and past pavilion, the incomplete Immortal Goo House would be exposed. But Eternal Yacht might not be able to sense the incomplete Immortal Goo House. Otherwise, why hadn't the Eternal Arc caught up to them after such a long time? We're safe for now. Wuxia took a deep breath. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. That was a really tense moment. That's right. If Sect Leader didn't destroy the pavilion of present and past in time, I'm afraid we would have fallen into the quagmire of the battle. Goddess Miao Yin smiled. Bai Ningbing remained silent at the side. He Lulan was also quietly looking at the vast river of time outside the Immortal Goo House. Fang Yuan's time path clone had his eyes closed, frowning slightly. He tried his best to sense it, but his vital goo, spring-autumn cicada, did not have much reaction. The truth was, according to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's deduction, the higher the rank of spring-autumn cicada, the wider the range of its senses, and the easier it would be to find Red Lotus's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada only had 6 revolutions. Even though he had a large number of corresponding Immortal Goo recipes, and Fang Yuan had attempted to refine it several times, he still failed. This was truly regrettable, but Fang Yuan had already tried his best. For the last few months, he had done his best: soul path cultivation, exploring dream realms, modifying killer moves, extorting Southern Border's righteous path, planning the entire situation, defending against deductions, annexing immortal apertures, and so on. He had expended all his energy and time. Being able to squeeze out some time to refine spring-autumn cicada was quite a miracle. Chapter 1645. Fang Yuan's incomplete Immortal Goo House did not specialize in defense. After being hit, it broke apart. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly defended themselves inside the Immortal Goo House. Large amounts of flames devoured all the goo worms in the way like poisonous snakes. They attacked Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Fang Yuan shouted as he activated the Immortal Killer move Winter Coat. His body was immediately covered in a layer of white frost. The frost not only protected Fang Yuan himself, it even spread out at this crucial moment to protect the Time Path clone, He Lulan, Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. In this aspect, Winter Coat was superior to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect oneself, it could not help others. But Winter Coat Killer move could push oneself to the target. Winter Coat Killer move blocked the fire snakes, but at the next moment, the old man on the stone Lotus Island shouted, "Brilliant might, snakes turn into dragons." The flames suddenly erupted, and a ferocious heat spewed out. The fire snakes intertwined and converged, turning into a terrifying flame dragon that was more than 100 feet long and baring its fangs. The Crimson Flame Dragon tore through Winter Coat Killer move and attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan had wanted to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance and take the Immortals into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but he did not expect this Fire Snake killer move to have a follow-up. The old man had rich battle experience. He did not give Fang Yuan any leeway. The fire dragon was extremely lifelike. It opened its mouth and charged down from above. Fang Yuan and the rest looked up. Their faces were bright red from the light of the fire. The intense heat assaulted them as if they were being roasted on a grill. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest's expressions changed. Despair appeared in their eyes. This fire dragon was not an ordinary rank 8 killer move. It had extraordinary power. Even Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang killer move could not escape from it. Their only hope was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's nostrils, ears, and mouth were all bleeding. Winter Coat killer move was broken. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of a rank 8 killer move. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed. Fortunately, the core immortal goo were still around. They were only slightly damaged and could still be used temporarily. Fang Yuan was faced with a dilemma. Behind him were his Time Path clone, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest. Their cultivation level was too low. They could not stop this flame dragon by themselves. If they had the incomplete immortal goo house, they would at least be qualified to participate in the battle, but the old man was extremely ruthless. He destroyed the incomplete immortal goo house at once. If Fang Yuan stayed on the spot and blocked for them, not only would his winter coat be broken, he would not have any good methods. Even if he did, it would be very dangerous. Because the old man wanted to force Fang Yuan to go against him. Once Fang Yuan fought him for the sake of protecting the immortals behind him, then he would undoubtedly fall into the old man's trap. Fang Yuan was almost certain that the old man still had killer moves. Once Fang Yuan fought the flame dragon, he would fall into the old man's rhythm. He would be led around by the nose in the following battle. In an instant, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He moved at lightning speed, dodging the flame dragon. The old man laughed maniacally. "What a demon! Then burn all of you to ashes." The flame dragon ignored Fang Yuan. It continued to charge down. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly changed his direction and charged towards the old man. The old man immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched Fang Yuan charge towards him. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Luo Pasil targeted the enemy's soul, but the old man was an experienced rank 8 Gu Immortal. He had a deep foundation and no weaknesses. His soul's defense was very tight. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Luo Pasil hit him, it would not be able to kill the old man. There was no way he could kill him in one move. Luo Pasil often needed to be used with lead soul into Dream to deal with Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals. But at the start of the battle, the old man destroyed Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house. Wuxia and the rest were still trapped in the dream realm. If the incomplete immortal goo house was still intact, with the help of Wuxia's lead soul into dream, Fang Yuan would definitely have the upper hand against the old man. But the old man ambushed and destroyed the incomplete immortal goo house. Not only did Fang Yuan suffer heavy losses, he even lost the initiative and fell into a passive situation, unable to gain the upper hand. This situation was very dangerous for Fang Yuan. He had fallen into an ambush. He had to break out of it as soon as possible. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragon. More sword dragons filled the entire formation space. Even though the old man had the upper hand, he did not relax for a moment. His pupils shrunk as Fang Yuan hid among the flood dragons again. At this time, should he use investigative methods to see through Fang Yuan's true body, or should he eliminate these sword dragons first? If Fang Yuan was not eliminated, the sword dragons would be endless. But the old man knew his limits. He thought to himself, I'm afraid my investigative methods cannot see through familiar face. Fang Yuan is crafty, his intentions are not pure. Although the fierce-looking old man had taken the initiative, and his words and demeanor were both brash and boorish, his heart had always been very cautious and calm. He knew that in a battle between experts of Fang Yuan's level, both sides had rich battle experience. Even though he was in the lead and had the initiative because he attacked first, if he made a mistake, Fang Yuan could turn the situation around. The old man roared, with him as the center, flames burned and spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire. The sword dragons melted like wax in the flames. The old man's decision made Fang Yuan feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing with his tactic, controlling the myriad dragons to charge into the formation space. The ones controlling the formation were Central Continent Gu Immortals. Seeing the myriad dragons charge, they wanted to retaliate, but at the next moment, the old man transmitted, "Don't move." Fang Yuan has high time path and wisdom path attainment levels. The more the formation moves, the easier it is for him to see through it. "I will deal with these loaches, don't be impatient." The old man did not want to give Fang Yuan any chance. The sea of fire burned the sword dragons with shocking power. Fang Yuan snickered as he suddenly appeared in front of the dream realm. At this moment, he could feel the determination of the celestial court to kill him. Even though Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year snake, his speed was not fast enough. Now that the incomplete immortal Gu house was destroyed, he could not hide anymore. The distance between the two continued to shrink. The three immortal Gu houses attacked from afar. Fang Yuan activated Autumn Hair Killer move. It was like he had eyes on his back. He dodged agilely. If he could not dodge, he would use Winter Coat Killer move to block it. Winter Coat Killer move was amplified by the River of Time, as well as Fang Yuan's Time Path Dao marks. It displayed astonishing defensive power. Even though it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was comparable. This is not good. The situation continued to worsen. Fang Yuan thought of countermeasures. Luo Seal took a long time to activate. It would take even longer in the River of Time. Its power would also be reduced. Moreover, the Celestial Court's side was definitely on guard. There was little hope of Luo Seal changing the situation. Myriad Self, Myriad Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, Yama Emperor, and others were the same. Fang Yuan could only rely on time path methods like Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. But the three immortal Gu houses chasing after Fang Yuan were all sturdy like fortresses. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to them. As they fought, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves fell rapidly. The situation was getting more dangerous. The Celestial Court's side chased after Fang Yuan all the way. Their morale was high. They were in high spirits. Suddenly, something strange happened on the river in front of them. Huge fountains appeared. Oh no, this is the Sudden Spring River segment. This demon is skilled in luck path. His luck is shocking. He is very hard to kill. As expected, an unforeseen event has occurred here. Follow him, we cannot let him escape. The people of the heavenly court roared, their faces filled with nervousness. Fang Yuan charged into the Sudden Spring River segment. The Sudden Springs were very dangerous. They had the power of time path. If they were larger, they could endanger a rank 8 Gu Immortal's life. Normally, Fang Yuan would avoid them, but now, the Sudden Spring River segment became his hope of escaping. The immemorial year snake slithered in the river. The Sudden Springs exploded around Fang Yuan again and again, but they did not cause much disturbance to him. Fang Yuan had Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. The Sovereign Immortal Body's Dao marks did not conflict. He could clearly sense that his luck was falling rapidly. Luck Path did not show its power normally, but now, It was showing its profundity. The three immortal goo houses on Celestial Court's side were having a hard time chasing. The moment they entered the sudden Spring River segment, Eternal Yacht and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were hit at the same time. They were sent flying by the sudden springs. But there were many immortal materials. 5 to 6 of them could rival the dragonfish business. For example, Xia Cha Grotto Heaven's Year Essence Pool was one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan was still making huge profits. His accumulation of immortal Yuan stone was several times faster than before. Earlier, he had been working hard. There was almost no shortage in the feeding of immortal goo. Even though he gained some immortal goo as spoils of war, Fang Yuan also obtained the immortal apertures of Goo Immortals. He could perfectly relocate all the resource points. There are some flaws in the feeding of immortal goo, but it is not a problem. The Time Path clone took one last look at the salt sand before activating fixed immortal travel. This salt sand desert was the second last resource point that he inspected. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone arrived at City Well. Inside City Well, there was already a large group of hairy men gathered. These hairy men were mostly captured by Fang Yuan from the immortal apertures of Southern Border Goo Immortals. Southern Border Goo Immortals all raised hairy men to refine mortal goo. Hairy man slaves were the most popular type in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan gathered these hairy men from the immortal apertures and placed them in City Well. Currently, raising hairy men was the greatest help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan imparted some Dream Path Goo recipes and cultivation methods to these hairy men. These hairy men's main task was to enter their own dream realms and search for Dream Path Goo materials, then refine Dream Path Mortal Goo for Fang Yuan to use. Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored Dream Realms, he had already used up all of the Dream Path Mortal Goo that he had. If not for these hairy men refining Dream Path Mortal Goo to replenish them, Fang Yuan might not have been able to explore all of the dream realms that he had. When Fang Yuan's clone arrived at City Well, the sky was turning dark. Even though there was no sun or moon, it felt like dusk. Ever since Fang Yuan became rank 8, the sovereign blessed land became a grotto heaven. It had astronomical changes. And because the sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources, this astronomical change was very detailed. It was almost the same as the outside world of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan's clone was about to go down to observe the hairy men when his body froze. A bright light flashed in his eyes. My main body has already found the location of the 5 Xiang seal. Fang Yuan rested in the eerie fire cave for a while before leaving and entering White Heaven. His immortal aperture was in good condition. He did not need to rest. His immortal essence storage was rising slowly. He did not want to waste time. He went to White Heaven. This was the time for the 5 Xiang seal to open. The 1,000 years bet would begin again. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit Southern Border's Righteous Path chased after him. Celestial Court put him on the wanted list, but he was still at large, getting stronger as he fought. In the regional wall, he used rank 7 cultivation level to beat up rank 8 Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch, causing Celestial Court to lose its reputation. Langya Blessed Land was invaded by Celestial Court. He snatched fixed immortal travel and left. Several months ago, he ambushed the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He kidnapped countless Southern Border Gu Immortal experts and extorted them from the super forces. Not long ago, Celestial Court released information in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even the battle in the River of Time that no one knew about was exposed. The whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world was shaken. Fang Yuan became a rank 8 Gu Immortal without anyone knowing. He had killer moves like Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and the most bizarre thing was, he even learned the long-lost time cutting edge. And Fang Yuan saw that his own information was exposed. He directly exposed the methods of Celestial Court. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The Gu Immortal world was in an uproar. Celestial Court's foundation and methods shocked everyone. But what was even more terrifying was that Fang Yuan still escaped. Celestial Court set up a super time path formation in the River of Time. They had several rank 8s and many immortal Gu houses, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan lost, to put it bluntly, he was like a pathetic dog when escaping for his life. After this battle was exposed, his reputation soared. It was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Not only because of his craftiness and ferocity, but also because his opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court was established since the remote antiquity era. It had 3 million years of history. It had suffered multiple invasions by demon venerables but was still standing strong. It had deep foundation. It had been the #1 force of humanity since its establishment, Celestial Court. After such a long time, Celestial Court still could not do anything to a demonic path Gu Immortal. This situation was extremely rare. Looking at the entire history of Celestial Court, there were only a handful of such cases. Countless Gu Immortals and super forces were watching. They wanted to see when Celestial Court would capture Fang Yuan. How long could Fang Yuan last? Under such a spectating mood, Fang Yuan's reputation soared like the sun in the sky. Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, could resist rank 8. Rank 8 Fang Yuan had already become the king of demonic immortals that shocked the world. He rose up like a comet. His speed was shocking and otherworldly. Right now, this comet had already turned into a blazing sun. It was so bright that many people could not raise their heads to look at it. Demon King Fang Yuan. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were shaking even more intensely. Fang Yuan's appearance alone was enough to intimidate these people. Chapter 1651. Everyone, don't panic. Qi spoke. His voice was hoarse and hoarse. His normally straight body was like a bamboo pole in the wind. He was shaking lightly. No one laughed at him. Qi Clan had 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals and 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals. They were not Fang Yuan's match even if they worked together. In front of Fang Yuan, they were like fish on a chopping board. They could do whatever they wanted to him. After Qi Fa spoke, he mustered his courage and continued. We are now in front of the gambling door. We have obtained the gatehouse's approval and can explore that grotto heaven. We are also protected by the gatehouse. If Fang Yuan wants to kill us, he will have to get past the gatehouse first. But if he wants to destroy the gatehouse, he will destroy the bet and cannot enter the world on the other side. Qi Fa's words calmed everyone's heart. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Qi Fa. He smiled and praised. He is quite scheming. Qi Fa's words were directed at Qi Clan's Gu Immortals. They were also advice to Fang Yuan. It was not without reason that Qi Clan was able to become the final victor of the 5 Xiangs bet. After so many years, Qi Clan had developed to their current state. They suppressed and enslaved the other 4 clans. They did not have much of a reputation. They were very well hidden. Even Southern Border's righteous path did not notice them. At least, they did not try to touch the 5 Xiangs' supreme treasures. This showed Qi Clan's ability. But no matter how capable they were against Fang Yuan, they were in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan's smile was even more terrifying in their eyes. He bared his white teeth. like sharp swords and spears that emitted a cold light. Fang Yuan took a look at Qi Clan's Gu Immortals before turning his gaze to Bai Ningbing. The two had already discussed this beforehand. Bai Ningbing nodded at Fang Yuan and flew into the gatehouse. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were stirred, but they could only watch. As soon as Bai Ningbing entered the light blue icy light, it caused the icy light to waver for a moment before stabilizing. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. He was a little worried about Bai Ningbing's identity as a dragonoid. After all, dragonoids were mutants and not considered orthodox humans. However, from the looks of it, the gatehouse only recognized Bai Ningbing's bloodline and identity. It didn't care whether she was a mutant or a human. After a few deep breaths, Bai Ningbing officially received the approval of the gatehouse. Following an invisible gentle force, she landed on the clouds. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals' gazes flickered with regret. Looks like Bai Ningbing hasn't been enslaved by Fang Yuan. Otherwise, the gatehouse wouldn't have acknowledged her. What a pity, damn it, Bai Ningbing obtained the recognition and can enter the world on the other side of the gatehouse. Ever since Bai Ningbing was under the control of Elder Inkstone, the latter had never tried to enslave her. All their cooperation was in the nature of a transaction. After Bai Ningbing submitted to Fang Yuan, although Fang Yuan had ways to control her, he had never done it. It was precisely because of this gatehouse that he had taken into consideration. Bai Ningbing landed on the clouds. After inspecting it carefully, she turned around and said to Fang Yuan, "As long as I land on this cloud, I will have obtained the gatehouse's approval. Moreover, Gu Immortals cannot attack each other for now." A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His next action caused the Qi Clan Gu Immortals to gasp in shock. Fang Yuan also flew into the light blue light. The light blue light flickered for a moment before stabilizing. Even though Fang Yuan was in his original appearance, he had already activated the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. He had modified this move and added in Blood Path Immortal Gu, allowing him to disguise as a descendant. But the gatehouse was silent. The power of the five Xiang's seal had stopped. Soon, an intense aura rose from the gatehouse. 5 colored lights shined brightly again. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals saw this and showed expressions of despair. Because they knew that the gatehouse's change was not because it had exposed Fang Yuan's identity, it was about to teleport away. If you like this novel, you are welcome to vote for it at Start Point. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please go to M. For the fastest novel reading, please visit. Even though these desolate-level snow monsters were not Fang Yuan's match, Fang Yuan did not want to waste time here. He went straight to the center of the public grotto heaven. Ice mirroring snow lotus, 100-year profound ice, 1,000-year profound ice, wide frost water, heaven craft divine jade. Along the way, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw many resource points. Even though they were small to mid-sized resource points, they were very abundant. The deeper they went, the more resources there were in the grotto heaven, the more valuable they were. Of course, the beasts and trees guarding the resource points were also getting stronger. This was clearly the arrangement of the 5 Xiang. They wanted to test their descendants. Even though Fang Yuan could sweep through everything with his strength, he ignored these benefits. He only wanted to go to the central mountain range. Howl! A beast group roared as they flew out of the valley, charging towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. These were jade frost antelopes. Some were as big as palaces, some were as small as 2 or 3 houses. The antelope's eyes were jade green. They had no pupils. The antelope's horns were curved upwards, one segment at a time. Even though the antelopes had no wings, they could move forward by jumping in the air. Every time they jumped, their hooves would emit a trace of white frost chi, producing the sound of wind chimes. This group of jade frost antelopes was very strange. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's expressions changed slightly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand, a fan appeared out of thin air and was grabbed by him. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Boom. Summer Fan whipped up a tornado. The tornado was only the surface, it was the true power of Time Path. The aggressive antelope group was immediately engulfed by the intense wind. They were instantly cleared. Corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing on the ground with loud sounds. In an instant, this large group of jade frost antelopes died. Not just that, the snowy peak below was also destroyed by Fang Yuan's fan, forming a huge pile of rocks over 100 li. Fang Yuan, however, shot down like lightning with a loud sound. Rocks flew everywhere. He looked at a huge rock wall. Sensing the aura on it, his expression was colder than ice. This was a goo formation that Fang Yuan had already destroyed. It had a clear chi path style. It seems that the rule of not moving between the 5 regions cannot restrict Qi Clan's goo immortals. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, who was flying down. Bai Ningbing nodded. This is understandable. After so many years, Qi Clan has entered this place many times. They have a deeper understanding of this place. Many of the 5 Xiang's arrangements cannot restrict them anymore. From the looks of it, the rest of our journey won't be smooth sailing. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Qi Clan's goo immortals are trying to stop us. They are definitely stalling for time so that they can snatch the treasure. In that case, we should not stay any longer. Let's set off. The two of them continued to fly, and as Bai Ningbing had expected, they were intercepted by many beasts along the way. But these beast groups crumbled under Fang Yuan's attacks. They were barely able to stall for time. Fang Yuan's methods are so terrifying. The small beast tide that we caused is like paper. No, it's as easy as blowing off dust for him to get rid of them. It's really too terrifying. They are here, they are close to the central mountain range. Don't panic. There is still a defensive line in the mountain range. There is an immemorial desolate beast there. The defensive line is broken. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing are already here. Qi Clan's goo immortals conversed. The atmosphere was getting tenser. When Fang Yuan arrived, the Qi Clan goo immortals' hair stood on end. The atmosphere was so intense that it was almost solid. The location of the treasure was very obvious. When Fang Yuan flew into the central mountain range, he saw it from afar. At the highest peak, there was a palace. It had the same style as the gatehouse. This was an immortal goo house. Fang Yuan successfully entered the immortal goo house. He saw that at the center of the hall, Qi Clan's 5 goo immortals were sitting around the treasure. Then, his eyes were firmly glued to the treasure of the bet. This mysterious treasure was actually a white crane. This white crane only had 1 leg. Its feathers were pure white like snow. It was untainted by even a speck of dust. Its beak was red, its wings were folded and its eyes were tightly shut. Fang Yuan's brows quickly furrowed. He discovered the peculiarity of the white crane. It was not a true life form, it was not an immortal goo, but it was giving off rank 9 aura. Amazing! Fang Yuan laughed heartily. So the treasure of the 1,000 years bet is a rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's laughter made the Qi Clan goo immortals' bodies shake. While they were fearful, they also felt anger. The 5 Xiang's bet, Qi Clan's treasure that they had painstakingly hidden, was actually coveted by an outsider. He was trying to get his hands on it. The Qi family had already regarded the treasure as their own. Fang Yuan wanted it. This was a huge grudge. Qi Clan's goo immortals and Fang Yuan were irreconcilable enemies. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He did not say anything. He pointed with his finger as a sword light shot out, attacking the Qi Clan goo immortals. The 5 Qi Clan goo immortals were instilling their wills into the white crane immortal killer move. They did not move, allowing the sword light to attack them. At the critical moment, a 5-colored radiance suddenly rose in the hall and quietly melted the sword light. As expected, Fang Yuan was not surprised. This hall could gather the strength of the entire public grotto heaven. It was also the strongest part of the heaven surveying 5 Xiang seal. With such a force supervising it, Fang Yuan and Qi Clan's Gu Immortals could not attack each other for now. Of course, Fang Yuan could attack them forcefully, but he would need to suppress the heaven-surveying 5 xiangs. He would also cause huge damage to the entire public grotto heaven. No wonder Qi Clan's Gu Immortals are not moving. But since they have the qualifications to refine this killer move treasure, so can I. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she got closer to the killer move. Next, she imitated the 5 Qi Clan Gu Immortals and instilled her will into it. The 5 Qi Clan Gu Immortals showed anxious expressions. Bai Ningbing's body shook, her expression changed, she quickly called out to Fang Yuan, "Come quickly." Even without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already arrived beside her. He instilled his will into the immortal killer move and understood the situation. At the same time, a message from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable entered his mind. "Oh later, I am Ben Jie-sun, you call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When I was exploring immemorial White Heaven, I found a mystical existence by chance. It was like the heavenly spirit of a grotto heaven. It was extremely sensitive. I spent a lot of effort to capture it alive." Chapter 1653. Heaven Form. Fang Yuan was shocked, but also realized. He understood everything now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He was skilled in Space Path and created Theft Path. He also had great talent in Refinement Path. He spent his entire life trying to leave the Gu Master World and return to his homeland. He was the wealthiest venerable. He collected immortal materials from all over the world and refined immortal Gu. He traveled to many places. His footprints were all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. One time, when he was traveling in White Heaven, he accidentally found a mystical existence. After researching it, he named it the Natural Heavenly Spirit. Even though he had the strength of a demon venerable, he could not refine this natural heavenly spirit. This was not hard to understand. According to the information left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of White Heaven, and in White Heaven, it was constantly being replenished by Providence. When Gu Immortals refined Immortal Gu, the essence was to use their own will to get rid of the wild will in the Immortal Gu and refine the Immortal Gu into their own tools. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted to refine the natural heavenly spirit. Even though the method was complicated, the essence was the same. Even though the Demon Venerable's will was strong, against the natural heavenly spirit's providence, which was constantly being replenished by Providence, he could not win. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suffered a setback, but he was not discouraged. Man was the spirit of all living beings. He thought of a way to combine the natural heavenly spirit with other Gu worms to form a rank 9 immortal killer move. This made Fang Yuan think of his ghostly concealment killer move. It was also a rank 9 killer move. It was paired with divine concealment. Even though a long time had passed since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used it, these 2 moves still existed. This seemed to be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable style. The problem was, even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable thought of a way to turn the natural heavenly spirit into a rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form, he could not manipulate or use it. Because he had not truly refined the natural heavenly spirit yet. But this was all within Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's plan. He knew that he could not refine the natural heavenly spirit in a short period of time, so he thought of this method to turn the natural heavenly spirit into the immortal killer move heaven form. This way, the natural heavenly spirit would receive less replenishment from Providence. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created heaven form, he did not use it anymore. Before he mysteriously disappeared, he left behind many Thieving Heaven true inheritances. He did not forget heaven form. Heaven form has not been truly refined yet. I can't do it alone. It needs a long time and generations of wills to cleanse it. One day, it would be truly refined by a Gu Immortal. At that time, it will be used by one person. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message also said that even though this killer move was left behind by him, because he could not control it, It was not counted as part of thieving heaven's true inheritance. It needed the efforts of future generations. It was at most half a thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan could completely speculate what would happen after that. One day, when the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs explored immemorial white heaven, they unexpectedly found this half of thieving heaven's true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message was very clear. This was a rank 9 killer move that could only be used by one person. All of the 5 Xiangs wanted it. They could not agree to it. Internal strife ensued. The 5 Xiangs only existed in name. The 5 Xiangs took action. They found that they could not refine this killer move with just the 5 of them. Thus, the 5 Xiangs made a 1,000-year bet. They decided to use a dual method to compete for the ownership of the immortal killer move. The river of time was turbulent. The wind and rain of time had destroyed many of its currents. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, the 5 Xiangs died. Generations of Gu immortals from the 5 clans appeared and disappeared. But now, Qi clan obtained a decisive advantage. After countless generations of hard work, the immortal killer move was finally about to succeed. Fang Yuan interfered. One could imagine how angry and hateful Qi clan's Gu immortals were. Since our ancestors, so many generations of hard work, we poured our blood and sweat into it, it was about to bear fruit, but you came to take it. How shameless! Too shameless, too despicable. It was these emotions that caused Qi clan's Gu immortals to oppose Fang Yuan to a large extent. Fang Yuan was only a rank 8 Gu immortal. They believed that as long as they obtained the rank 9 killer move, they would be able to defeat Fang Yuan. At the very least, they would have the strength to make Fang Yuan wary. They would have the right to negotiate. Fang Yuan came to Bai Ningbing's side. He instilled his will into Bai Xiang killer move. Bai Xiang killer move also had a will of providence. It was stubborn and unyielding. It was like an extremely sturdy fortress that occupied the high ground. And below Providence Fortress, there were countless wills. This was a sea of wills. The 1,000-year bet had been carried out again and again. A large number of Gu immortals had left their wills here. The experts were like the 5 Xiangs. They were all rank 8 Gu immortals. There were also rank 7 elites, like Ni clan's Gu immortal and Iron. It was not strange to have such an accumulation. But what made Fang Yuan surprised was that these wills were unmoved. They were silent like rocks. They did not move at all. Only these wills that had just entered were like swimming dragons or rivers. They fought and fought against each other above the sea of wills. 3 of Qi clan's 5 Gu immortals' wills were fighting Bai Ningbing's will. The remaining 2 were attacking Providence Fortress at the highest point. That is the core of heaven form. As long as anyone refines that place, they will become the owner of heaven form. Demon Fang Yuan's will has also entered. Persevere. We cannot relax. We are about to succeed. This is the result of our Qi clan's years of hard work. For this moment, we have sacrificed too much. We cannot let this outsider Fang Yuan succeed. Qi clan's Gu immortals conversed and encouraged each other. Their morale reached its peak. Actually, they had no choice. Fang Yuan's ruthless nature was well known. If they did not refine this rank 9 killer move, their outcome would be terrible. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan's will charged forward. Chapter 1655. Facing Fang Yuan's solid killing intent, Bai Ningbing smiled. She looked at Fang Yuan calmly, asking, "Why should I escape?" After pausing for a while, she said, "Qi clan's Gu immortals escaped because they do not know you well. We are both from Qing Mao Mountain. With my understanding of you, how can they escape? Since I cannot escape, Why should I escape? Not only will I not run, on the contrary, I will join Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan frowned. I had thought of that too, but your Bai Xiang killer move is too profound, it can break almost all alliance agreements. Bai Xiang's specialty was that it could turn Gu immortals into a special existence, any fragment could be reborn. The essence of alliance agreements were faith path Dao marks. Bai Ningbing used Bai Xiang's self-mutilation to get rid of the corresponding faith path Dao marks and get rid of the alliance agreement. Thus, Bai Xiang killer move could also be used to heal injuries and get rid of the remaining Dao marks on the body. Indeed. Facing Fang Yuan's wariness, Bai Ningbing laughed heartily. She was not worried about her own safety, but because of this, isn't it even more exciting? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, Don't treat me like you, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. She stopped smiling as her dragon eyes shined with bright light. That's right, I have always been pursuing excitement. That is why I envy you, Fang Yuan. The life you lead is really too exciting, too wonderful. Every time you plot, every time you succeed, and even every time you fail, it is extremely exciting. Especially the most recent time, you were ambushed by the Celestial Court and escaped like a dog. It was the most exciting time. The other members of Shadow Sect cannot understand my feelings. Some of them want to save Spectral Soul, some are afraid, some are depressed due to pressure. But my feelings are excitement and joy. The more turbulent it is, the more exciting it is, isn't that so? Others might not understand me, but I know you do, don't you? Bai Ningbing stared into Fang Yuan's eyes, and her eyes lit up. Fang Yuan remained silent. Back on Qingmao Mountain, he had already determined that Bai Ningbing was a true demon. His judgment was not wrong, Bai Ningbing was exactly like that. In order to pursue a wonderful life, she could give up everything, even her own life. The values of the public, the complicated love and hatred, had nothing to do with her. She was different from the masses. She did not fit in with the world. She only followed her own path. Indulging the feelings in one's heart, disregarding the life and death of all living things. To put it bluntly, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were very similar. They were the same type of people, but they pursued different things. In pursuit of immortality, Fang Yuan was willing to sacrifice anything, including himself. Even if he didn't succeed in the end and died halfway, he would still be happy and gratified. Because this kind of goal and this kind of way of living made him feel that his life was full of exuberant interest and vitality. Bai Ningbing said that Fang Yuan understood her. This was definitely not wrong, just like how she understood Fang Yuan. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. Demons naturally had the same feeling. The killing intent in Fang Yuan's eyes slowly dissipated. This layer of killing intent was purposely condensed by him. In truth, he did not have much killing intent in his heart. Why did he want to kill Bai Ningbing? The current Fang Yuan's strength far surpassed Bai Ningbing. The latter was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. Sometimes, when he saw Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan felt like he was seeing his own shadow. True demons like them were too rare. Meeting one was actually a kind of fortune, a kind of gratification to witness oneself. Chapter 1656. Inside Rank 9 Killer Move Heaven Form. Fang Yuan's will flew like a dragon, spiraling in the sky before charging down fiercely. Rumble. Fang Yuan's will fell like a meteor, crashing into the sea of wills below. A large amount of wills were destroyed. However, this sea of wills was too vast and deep. Fang Yuan's attack only destroyed a small portion of it. Even though I snatched it and occupied the killer move's core, this place is filled with the wills of the 5 Xiangs and their descendants. Only after I get rid of these wills can I truly activate this rank 9 killer move. This sea of wills was truly huge. Even more troublesome was that these wills were affected by the rank 9 killer move. They were as firm as rocks. If Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of them, many of his methods were useless. Under the influence of the rank 9 killer move, Fang Yuan could not use any of his methods. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as a brand new will surged in. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The will condensed into swords, countless will swords rained down like a storm, landing on the sea of wills and creating countless holes. In a short while, this sea of wills was weakened by a layer. Compared to the results of the previous will flood dragon, this will sword rain was simply amazing. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed to himself, as expected of rank 8 Immortal Gu Wisdom Sword. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. He could activate this Gu. Even though this Gu was a sword path Immortal Gu, it was closely related to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan used it as the core to deduce a simple immortal method that could unleash a large amount of sword will. The effect of using these sword wills to cleanse the sea of wills was the best that Fang Yuan had tried. But this way, Fang Yuan's investment had increased by many times. After all, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was rank 8, activating it required White Lychee Immortal Essence. And Immortal Killer moves required even more Immortal Essence expenditure. But this expenditure was still acceptable to Fang Yuan after some deductions. After all, his logistics were very strong, his immortal aperture management was flourishing. During the battle to break out of the River of Time, although Fang Yuan managed to escape and thwart the Celestial Court's plan to kill him, he also suffered great losses. Especially the destruction of the incomplete Immortal Gu House, he still felt heartache over it. This incomplete Immortal Gu House was created after Fang Yuan captured many southern border Gu Immortals and obtained their Immortal Gu. He then went through many negotiations, transactions, and extortions with Southern Border's righteous path before finally obtaining the Immortal Gu and assembling it. Fang Yuan had put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this, but now it was all for naught. I hope this Heaven Form killer move can help me. Fang Yuan had high expectations for Heaven Form. If it were an ordinary killer move, Fang Yuan might be able to investigate it and deduce its power. But this killer move was rank 9, its level was too high, Fang Yuan could not understand it. This was the work of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he was proficient in Space Path and Theft Path, even if this move was not used offensively, it would definitely have great effects. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not say what this move's power was, Fang Yuan could deduce it from other aspects. For example, Shadow Sex Attitude. Shadow Sex Inkstone purposely helped by Ning Bing, his main motive was to obtain Heaven Form. Old Man Inkstone is also a Wisdom Path great expert, he must have deduced something, this Heaven Form killer move will definitely be of great help to Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was the current leader of Shadow Sect, this Heaven Form killer move would naturally be of great help to him. Fan Shilu sized up Gyue Fangjing again. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he smiled lightly. Is it really okay for you to speak the truth like this? There is no such thing as okay or not. I know, with your methods, how can I hide my thoughts from you? Saying this, Gyue Fangjing stretched out his hand and held that blood path Immortal Gu, asking, what is this Gu called? Chapter 1657. By Ning Bing, don't go too far. Qi Clan's Gu Immortal leader, Qi Fa, shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly internally. Bai Xiang tore through the sky, appearing in front of Qi Fa in an instant, leaving behind Qi Jin's corpse, frozen in ice. The horrified expression on Qi Jin's face before his death was preserved, vivid and lifelike in the thick block of ice. Boom boom boom. Qi Path killer moves exploded one after another. Bai Xiang dodged half of them, the other half was blocked by the Immortal formation, while the rest destroyed Bai Xiang. But soon, Bai Xiang returned to normal. This made the remaining Qi Clan Gu Immortals feel like they had fallen into an icy abyss. After a battle of life and death, 3 of the 5 Qi Clan Gu Immortals died, only Qi Fa and Qi Kai were left. Damn it, Bai Xiang is too powerful, we cannot deal with it in a hurry. Qi Fa gritted his teeth. The most important thing is this super immortal formation. If not for it, we would have escaped long ago. Qi Kai looked at Qi Fa with bloodshot eyes, pointing at him. Qi Fa was silent. Qi Kai was right, even though Bai Xiang was powerful, they could escape even if they could not beat it. In the outside world, they would not need to fight Bai Ningbing to the death. But it would be hard to break this immortal formation and escape. At least, Qi Fa and Qi Kai had been trying since the start of the battle, but they had no results. Qi Fa sighed. You are right, let's ask Qi Ping Su to help. Qi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was guarding Qi Clan's headquarters, Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Right now, as long as he came out and attacked with the 2 Qi Clan immortals, they would be able to destroy a corner of the immortal formation and save the 2 of them. But this way, they would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan had purposely set it up. The immortal formation did not restrict communication. He wanted to lure people like Qi Ping Su, who were guarding the Grotto Heaven. It was precisely because Qi Fa knew this that he was unwilling to use Qi Ping Su, an external force, even after fighting for so long. But now that the situation had reached a point where he had no other choice, if he didn't use it, he would lose his life. Qi Ping Su was already prepared. He got the order and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. I've been waiting for this moment. Saying so, she was teleported by the formation into the immortal aperture's entrance. Not good. Just as Qi Ping Su was about to go out, he saw Bai Ningbing rushing towards him. He had no choice but to retreat. The Qi Si Grotto Heaven was extremely vast, with white clouds everywhere and strong winds blowing. Once Bai Ningbing entered, she felt pressured. Her strength was severely suppressed by the abundant Qi Path Dao marks here. But Bai Xiang Killer Move's profundity was still present. Bai Ningbing fought against Qi Ping Su. The latter soon fell into a disadvantage. Qi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level, his legs were crippled and he had injuries on his body. He couldn't defeat Bai Ningbing, so he immediately retreated. He had the geographical advantage here, so he quickly hid in the depths of the clouds and disappeared. Bai Ningbing could not help but frown. The situation had become troublesome. If she didn't kill Qi Ping Su immediately, how was she going to find him in this huge Qi High Grotto Heaven? Even if they found him, what if he ran away to hide? Suddenly, Bai Ningbing raised her head and saw that an extremely thick sea of clouds had gathered above her head. An intense sense of danger rose in her heart. Fatal danger. Instantly, Bai Ningbing realized the severity of the situation. She hurriedly shot down, like a meteor chasing after the moon, descending rapidly. In her vision, a round pancake-like yellow continent was rapidly expanding. Amidst the sharp whistling sound, an extremely sharp and powerful sword intent rushed up and directly pierced through the white pillar of Qi, splitting it in half. The white Qi pillar's power vanished. Qi Ping Su opened his mouth. He was extremely shocked. I'm saved. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Her lips curled up as she flew up, standing beside Fang Yuan. What move is this? Bai Ningbing looked up. She had a hesitant expression. Don't tell me. It should be Qi Xiang's signature killer move, Unlimited Qi Si. This move is grand. It is also complex and ever-changing. It can be used for both offense and defense. It was the method that made Qi Xiang famous in the past. Fang Yuan answered. His expression was solemn. Unlimited Qi Si was a rank 8 killer move. It used many Qi Path Immortal Goo as the core and tens of thousands of supplementary Goo worms. It could absorb all the Qi in the world to increase its power. This killer move was quite unique. It had the nature of growth. After Qi Xiang created this move, he absorbed all sorts of Qi and stored them in his immortal aperture, increasing the power of this move. Thankfully, Qi Xiang had died many years ago, even though Unlimited Qi Si was left in Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Because of its high level, Qi Clan did not have any rank 8 Gu immortals. It allowed all the Qi to dissipate. Until now, when Fang Yuan coveted Qi Xiang's grotto heaven, he awakened Qi Si heavenly spirit and forced it to activate unlimited Qi Si. After so many years, this move had finally reappeared. Even though this move is powerful, Qi Xiang is gone. How much power can it have by using the heavenly spirit? Fang Yuan snickered. He suddenly flew into the sky, charging into Qi Si. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. She had an urge to fight alongside Fang Yuan, but she soon wisely stopped, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She was too weak. She did not have the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. Rumble. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky. She saw that Qi Si was rumbling. After Fang Yuan charged in, the waves became more intense. It was like a white tsunami. At the same time, thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Vitality Qi. Bai Ningbing was dazzled. All sorts of Qi gathered into countless forms, like flowers, grass, blades, spears, swords, halberds, beasts and birds. They were like a hodgepodge outside Qi Si. They charged into Qi Si and fought with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt huge pressure at first. He could barely move, but after a while, he understood some of the profundities of this killer move. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, bathing in the light of wisdom as he rapidly deduced unlimited Qi Si. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily. He started to charge. Everywhere he went, no matter what kind of obstacles he faced, they were all destroyed by him. He was unstoppable. He rampaged all the way until he reached the heavenly spirit. Qi Si heavenly spirit's ownership requirement was very strict. Fang Yuan could not fulfill it in a short period of time. This was the information he obtained from Qi Zai's soul. And Fang Yuan's blood-light spirit suppression method could not suppress a rank 8 heavenly spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to kill it, killing Qi Si heavenly spirit. Once Qi Si heavenly spirit was gone, the killer move unlimited Qi Si also stopped being used. I surrender. Qi Ping Su's body trembled. He was subdued by Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic might. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. You are quite sensible. Forget it. If you want to live, go and convince Qi Fa and Qi Zai to surrender. Otherwise, you can die with them. Yes. Qi Ping Su was filled with pressure as he was sent into the formation. Chapter 1658. Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Puff! Fang Yuan's main body shouted as he stretched out his right hand, grabbing at the unlimited Qi Si in front of him. Immediately, an orange-yellow Qi current flew out of unlimited Qi Si. This Qi current was very peculiar. It was dazzling and had a long trail behind it as it tore through the sky. There were naturally auspicious clouds at the top of the Qi current. This was luck. It was a type of immortal material. Unlimited Qi Si included all sorts of auras. Luck was one of the rarer ones. Because even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, luck of this scale was very rare. If a Gu immortal could encounter it, it was a publicly acknowledged blessing. Fang Yuan was currently splitting unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Xiang's greatest trump card. It was similar to Fang Yuan's Luo Pa seal and reverse flow protection seal. Unlimited Qi Si also used immortal materials. They were all sorts of Qi. The more types and scale of the Qi stored, the greater the power of unlimited Qi Si. Of course, activating this move would not only expend immortal essence, it would also expend the stored Qi. Even if he did not use it as time passed, the Qi would be depleted. Thus, when Fang Yuan faced unlimited Qi Si in battle earlier, it was not at its peak state. It was the 5th day now. Ever since he succeeded in attacking Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he had been resting here. 2 days ago, he had calculated all of his gains. He had also placed slave contracts on the 3 Qi clan Gu immortals, Qi Fa, Qi Kai, and Qi Ping Su. Some resources could be moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. He had ordered Wuxia and the rest to do it. Meanwhile, he placed his focus on unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Path. It was not practical for Fang Yuan. Instead, after splitting it, he could obtain a vast amount of Qi currents. It was a huge fortune. And most importantly, only after splitting the killer move could Fang Yuan do something to these goo worms. Otherwise, if he refined these goo worms, he might trigger a backlash from the killer move. After all, this move was a complete entity. It was not ordinary. According to the current speed, I will need 3 days to completely extract these Qi. After that, I will have to refine these immortal goo. Fang Yuan planned in his heart. There were many mortal goo that formed the killer move Unlimited Qi Si, but Fang Yuan was not interested in any of them. His main focus was on the immortal goo. There were 6 immortal goo that made up this move, but only one of them was a rank 8 immortal goo called Great Qi. It was the core of the killer move. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and rank 6 goo worms. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was a rank 7 immortal goo called Big Family Qi. This Qi Path goo worm could store all kinds of Qi, including Tribulation Qi. The last point was crucial. Fang Yuan had once used many small family Qi goo to store Tribulation Qi and help him pass tribulations. Big Family Qi was an immortal goo. Its ability in this aspect was even stronger. With this immortal goo, I can store and release Tribulation Qi. This is a great method for me to undergo tribulation. If the calamities and tribulations are strong, I can use this goo to absorb the Tribulation Qi and weaken the power of the calamities and tribulations. If the calamities and tribulations are weak, I will release tribulation energy, allowing me to obtain more Dao marks in the end. Using this goo, I can also absorb the outside world's heaven and earth Qi and store it. If the sovereign immortal aperture needs it, I can release it. I will not have to place my aperture and absorb heaven and earth Qi to stabilize the sovereign grotto heaven. The specific situation was analyzed in detail. It was not that the higher the rank of the immortal goo, the more helpful it was to the goo immortal. A person like her is never afraid of her own death. If I treat her like this, she would rather die than submit. Even though I have methods to keep most of her immortal goo, what use is that? You saw it in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Sometimes, I need some people to restrain Celestial Court's people. With your current strength, you cannot execute such a tactic. Bai Ningbing, who has Bai Xiang, is very useful. With her current identity and environment, it is very difficult for her to join Celestial Court. At the same time, she needs me to refine yin-yang rotation immortal goo to help her regain her male body. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level. Bai Ningbing did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo herself. We are too useless. Wuxia lowered his head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I understand your other meaning. Next, I will take care of you and raise your battle strength. In the past, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He naturally prioritized himself. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan was rank 8, Wuxia, He Lulan, and the rest could raise their strength. This was the icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. There was also another reason. Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy before, but now that he was rank 8, even though he was still weak against Celestial Court, ordinary people could no longer find trouble with Fang Yuan. Instead, they had to avoid him. Adding on Fang Yuan's powerful methods to guard against deductions, as long as he did not go into the river of time, he would be safe. With such an environment, Fang Yuan could easily raise the ranks of his subordinates. He had a premonition that these people would be useful in the future. Furthermore, raising their cultivation level was simple. The most important thing was to use time path methods to accelerate the flow of time in their immortal apertures. Even if they attracted too many calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan could help them. After getting Fang Yuan's promise, Wuxia left happily. Next, Fang Yuan used his free time to summon He Lulan. Let me show you someone. Fang Yuan took out the goo immortal He Cheng, who he had captured long ago. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. She was furious. She wanted to tear He Cheng apart. Even though He Cheng was her father, There was a deep hatred between them. He Lulan did not act rashly in the end. She watched as Fang Yuan imprisoned He Qing in his immortal aperture. She breathed roughly, her eyes were red as she said through gritted teeth. So He Qing had fallen into Lord Sect Leader's hands long ago. Does Lord Sect Leader want to recruit him? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, compared to him, I value you more. As long as you cultivate hard and work hard, I believe you will take revenge one day. Chapter 1659. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The Gu refinement was at its most crucial moment. The huge cicada pupa quietly floated in the air, about 5 feet above the ground. The surface of the cicada pupa was not smooth, it was rough and had a metallic texture. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the killer move that he had prepared. In an instant, cold winds blew around the cicada pupa, dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge lump as the surrounding light dimmed. Howl, 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 waves of ghostly cries resounded, the ground turned gray-white, pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, they were thick and sinister, grabbing towards the cicada pupa. The ghostly hands grabbed the cicada pupa, but they were illusory, the ghostly hands rippled as if they were grabbing something from the cicada pupa, the huge hands clenched into fists before shrinking back into the ground. Hundreds or thousands of pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, grabbing the cicada pupa again and again, pulling out the impurities inside. The cicada pupa was only a half-finished product. It was not stable, but as the ghostly hands grabbed it, it shrunk, the rough surface became smooth, the metallic texture became more obvious and beautiful. Fang Yuan had been observing with full concentration, and seeing this scene, he was inwardly satisfied. This method was his own creation. The core Immortal Gu used was rank 8 Soul Beast token. In the previous refinements of Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a flaw here. The immortal materials were not processed thoroughly. Now that I am using this method, it is definitely done thoroughly, but there are some repercussions. The cold winds stopped at some point, the number of pitch-black ghostly hands decreased until none remained. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and heavier. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to half its original size. It was emitting a metallic eerie light, emitting waves of coldness. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he took out a large lump of fire. This was the rank 8 Immortal Material Phoenix Cry Fire. The flame was orange-yellow and had 2 layers. The outer layer was light yellow, while the inner layer was orange-red. The inner layer of fire was shaped like a phoenix. It continued to flap its wings and sing loudly. As the flame continued to burn, it let out a clear and pleasant phoenix cry. Puff! Fang Yuan shouted as he raised his hand. The basin-sized phoenix cry fire accurately landed on the surface of the cicada pupa. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flames quickly spread and covered the entire cicada pupa, burning fiercely. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the clouds. Then the voice faded, but the flames became more and more wild, ruthlessly burning the cicada pupa. Fang Yuan held his breath and fixed his gaze on the cicada pupa. Soon, wisps of ghost qi appeared on the surface of the chrysalis, but they were burned away by the flames. This step of Gu refinement was very difficult. It was hard to grasp the intricacies involved. However, Fang Yuan remained patient until all the ghost qi in the cicada pupa had been burned away, and the surface of the cicada pupa had even begun to melt. Only then did he unhurriedly use another method. The dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and a huge dragon-shaped ice and snow whizzed over, fiercely colliding with the cicada pupa. The flames on the surface of the cicada pupa immediately resisted, but the dragon-shaped ice and snow was huge, and with the full support of Fang Yuan, it quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the cicada pupa in the center of its body. The phoenix cry fire on the surface of the cicada pupa was extremely stubborn. It lasted for several hours before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, the dragon-shaped ice and snow changed its fierce style, condensing into a block of ice and sealing the cicada pupa. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to the size of a palm. When the wind and snow stopped, Fang Yuan carefully took the ice block of cicada pupa into his hand. Next, he lightly let out a breath of warm air, and the ice block rapidly melted, revealing the cicada pupa inside. The cicada pupa seemed to be a bronze work of art. It was very exquisite. Fang Yuan stretched out his thumb and index finger, lightly pinching the cicada pupa. Crack crack. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the cicada pupa. Next, a rank 7 spring-autumn cicada woke up and flapped its wings. Joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. It was not easy. After many failures, I have finally raised spring-autumn cicada to rank 7. At this step, Fang Yuan had modified almost all the refinement methods he had used earlier. The Ghost Hand purification method earlier was a combination of Great Thief Ghost Hand Killer Move and Soul Beast Token. But even though this method had excellent purification effect, it could easily leave behind ghostly qi. Thus, Fang Yuan carefully chose the rank 8 Immortal Material Phoenix Cry Fire to get rid of the ghostly qi and also to refine the cicada pupa. The dragon-shaped ice and snow that he summoned was also extraordinary. It was Fang Yuan's modified Slumbering Lightning Python killer move. In Refinement Path, one of the 4 publicly recognized killer moves to deal with immortal materials was Slumbering Lightning Python. After Fang Yuan modified it into a dragon-shaped ice and snow, it was more suitable for him and also for spring-autumn cicada's refinement. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in the Gu refinement and obtained the rank 7 spring-autumn cicada. With rank 7 spring-autumn cicada, with my time path Great Grandmaster attainment level, I can use spring-autumn cicada as the core to deduce an immortal killer move and avoid being tempted by celestial court again. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Last time, when he entered the River of Time, he was ambushed by Celestial Court because Celestial Court used a method to confuse Spring-Autumn Cicada. Back then, Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, but now that Spring-Autumn Cicada was at rank 7, if he had the corresponding Immortal Killer move, even if Celestial Court used a rank 8 level method to confuse him, he would have the ability to resist it. The best situation is to use rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core and add rank 8 Spring Gu to form an Immortal Killer move of rank 8 level. When I enter the River of Time again, other than not being afraid of Celestial Court's confusion, I can also expand the range of my search. Of course, the more convenient method was to directly raise Spring-Autumn Cicada to rank 8. But this was too difficult. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu. On one hand, even though his refinement path attainment level was high, his foundation was not firm and his refinement path methods needed to be tempered. On the other hand, he did not have sufficient wealth. Back then, old ancestor Shui, who had used up all of his wealth and even Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Foundation before he dared to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven. Of course, Fang Yuan's foundation was already very strong. Not to mention his previous fortuitous encounters, after extorting the southern border Gu immortal experts, he even obtained the resources left behind by the 5 Xiangs. One could say, his foundation was already on par with some super forces. He had many immortal Gu. Even though he lost the incomplete immortal Gu house, he still had dozens of them. He also had a lot of cultivation resources of various types. He was not limited to a single path. The only flaw was that his subordinates had low cultivation level. When He Lulan, Wuxia, and the rest advanced to rank 7, along with the 3 Qi clan slave Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's side could be called a super force. Even though it could not compare to Southern Borders Wu clan or Western Deserts Fang clan, it was first-rate, surpassing ordinary super forces and even leaving Chu Du's Chu clan in the dust. I can give some rank 6 and 7 resources to Wuxia and the rest. Other than nurturing them, I need to refine Immortal Gu next. Many of the Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan relied on were still rank 6. For example, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck Immortal Gu, Currently, the most important ones were landscape as before, man as before, and day immortal gu. If these 3 time path immortal gu could be raised in rank, Fang Yuan's time path strength would rise greatly. His current cultivation focus was still on time path. Even though sword path, soul path, wisdom path, and others had huge potential and room for improvement. But if he wanted to fight in the river of time, he would have to rely on time path. It is a pity that Langya sect joined longevity heaven. My refinement path methods still need to be tempered. If those hairy man gu immortals could refine them for me, it would save me a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan was very regretful about this. Previously, he had used Langya sect too easily. It was too easy. Now that he lacked their help, he had to work hard. It was fine if it was difficult. Fang Yuan could endure it. But the problem was that his hands and feet were tied, a lot of his time was taken up, he could not be as free as before. There is another problem with gu refinement, that is the success rate. The success rate of immortal gu refinement was not high. The higher the rank of the immortal gu, the higher the failure rate. It was much harder for Fang Yuan to refine rank 7 than rank 6. Chapter 1660. Central Continent. The sky was dark, there was no wind. Gyue Fangjing stood on a mountain peak, looking at the sky, thinking about the immortal ascension tribulation. He felt a trace of nervousness. Upon sensing her emotions, Fangjing could not help but laugh. He thought to himself, what's there to be nervous about? The ones who should be nervous are the people from Crane Gate, or rather, the celestial court behind the scenes. On the surface, I only have a rank 6 gu immortal protecting me during this tribulation, but there should be many people watching me secretly. With these people around, what do I have to worry about? Even though Fangjing did not know why these people in Central Continent wanted to help him, he was certain that he had value. A long time ago, he was not willing to be used. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had vaguely pointed out that he was being used by his aunt and uncle to fight for the inheritance. This made Fangjing very angry at that time. But now, Fangjing was no longer angry. In the last 10 years, Fangjing had been through the wars of Langya Blessed Land's 3 continents. In order to nurture powerful hairy man gu immortals, the black-haired land spirit spared no expense, causing the hairy men of the 3 continents to fight each other. Fangjing was also involved. In the midst of all the conspiracies and bloody battles, Fangjing had made use of others, but he had also been used by others. He gradually understood, sometimes becoming someone's tool and being used was not a bad thing. At least it proved his worth. If a person did not even have the value of being a tool, they would be in danger, they would often be abandoned. Of course, even with Fangjing's rank 5 gu master strength, he had been abandoned and betrayed before. After all, he was a pure human living in Langya small world, which was filled with hairy men. It was normal for him to be ostracized and discriminated against. We can begin. At this time, Fan Shilu's voice resounded in Fangjing's ears. Fan Shilu had rank 6 cultivation level. He was sent by Crane Gate to help Fangjing undergo tribulation. Fangjing nodded. He calmed himself down and immediately looked into his body. His aperture soon appeared. It was filled with primeval essence, showing that he had a grade aptitude. However, there were many cracks on the inner walls, giving people a fearful feeling. The aperture was the foundation of a gu master's cultivation. For so many cracks to appear in the aperture, it was definitely a big matter. Fangjing's heart became relatively calm, and the nervousness from before also disappeared without a trace. In fact, in a battle in Langya Blessed Land, he was forced to use a forbidden method in a desperate situation. Even though he narrowly escaped death, his aperture was severely damaged and filled with cracks, causing his grade aptitude to drop to B grade. Fangjing was rescued by Feng Jioge. After returning to Central Continent, the injuries in his aperture were healed and his aptitude returned to a grade. But the cracks on the inner walls were still there. It was not that the Celestial Court did not have methods to heal them, but these cracks would help Fangjing in his immortal ascension tribulation. Fangjing looked at his aperture. He had once been extremely proud of his grade aptitude, But after this life experience, he no longer cared about his aptitude. Right now, his gaze was on the cracks on the inner walls of his aperture. To him, this was a form of merit. It was the glory he gained from fighting with blood fire and spears. "Farewell, my aperture," Fang Jing muttered in his heart. As he willed, the primeval essence in his aperture surged like waves, crashing against the surrounding inner walls. The inner walls had cracks to begin with. They were not sturdy. Soon, they broke apart and formed a hole. Fan Shilu did not dare to offend Zhao Lianyun, because she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Even though she only had rank 6 cultivation level, she had rank 9 love gu. Fan Shilu guaranteed, "I will definitely hand fairy's gift to fellow immortal Fang Jing personally." Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing her gratitude as she left on a cloud. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit This shows that Zhao Lianyun is truly sincere. It is a pity. I wanted to meet him once, but Crane Gate did not allow it. It is such a pity. Don't you think so, Fang Yuan? Saying this, Fang Jing's gaze froze. In his early days of cultivation, he had his master Tenchiru as his companion. In Langya Blessed Land, he pretended to be with Fang Yuan. Only when he was rescued and brought back to Central Continent did he become alone. Unknowingly, Fang Jing had already gotten used to having people accompanying him. "Without you, I am indeed not used to it." Fang Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly. An indescribable loneliness filled his heart. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle smiled in relief. Fang Jing has already become a Gu Immortal, but he still needs to raise his cultivation level to be able to restrain Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was aware of Zhao Lianyun's intentions. After all, even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. The true problem is Fang Yuan himself. Ever since Fang Yuan broke out of the encirclement in the River of Time, he had vanished without a trace, never appearing in public again. Fairy Myrtle would rather he plunder and plunder resources. This way, the more clues Fang Yuan left behind, the more valuable things she could deduce. She could even break through Fang Yuan's wisdom path defenses. In Fairy Myrtle's opinion, Fang Yuan had great battle strength, but what was more terrifying was his management skills. Every time he endured for a period of time, the strength he displayed would increase by leaps and bounds. The rate of improvement was often shocking. This was the effect of his management skills. Only a sturdy foundation could support his terrifying combat strength. Right now, Spectral Soul is gradually losing control. The information obtained from soul searching is becoming more and more important. In the River of Time, the Time Path Immortal Gu houses have been repaired. There are 4 of them now. The Time Path formation needs to be modified. At the same time, I cannot let Fang Yuan have a good time. I need to contact Wu Yong. Several days later, intense winds blew. Fang Yuan pushed his palm. A powerful killer move entered the open door and entered Lulan Blessed Land. The tribulation that He Lulan was facing crumbled and dissipated. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly before her expression calmed down. She stood in her immortal aperture, cupping her fists towards Fang Yuan who was outside the door. No need to be polite. Fang Yuan took a glance at Lulan Blessed Land. Lulan Blessed Land was barren and could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though He Lulan had high aptitude, she had never managed her immortal aperture properly. But this was what Fang Yuan wanted. He could provide cultivation resources to He Lulan. He Lulan would rely on him in this aspect. It was a form of control over He Lulan. In fact, Ing Wuxia by Ning Bing, and the rest were in the same situation. Let's leave this place. My wisdom path methods can only defend for a while. Every tribulation will greatly affect my methods. Feng Yuan urged. He Lulan nodded. She did not dare to be careless. She quickly stored the blessed land and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to retreat. Wu Yong and the rest who were rushing over could not find him. Damn it! He escaped again. This remnant aura. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. Southern Borders Gu immortals had ugly expressions. Some were furious, some were silent, and some showed a trace of fear. This is the fourth. It is clear that Feng Yuan is helping his lackeys undergo tribulation to raise their cultivation level. If he continues like this, it will not be good. If I use other immortal materials to exchange for the yellow hell water, there might not be anyone who wants my rank 8 immortal material, and even if someone wants my rank 8 immortal material, they might not have the yellow hell water. But now, you know that Celestial Court, Southern Borders Righteous Path, and other forces are working together to restrain Feng Yuan. Not only are they suppressing his businesses, they are also buying Time Path immortal materials with all their might. Time Path immortal materials are in high demand. Their prices are rising rapidly. Celestial Court is a huge force. They will definitely have the yellow hell water. I can use the Universe Extreme route to exchange for the yellow hell water. Bort. Feng Zhang's tone was hoarse. He knew that Miao Mingshen almost died in order to obtain this Universe Extreme route. He paid a huge price. Miao Mingshen laughed heartily, patting Feng Zhang's shoulder. How can I let this old man die in front of me? What does a mere extreme universe route count for? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were very moved. They did not follow the wrong person. Sure enough, the following situation was as Miao Mingshen expected. The moment his universe extreme route appeared, Celestial Court noticed it. Soon, both sides completed the transaction. Miao Mingshen obtained a large amount of yellow hell water. He used the yellow hell water to cleanse Gui Qi Ye's body. He carefully controlled the amount. After all, this yellow hell water could corrode the body of an unguarded Gu immortal. After careful cleansing, the ice poison starfish's poison was completely dispelled. Not long after, Gui Qi slowly opened his eyes. He woke up. When he learned that Miao Mingshen paid such a huge price to save him, he could not help but feel emotional. However, he rarely showed his emotions. He kept his gratitude to himself and said to Miao Mingshen, Lord, that old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping suddenly attacked us. It is most likely because of that blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshen sighed. I think so too. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping has always wanted to cooperate with me to enter the blue dragon whale and dig out the Paradise Earth true inheritance. However, the price he offered had never been sincere. This time, he actually attacked me. I was caught off guard. Old scoundrel, just tell me what you think. Gui Qi nodded. Lord, outsiders already know that you know the location of the blue dragon whale. It was too difficult to keep this secret any longer. Why don't we invite others to explore the blue dragon whale together? After we obtain some gains and get stronger, we can deal with Ren Xiaoping. Otherwise, with our current strength, it will be hard to determine who has the upper hand against Ren Xiaoping. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping has a group of lone immortals with him. He is a crafty old fox. If he finds himself in a bad situation, he will spread the news and attract even more attention. Miao Mingshen's eyes shined with divine light. Rather than that and let Ren Xiaoping attract even more outsiders, why don't we get reinforcements now and attack directly? This is a good idea. It is the only way now. It is a pity. If I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would be able to explore it myself. Gui Qi added, Lord, we need to select the people we want to invite carefully. Miao Mingshen nodded. He looked at the 3 immortals and asked, I understand this. Do you have any recommendations? The three immortals reported their names. Miao Mingxin nodded and shook his head at times. He chose a group of people, but for safety's sake, he eliminated another group of people from the group. Reliability was the most important thing. But this way, there were fewer people. Even if the immortals worked together, they could not overcome the first obstacle. They could not enter the blue dragon whale's inner world. At this time, Immortal Hua Dai exclaimed, "I have a candidate. Do you remember Chewing?" Chewing. Miao Mingxin's eyes brightened. Amazing. This person has rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivates transformation path, and most importantly, he has enmity with Ren Xiaoping. But this person is too secretive. Even now, I have not been able to find out more about him. Saying so, he showed a hesitant expression. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit If he had succeeded, Fang Yuan would not have any difficulty facing the joint blockade of central continent and southern border. Qin Chao's whereabouts were still unknown, while Fang clan was also being targeted by Western Desert's super forces. It would not be easy for Fang clan to raise their status. It was not that Fang Yuan had not thought of making use of Fang clan, but he had some misgivings about this. Because his identity as Xuan Bujin was already known by the Celestial Court. Looking at it now, it was the right decision to take in Green Ghost Desert back then. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Many things in life were contrary to one's wishes. As a result, Fang Yuan's income continued to shrink. What made him even more upset was that Central Continent's Celestial Court was increasing its efforts to plunder the Time Path Immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even so, as long as it was a Time Path Immortal material, the Celestial Court would give the seller what they wanted. Thus, during this period, the price of Time Path Immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies was unprecedentedly high. This made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's income was already decreasing. He wanted to refine Time Path Immortal Goo to increase his strength in this aspect so that he could enter the River of Time again, but the Celestial Court overbearingly pushed him away. The Celestial Court had been established since the remote antiquity era. After countless years of accumulation, how could Fang Yuan compare to it? Fang Yuan's progress in Time Path was minimal. In contrast, the Celestial Court was plundering large amounts of Time Path Immortal materials. They might even be able to refine a 5th Immortal Goo house. In this situation, Fang Yuan's hope of finding Red Lotus True Inheritance was getting slimmer and slimmer. I need a large amount of Time Path Immortal materials to refine Time Path Immortal Goo. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became venerable through Earth Path. There might not be many Time Path Immortal materials in the Paradise Earth True Inheritance in the Blue Dragon Whale. But even so, I have to go. In this uncertain future, nobody could say what they would obtain. Even if they did not obtain Time Path Immortal materials, the things in the Paradise Earth True Inheritance would definitely be good stuff. Southern Border's rank 8 Goo Immortal Lu Wei-in is the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor. If I can obtain this Paradise Earth True Inheritance, I might have a way to deal with him. More importantly, according to my memories in the 500 years of my previous life, the Blue Dragon Whale seems to contain rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret. In my previous life, Miao Mingxin explored it many times. Even though he did not obtain the Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he made many gains each time. Because many Goo Immortals participated in it and entered it many times, rumors of Immortal Goo Regret spread.